Hello. Hey, what website do I go to see this? Or is there can we watch is there a stream we can watch? Hold on. Is there a stream? Is there like a live? Oh, here. What is this gay shit? What the hell is this? Why are they... okay. Alright. Why are they dancing a boozy, man? What the fuck am I seeing, man? This is unserious. What the fuck am I seeing, man? I was tuning in for some results. I just seen some crazy shit, man. Where do I see a serious... I just want to see the... Where's the map, man? I don't need no fucking... You know what? Let's just do the map.
Trump will win, inshallah. Folded hands, light skin tone. Woy him, America will start to heal. Heck, maybe then we will get a BirdCon 2025.
Oh, hold on. It's, wait, what was that? Oh, it was the fucking... It's the fucking emoji. I was like, what is that? Is this correct? Hey, it was like 80 to like 10 or some shit, like 20 minutes ago. I'm gonna just leave it on this. Hold on. Hold on, man. Where's my fucking... Put this hoe out. Okay, who's got like a... Okay, let me look around. Who's got like a... You think Bob is live? Let me see. He might be at a rally. You think he's live?
Thanks so much. Let's go to West Palm Beach, Florida now.
Who is this?
Caitlin Collins. And Caitlin,
guys,
what is the Trump campaign going to be looking for in the next round of polls?
Bob ain't live, dude. He busy. Yeah, he busy, dude. He ain't gonna be streaming this. Okay, let's how do I see? How do I know how to go to live YouTube shit? Oh, here we go, live. Oh, here we go. Who's got the most official shit? This has 450K. Is this the official shit?
Race there right now where the Republican was expected, you would think, would just cruise
I don't want that. I just want the map, man. I just want the map, dude. I don't want nobody talking. I just want a fucking map. Anyone just got a fucking map, dude? CNN? Ew. They got a fake map? I don't want their shit, man. Are these all just... Hold on, this looks like a map. Hold on, we got a map. No, this is this gate. Can I, like, only have this top one? Is that an option? I just want this top part. I don't want whatever this nonsense is. I'm muting that, man. You said which one? The NBC stream? This one is just a map? Here we go. Okay, well I don't want that music in my ear, but this is cool. I would just like someone talking about the map. If anything. I don't want nothing else talked about. If that's possible. Is this updated? It's 105 to 30. Is this updated? Who's more accurate? Do I have to refresh this or is it automatically? Hey, this shit. Which is the big one? Pennsylvania, right? Is she winning that hoe? She's up 68%. We got a better one? Let me see what this one is. Let me tune in, man. What's this? Is this a good one? Oh yeah, here we go. This looks like a little nerd.
These are, you know,
This is
counties
good.
where
A little
Harris is doing
nerd
well.
talking about the
6%
map.
Of the vote counted. 55% of the vote counted in Buncombe County, where Asheville is. So Jonathan Martin is saying,
Yeah, this
that
guy knows what
in
he's
North
talking
Carolina,
about.
Trump
I can
is doing
tell.
better in the rural areas, but what happens? How well does Harris do in the urban areas? Buncombe County, 55% of the votes are in. Harris has 66.
This is the type of guy I want talking to me about voting, man.
Biden do there? Let's see. Let's see.
See, too much bullshit. Too many fucking retards tweeting out bullshit, man.
This is interesting.
I need a real nerd like
Biden
this.
got 59.7% in Buncombe County.
In what, man? In
Harris has
Buncombe?
66.7%. So
Buncombe
I
is
don't
crazy.
know where the rest of the votes are going to be.
I didn't
Maybe
vote,
Trump
man.
is a
What the
lot
hell?
better in the second half
I don't
of
give a
the
fuck
votes
about
there.
no voting,
But
man.
right now, Harris is running 7% ahead
I live in Texas, dude.
of what Biden did in Buncombe County, which is interesting. And that's with 55% of the vote in, but maybe the other 45%.
I should have wasted time, man. Hey, and if you mailed in your vote, you didn't vote
I'll see
either.
if I can find anything more about that. But that's interesting to see that.
So unless you pulled up, don't want to hear nothing.
Probably pronouncing it wrong.
When's the next? The polls close in 10 minutes. So in 10 minutes, we gonna get like a real update, or what? I don't really know how this shit works, honestly. So can I like play COD in between?
Orange County, North Carolina.
And whenever we have a good update, I'll pull it up.
86% in. Let's look at that.
Or I could just leave this up in the corner or something.
75.3%.
I'm almost done with my
How
snipers,
did
man.
Biden do in Orange
I'm about to get Dark Matter.
North Carolina?
I just have
How
to
did
do
Biden
1.5 snipers and the launchers.
74.8%. So right now, Harris is doing about 0.5% better in Orange County, North Carolina than Biden did. Also, Trump had 23.7% in Orange County, and he has 20.9%. Chase Oliver has 2.8%. How about that? So Trump is doing like 2 or 3% worse there than he did in 2020. And that has 86% of the votes in. Edgecombe County, North Carolina, 71% in. Harris has 62.2%. Biden had 63.
Oh, this is a little too. All right, this guy's a little too nerdy. I don't know what's happening.
1% behind what Biden was doing then.
I appreciate the analysis, man, but let's keep it a little more simple.
Warren County has 82% of the vote in there. Harris.
What is this? This is North Carolina? Where is it? There's North Carolina.
2020, Biden had.
Can we get a Pennsylvania analysis?
62.2.
Ain't that the? Is North Carolina also important?
It's a smaller county.
Is this
So,
one also super important?
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, there's all these. Look at the votes outstanding in North Carolina. In North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Where are the votes?
Wait, what's so?
Look at all these.
It's looking
votes
like.
in Wake County, where.
Dude, what is?
Raleigh,
What site is he on?
620,000.
Hey, what? Hold on. What site
Right
is
now,
he
Harris
on?
has 71%.
I need to get on that.
Mecklenburg County, where Charlotte is.
This
over
looks like some crazy
500,000
shit.
votes there. Harris has 69.2%. Cumberland County, 150,000 votes. I don't see any votes there. Guilford County, that's about even right now. 300,000 votes left there. So let's keep an eye on North Carolina, guys. I don't know what's going to happen with North Carolina.
Dude, what site is this guy on, man?
I do not
It
know.
doesn't say anywhere what it is. This looks like a good site. Does he have it? Does it say
Very
somewhere?
interesting.
I don't know what he's on, bro. Look like some good shit though. Oh, I could ask him.
Guy Benson with Fox News
I don't think he's reading chat.
and
I'm gonna be honest.
townhall.com says Florida is our first big polling miss of the night. RCP averages had Trump at +8 and Rick Scott +4.5. They're now likely to each win by 12+ points. Look at Florida. 87% of the vote in there. Trump is winning Florida by 13%.
This is New York
Trump won
Times?
Florida by a little over 3%.
Is
in
it?
2020? How about the Senate race there in Florida?
This site got everything. Hold on, man.
Rick Scott is up by 12% in the Senate race in Florida there. There were a couple of close polls there, but Florida very red right now.
Oh, is it? I don't think it is, but it looks similar, to be honest. Okay, this looks good, though. Hold on. I like this. Hold on. Can we, like, zoom in and shit? Hold on. Oh, you have to have an account?
Decision Desk HQ projects
Hey, come on, man.
that Harris will win
Imagine
Virginia.
Signing up, man.
Guys. I think. Did they say that? Yeah. No? Why do political polls? Yes. Decision Desk HQ, which is an election site,
Gotta
they're
Google for
saying
free, man.
Harris will win Virginia.
They say Harris is going to win Virginia. Oh, Virginia. I'm looking for it on Virginia. Okay, let me go back down here. Let me see. Who got a good
Let's
one?
look at Virginia.
Secretary
Now, Virginia-
of State. What's on here? Some bullshit, man.
You can see it says Trump is ahead with like half the vote counted. But where are the outstanding votes? Look at the big circles. Fairfax County, where Harris she's winning 67%, about 300,000 votes left there. Arlington County, where Harris has over 70%, about 100,000 votes there. Chesterfield County is about even, 133,000 votes there.
Damn.
Anyways, and then over here, let's see. Albemarle County, about 50,000 votes left there. Harris is winning that by 59 to 37.
I got a good one, I think. Hold on.
So I assume that call is just based on what is left.
Okay, this
out
one's
there.
good.
And that most of the vote out there, I assume they think is just from these areas that are pro-Harris. We were wondering before, could Virginia swing?
All right, we
now,
got a good
not
one
everyone
now.
is projected.
Hey,
Virginia,
pipe
but
down,
Decision
nerd.
Desk HQ has
Hold on, man. Too much analysis, man. Listen, like, respect, but pipe down. Okay. When is... Okay, well... Oh, look, it's blue. It's light blue. Where's the code? Oh, light blue is lead. If it's solid blue, it's over. And then solid red, okay. Okay. But that's kind of, that's a big lead. That's like double. Damn. And now what's these other names? Like, who's voting for these other people? Like, who actually takes the time to vote for these other people? Who are these other two? Oliver. Who the hell is that? Who's Oliver? Like, who is that? What's the full name? Let me look this person up. Everyone's voting for this Oliver guy. Who is Oliver? Chase Oliver? Let me see. Who the hell is this guy? Like, why would you even waste your time doing that? Chase Oliver. What does he stand for? What's this guy all about? 39. That's a young man. Oh, he's a libertarian. I see. Oh, that's nice, man. Chase for liberty. All right, man. I don't get it, man. Why waste your time? But why waste your time? Who's the other one? Stein? Who's Stein? And Kennedy. Wait, Kennedy. Is that RFK? Is that RFK? Who voted for that guy, man? Oklahoma, man. What y'all doing over there, man? That's so insane, man. What the hell? That guy actually got votes like that, bro. And Kansas. They really voting for that guy? And fucking Arkansas. Hold on, this guy's... Who's Fruit? Who are these people, man? Wait, hold on. RFK making waves. Hold on. Alabama, 103 people voted for him. That is crazy, man. That is fucking crazy. Dude, this guy actually getting some votes for real. What's the point of voting for that guy? I don't get it. Isn't this guy just like cucking Trump's votes? Because all those people would have voted for Trump, no? He's just stealing votes from Trump. What's wrong with these people? I don't get that. That's insane. You take your time out of your day to go vote and then vote for a guy that has no chance of winning at all. Like, what? I don't get it. Wait, hold on. When's the next one coming in? In like, they said it was coming. Oh, 1 minute. Hold on. In 1 minute, some new shit about to update. Hold on. What's coming in a minute exactly? Anything important? Hey, I need my Cali shit to cash, man. I need my $1.50 for real. Let me go ahead and grab that dollar, man.
I can't really say what's going to happen there. I'm looking for some expert opinion on what's going on there in Texas with the Senate race.
Aren't you the fucking expert, man? What you mean you look? Again, I'm looking at a guy who's looking for someone else.
0.8% there in Texas in that Senate race.
Who are we listening to? Hey, who the hell are we listening to, man? I thought he was the expert.
More results coming in. The next polls are closing in 40 seconds. We got more. There's going to be more race calls in 40 seconds, guys. Get ready.
All right, we got 40 seconds, man. Let me see what's up.
Polls closing at 9 p.m. Eastern. 9 p.m. Eastern.
Races we're watching. That one ain't started. Who has? Oh, Pennsylvania has 19. So
there's the
that's
presidential
bigger than
map
North
right
Carolina.
there.
What you on about, pal? Anyways.
5, 4, 3,
Oh, hold on.
2, 1. Okay, a bunch of states. One.
What's
okay,
happening,
a bunch
dude?
of states just closed their closed the polls.
Okay.
The next one's closed in an hour, but a bunch of states just closed: Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, some in Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, some in Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. Oh my gosh, a bunch of them just closed. Let me
So it don't really matter.
do this real quick.
We're not getting no info right now.
Really
They still have to
quick.
count.
That work? Yes. All right, hang on a second here. I bet some more states get called right now.
Oh, let me open up Cobb, man. In the meantime. Wait, hold on. Let me what is this cuck saying? Let me go tune into the cuck. This like this is his favorite day.
That could counteract these rural shifts.
What is
They're
this?
not especially huge.
270.
Okay.
But I would say that Trump.
You've been waiting for
We
this.
don't have any complete
What is this
counties in
gay
the
ass
metro area
debate
right
they're
now.
doing?
Some counties, as more votes have come in, have
What is
shown
this?
a blue shift. Some have shown a slight red shift. If she was getting Warnock numbers in the Atlanta metro area, I think that she could be in a position to win Georgia. The problem is that she's not getting Warnock numbers.
Georgia's not looking great for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
AP's called Donald Trump for South Dakota, and AP is called Donald Trump for Louisiana and Wyoming, and Donald Trump has won the statewide vote in Nebraska and the 2 electoral votes. For the 3rd consecutive election, he won the popular vote on Tuesday, receiving 2 electoral college votes. Nebraska is one of the 2 states that divide electoral votes, with 2 votes going to the statewide winner and 1 apiece to the winner of each congressional district. Trump won Nebraska.
All right, I don't
by
care
25.
no more. All right, wait, hold on. What just came in? Hey, hold on. What just happened? Hold on. Some shit came in. Let me see. Let me hear the professional.
In New Hampshire, with only 25% of the vote counted.
Wait, why is his behind? Wait, why does this one say 154 to 27? Am I getting fake info? Hey, what the hell's going on here, man?
Georgia. All right, so here's how things look in Georgia.
This
Trump
guy's on
is
some
up by
fucking weird shit.
6% in Georgia, but
Hey, hold
look
on, man.
at
This
where
guy's got a fake map, man. This is the real shit. I trust Google, man. 120 to 99. I'm rocking with Google, man. Damn. If it's leads, it hasn't been counted, right? It's not included in this, right? So Texas isn't included in this 120, right? Because that's another 40. Let me see. So really, this is what? 160? He went in all these. Hold on, 160, then 16. Another 16, 32. Plus what? 13, 45. 45 plus the 4, that's 85. That's 205. Plus 17. 222. 228. And then this one is what? Well, it's only 5. Is that means he's already at like, hold on, wait, refresh this out? I think it automatically refreshes, bro. I think. Yeah, I think it automatically updates. What did I just say? He's at like 230 or something, bro. Hello? Well, she gonna get Cali, so she really at like 140. Well, no, really 150. Hello? Is this shit over? Are these projections wrong? New York's already been counted, so let me count all these, I guess, for her. Hold on. So 4, but these are all like small ones. 8, 27, 37, 42, 52, 58. And I'll just count Cali, which is I think 54, so like 110 or some shit. So she had like it's like 200, 240 or something. I think it's 240 to 200. I'm confused though. Is this shit already over then? Or he not getting none of these? Hold on, what's the expected? Because if all of these get counted for him, he already at like 240.
Gonna look that up right now. But these are 2 battleground states, guys. 2
yeah, so
battleground states.
All right, nerd, just pipe down. Are these all blue states over here, huh? Well, these 2, these 3. What about all these ones right here? What about Colorado? Can I get this whole left side is all blue, huh? Can I get like a prediction? Not like a. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Oh yeah, let me see. 20. Okay, yeah, let me look at 2020. What was that? Or is 2016 better to look at? Which one's better to look at? I don't know. Which one would be more? 2016 would be better to look at, right? Or no? I feel like 2016 would be better to look at. Okay, so these hoes are all blue. Arizona. Is Arizona blue now? Or no, they still red? What's Arizona now? Could go either way, yeah, okay. These are all red, blue. Okay. Let me see the odds, bro. Hold on. Let me see the odds, because I feel like Trump got a pretty good, like, actually, like, good ass, like, lead now. Hold on, let me go see. He about to win this shit? Yeah, they got him as minus 300. He was like minus 140. Now he's minus 300. I think he gonna win this shit, bro. Hold on. Let me see. We're about to find out soon.
Has it been called yet? What is going to happen with these battleground states, guys?
What's the
Larry
next?
says, this is an exciting race tonight. Yeah.
You know what, man? Fuck this nerd. I don't want him talking no more. What's the next? What did y'all say? Wisconsin. This is Wisconsin's big, right? When the fuck are they gonna have an update, man? What's going on there? They still ain't got nothing. Can I get a fucking update, pal? Michigan blue currently. So is Pennsylvania. Ohio. North Carolina. North Carolina was red, yeah. But kind of close. Ohio red. Arizona's later. Georgia gotta be. How is Georgia a swing? That's kind of crazy to me. That's not how I picture Georgia. I guess, I don't know. Just because of Atlanta. It's currently red. Alright, when's our next real we gonna get a real update? It says leading in 7-1. Is this wait, he's winning this is the popular vote right here, right? Cause he was a huge underdog to win that. Hello? Oh, it's cause Cali ain't come in yet. That's gonna be a big. Oh yeah, once Cali come in. Never mind, yeah, that's gonna even that one up. So can I play COD now? Well, they turned it. I thought they turned it off. What is this showing? Let me see. House at this hour. This ain't even. Oh, here we go. 154 to 30. What is it? I'm getting what? How is it? Wait, he just got something. It's 137. Why do I see a different number everywhere, man? Who got the real shit, man? Why is this one way different, man? What's going on here? Alright, hold on. Anyways, let me go back here because he just won something because he got 137. I don't know what. Texas ain't even come in yet, so I don't know what he just got. He got something though. Well, this one also says 137, and Google says 137, but what is this? NBC said 154. Can we get an official stream from the White House or something? 160. What's going on, man? These numbers are crazy, man. Where are these numbers coming from, man? This shit just going up. I need an official White House fucking YouTube channel or something, man. So I know some official shit, man. Oh, what the hell numbers are these? Does it have a, I see the... Oh, here, hold on. We got the expected. Okay, hold on. Harris is expected to win. What is all this? Colorado, Maine. Wait, this means this means she already won, right? Yeah, if it has a check mark, it's already over. Harris likely to win. Maine, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Hampshire, New Mexico, Virginia. These 7 are currently toss-ups. Trump expected to win all these. Trump likely to win. Well, he already won Florida, I guess. Iowa, Maine again. Texas, yeah. Oh, wait. It has Texas as. Oh yeah, they just counted Texas 177. Yeah, I was about to say they just counted it. Oh shit. Google ain't updated that one yet. Hold on. We getting there. We still waiting for the important shit. Oh wait, they gave Michigan something now. Michigan blue now. It wasn't filled in at all. And Wisconsin's red now. Oh, they just started counting. Okay, here we go. Some info coming in. Okay. Cali still ain't even. What time do they close it at? 8? What time do they close it at? Because people in Cali still voting right now, aren't they? Anybody West Coast? They're still voting. I think. What time does it get closed at? Yeah, it's 8 for 8 local, right? Oh, they still voting. Wait, I think that's kind of. Isn't that kind of crazy though? That like people are able to go vote while already seeing the results. So wouldn't that like influence their vote? Isn't that not insane? You don't think nobody would influence that? I don't know. What if like, yeah, because, well, not influence their vote as in change their vote, but what if they thought, like right there looking at the thing, they're like, oh yeah, Harris is gonna win. They're like, oh shit, she's getting blown out. Let me go vote. Like that. Not like choose who they're gonna vote, but it might inspire them to go vote if they weren't going to. It don't matter for Cali, obviously, but like Arizona. Oh yeah, and if like people are like, oh, she gonna lose, so it don't even matter. I just think it should be all at the same time, dude. You should, or at least you should be able to see other people's votes before you vote for something in anything in life. That's just a weird way to do things. Okay, get on COD now or what? We don't got nothing. We don't have nothing for an hour, right? I think I can get on COD for the next 30 or something. But who got a good stream that I could put in the corner? You want to put that nerd back on? I don't know how long it count. The mail-ins? Hey, they already counted the mail-ins, man. We good on that. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, this is the one I'm already on or no? Okay, I'll just put NBC.
What is really key to the campaign right now in these sort of late evening hours, even after the polls have closed. They don't close if you were already in line. It's a message that they're sharing right now. FaceTiming in Jennifer Garner to be more.
Oh, you said they don't close if you're already in line?
All right, Peter.
So this shit could go on. How big is the fucking line, dude?
You can keep them in line if Jennifer Garner's on the other line talking to your mom or Paul Rudd, and that's the strategy there. We've got a race to call here. Louisiana, no big surprise, but if you're filling out your map at home, you can add Louisiana there. Just 22% of the vote counted, but again, the margin expected to be rather large. So here's the map for those watching at home.
Oh damn, why do I see a different fucking number on every single place I go to? Got a different number, man.
We await those key battleground states, and I think
I don't get it.
Tom over there talking.
Literally every place got something different.
Semi-battleground, right? We got exit poll data out of Ohio as well. 17 electoral votes, about 55%
This is
of the
Ohio.
vote
Hold on.
is in. Trump is on top by about 266,000 votes. I want you to remember that number. Write it down if you can. I know it's kind of a big number, 266,000. The reason why I want to
I'm gonna write that down, buddy.
When we punch up Ohio
You're right.
here, so that's the spread, 287. It just changed. That's how fast voting data is coming in. Again, you know I love going to this. The remaining vote that's there. Again, here's the issue. The remaining votes in the Democratic counties like Franklin, which is Columbus, Cuyahoga, Cleveland. Look at the numbers here. In Cuyahoga, look how many votes are still out. 377,000. She's on top by 71%. Let's see how she did compared to Biden 4 years ago. 66%. So she's overperforming in Cuyahoga, and there's still a lot of that vote that's out. Let's go down to Franklin County. It holds the capital of Ohio, Columbus. 68%. Overperforming there with about 60% of the vote that's in. And then again, 266,000 remaining. So just those two counties, we're talking about more than 500,000 votes. And that's way bigger than the spread for the entire state.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, when you talk about some of her overperforming in those areas, the reason we expect
Why did he
Ohio likely
get
to go
stunned?
red, but let's talk about the Senate race there.
Yeah,
because we have the control of Senate hanging in the balance right now, and it hangs on this Senate race.
Yeah.
Bernie Moreno, the car dealer, versus Sherrod Brown, the incumbent. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so look at this. Neck and neck, the difference here, only 74,000. So what does that mean? That means the Republican
hold on,
in this
man.
race
Let me figure
is
out how to...
underperforming Trump. There could be a split ticket issue here. Again, way too early, 56% of the vote in. But look, the difference here is 74,000. Remember that number I was telling you to remember? It was over 200,000. So that means that Trump is overperforming right now. Bernie Moreno is underperforming the Republican candidate. The incumbent is still down. But again, remember what I told you. There's a lot of that vote that's out in Cleveland, in Columbus. I'm going to look in one more spot here. Let's get back to the president's race. In Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati, she's at 62%. Biden was at 57. Again, look, this could be some of the early vote that's come in. It could be some of that blue mirage. Again, we're prefacing this is all early, but I'm going to get back over to you guys because there's a projection.
Yeah, Tom, we got a projection in the state of Rhode Island. NBC
Rhode
News
Island.
projects that Kamala Harris will win in Rhode Island when all the votes are counted. 4 electoral votes for her. Here's where the breakdown is. 31,000 vote difference, 74% of the vote in, but again, Kamala Harris, the projected winner there. Let's pull up the map. The road to 270. That brings Harris now to 34 electoral votes.
34. This is fake info, man.
Remember, 270 is the prize that we're working our way toward.
I don't get it.
We'll take a break here. It's 9:30 in the east. The vote counting coming in. Our decision desk standing by to make more projections just ahead.
How do I crop this properly? I need to I don't want to close the chat. Here we go. Why does this look fucked up? Hold on, man. Okay, there we go. That's not bad. Move it over a little bit. Alright, that's decent. What, are they done talking? I don't want this gay music, man. What's this music, man? Hold on, here's the real shit, man. It's 177 and 99. That's the real shit. I don't know why the other shit they ain't counting it all the way or whatever, but it's the real shit.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news.
That's what Google says too. 99 to 177.
I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around
Oh,
the
they
world?
started some shit over here now on the west. All right, cool.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Hold on, man.
On exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health? What needs
I get this sniper, man.
social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Nice to have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
Why is this so tangled up, man? Hold on.
Welcome back on this election night. The road to 270. You can see Donald Trump out front with 168 to 34.
What? Oh, 168. They updated again. Want me to shrink it more?
Haven't been called. Virginia,
Hold
our
on.
characterization on that is it's too early to call. More than half the vote in there as well. Let's look at Ohio. We were speaking that a moment ago. 17 electoral votes, not considered to be a battleground. Nonetheless, we look at it. That's too early to call right now. Also, Colorado, too early to call. Kamala Harris leading now with over 100,000 votes. In Iowa, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, that is too early to call as well.
Iowa.
Tom Yamas right now, who can
You know what about no Iowa, man?
on the pass to 270.
Oh, hold on, we got a breakdown. Oh, let me see. Hold on, this looks good. Hold on. Finally, some good info.
No big surprises. If you're watching at home, you can find your state here. We've already given some. We've projected some states for former President Trump, some for the vice president, and still so many, the bulk of states right there in the middle, and still so many people still voting along the West Coast in places like Hawaii and Alaska as well. Let's remind you and walk you through the paths that each candidate hopes to take to get to the White House. Let's start with Vice President Kamala Harris. We'll click her in here, get to 2024. This is the predetermined map of how the states voted in 2020, and then the 7 battlegrounds that will be decided tonight. So her easiest.
Wait, they
path
predicted her to
is
have
Michigan,
260?
Wisconsin. She holds that blue wall. If
Oh,
she
this
can
is
do
just
that,
like a
she gets
guess.
to 270. If she's having a very rough night and she loses Pennsylvania, loses Michigan, loses Wisconsin, she has other paths, but she does have a Sun Belt path where if she can flip North Carolina, hold Georgia, hold Arizona, and get Nevada, hold it once again, she gets her as well. That path, though, would give Democrats heart palpitations. As far as former President Trump, his easiest route, just think of the east side. He holds Pennsylvania. He flips Pennsylvania. He holds North Carolina. He flips Georgia back. He gets to 270. But if he can't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the blue wall. He has to break through the blue wall. That's the main difference between his path and the vice president's path. There's a path for her, even though she doesn't win any of these 3 big Midwest states. But for him, he has to win one of them. If he wins Michigan and he flips North Carolina, holds Georgia, he can win any of these 2 out west, either Nevada or Arizona, put him over the top. But if he can only win Wisconsin, I'm going to take Nevada away. He has to win Arizona to get to 272. So you can see it's going to be a long night for us, but every state sort of leads to a domino effect, if you will. And that's one of the reasons why we were watching Ohio, because if he were not to win a state like Ohio, which he won the last 2 presidential elections, his whole map changes. Guys, back to you.
Well, right now, so far tonight,
That was the first guy that actually did something good.
Let's talk about Pennsylvania.
Everybody
There's a
else on
reason that the
bullshit.
campaigns spent more money there, spent more time there.
W explanation from that guy, man.
End of this night, or perhaps it will be Saturday morning, like in 2020. It will all come down to Pennsylvania.
It very well could come down to Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes. It is the biggest battleground prize out there. And part of why we're watching states like Ohio so closely, like North Carolina as well, particularly in the suburbs, is to test how those counties, in those collar counties in Pennsylvania might go. Remember, President Biden won Pennsylvania not
let me see the
because
live
he won the
odds.
Philadelphia County area, but because he was able to really drive
Trump's
up
still
the
minus
vote
300 live.
working class voters in those
Well, he won North
counties.
Carolina. Let me
One
see.
more point, just to mention, as
Did
we
they
watch
update
all of
it?
these returns come in.
Oh, he got one.
Biden was at the top of the ticket.
He just got
State of
one.
North
Is that
Carolina
Maine?
was out of reach.
He got
for
one.
Democrats.
He was at
The fact that we're
177.
talking about it right now, the fact that there's been so much play in North Carolina, that former President Trump spent so much time there in recent days, underscores the fact that they have tried to open up more paths, and we'll have to see if that was effective at all.
I want to ask a little bit about Michigan. We haven't really talked much
Yeah,
about the
178 now.
Gaza war in Gaza and how that might affect the vote.
Yeah, I bet on California to be blue, so I think I won my bet. I'm gonna get $1.50 off $100. W dollar, man.
2% of the population, but it could be potentially significant here. You saw Vice President Harris as she was on the campaign trail just in the last few days here.
And I'm gonna take that 150 and put it on an NFL 18-leg parlay. A free parlay, man.
Typically start off her campaign speeches, her stump speech that
But she's
way.
been heckled at times.
That's right. She has again and again, she has faced down protesters who heckle. She typically says something along the lines of, "You have a right to be heard, so do I." And
I'm gonna turn COD down a little
which is
bit.
a line that she's become sort of known for at this point. But the
I
other
don't
piece
need
of this
volume,
too,
I'm just
when you
getting
look at
headshots.
this, Michigan is a place, it's going to be critical for her, as Tom has just laid out in the map. It is also the place where she started this shift in the last few days on her closing argument, moving away from this idea that Donald Trump was sort of looming large.
See, I don't like this shit, man. I like when they go to the map and break shit down. I don't need your little debate, man.
Calling him the other guy, trying to make him seem small, unserious, Lester.
All right, we have another call to make, and this is a pretty big one.
Here we go. What we got?
State of New York, and not necessarily a surprise, but NBC News projects that New York will. Kamala Harris is the projected winner. I'll get this out.
I thought we already knew that.
In New York, and there you see the vote difference.
They already counted her shit, man.
33%.
We already knew that, man.
Show us where we are on that road to 270. That puts Donald Trump out.
168 to 62.
With 62 now.
Let's continue this conversation about Michigan, about young voters, because this issue that you raised, Gaza, Israel, this is a very
These fools are behind, bro. But I like their production.
And we see,
but they're behind.
They are struggling with that. We've seen ads by third-party groups in Michigan trying to bring up that kind of dissent that is.
You want me to go to a different one, man?
Interesting. In the primary, there was a.
Dude, this one has the most people. That's why I went to this one. Has 500K, bro. Hold on.
100,000 people voted uncommitted in the primary. The margin in 2020 was 154,000. So this is
I like the way they're doing it. It's just, why are they so behind? I think it's fine. I'll just leave it, bro. I got the real numbers here, so if we need to look at the real numbers right here. This is the real one.
Right here, it's large with voters under 30. Of men, 59% going for Trump, 39% going for Harris. Women, 54% Harris, 44% Trump. He's continuing to close those margins. The other thing that's interesting about Michigan, of course, there's a 52,000 person campus, University of Michigan. Back in 2016, Trump only won by about 11,000 votes.
Wait, they updated the odds. Hold on.
Totally heard students, energizing other students by saying
Trump's minus 350 now.
Campus were to have come out, it could have made a difference. So what does that look like right now? Who does that mean did better on
Damn.
those campuses if we start to see those margins be eat away at?
And I recall back in 2016. Sorry, Hallie.
Dude, are they? Listen, are they gonna let this fool win? Cause I might take Harris at plus 275, dude. They gonna let this guy win?
Michigan, and so what we've seen from the Harris campaign is she has been there, and Trump has certainly been there as well. He closed out his campaign.
I don't think it should be minus 350. That's kind of crazy.
Tried to learn from the mistakes of the
just from like a.
Trump has been very focused on that.
That's just too high.
Just to demonstrate how complicated politics is.
Harris odds crazy.
To a certain extent over her stance with Gaza and Israel, the Biden administration stance in Michigan.
I might pop. Can I pop 25 on her for 100? Hold on.
Pennsylvania and Florida, we've heard about that anecdotally as well.
What is that? No, 35.
We can do some race checks here.
Hey,
you
fuck it.
Michigan. Well, let's
I'm
put it up
doing
there.
it.
Let's see what we've got in terms of results, and the votes are being counted in Michigan, one of those key Midwest battlegrounds. It is too early to call. That's just about a little over 10% of the vote, but now you've got an eye on what we've got there. Arizona.
Wait, he's minus 370.
Way too early.
What's going on?
May well be days before we're able to call that.
Hey, hold on, man.
Wisconsin, another in the industrial Midwest, too early to call. Just starting to get.
Wait, he's winning Wisconsin. Is that why?
Stop me if you've heard it before. It may all come down to Pennsylvania.
But she's winning Pennsylvania, though.
We're about 30% of the vote there. North Carolina also too.
What about North Carolina? He's winning, but it's kind of close.
in the Sunbelt state of Georgia. With
He's also winning Georgia.
4 years ago, and former President Trump badly wants to get back into that red column.
Hey, let me chill, dude.
Too close to call at this hour. So here is the road to 270. That is the magic number that a candidate needs to win the White House.
Dude, I could bet 35 to win 100 right now on her.
I always wonder what it looks
I might have to donate 35 for a chance at 100, man.
Same thing we are, essentially, pulling up these numbers, trying to read through them, trying to figure out where you can be optimistic, you know, when you don't have the pressure of people looking at you.
You want a fun fact?
That feels like it's crazy.
The last election was decided in 4 states by approximately 80,000 voters. You could fit those voters at the Cowboy Stadium.
Wow.
That's
You've
what
done
we're
your
talking
homework,
about.
girl. Let me tell you,
That is a good
That's
My
a good
husband's
nugget.
going to be very mad at me that I didn't say Eagle Stadium, but it wasn't the right number for the stadium. I tried.
You stick with any stadium you want.
Yeah, you got next to polls?
He's sad about the link. Yeah, I do. And this is a more broad look at the issues that voters say are important to them. As we're talking about some of these issues in these key battleground states, nationally, we saw something really interesting here, right? We saw consistently.
Wait, this might be a better bet.
It's economy.
She's gonna win the popular vote, right?
Said over and over again.
Because she's down to only minus 170 to win the popular vote.
Exit polls that we're seeing now, and again, this could shift a little bit. These numbers could still change a bit as more waves of information come in. But look at what's number one. 34% of voters say the state.
She might not, huh? Dude, but Cali about to come in with some crazy popular vote.
We're going to talk about that more in just a second.
How many millions they gonna add to it?
41% of voters say the economy is the most important issue to them. That is typically what we would see in other elections. It's what we've seen in the past. I would also note that just because a candidate leads on the top issue doesn't mean that they would win the election. Abortion is right there at 14%. Immigration trailing at 11%.
What is this? The most important issue.
That was key to former President Trump's close. When you look at the vote breaks for this, which just means who people supported when they said this was their top issue, on state of
Where's taxes?
Voters broke for Kamala Harris. So she leads on that issue.
That's my issue.
Who said that democracy was their most important thing, backed Kamala Harris.
That on there?
Donald Trump. She is also leading on abortion as well. It's the flip when you look at economy and immigration. More people who said
That should be number one,
economy
man.
or immigration were their most important issue, backed former President Trump. That is not altogether shocking, right? Those issues, economy, inflation, immigration, it largely tracks with what we had been seeing over the course of
They gotta quit taking my shit, man.
led into this race in public polling.
Honestly.
But here's what's interesting, and let me walk back to the desk with you to talk through some of these democracy issues here. This is a funny question, state of democracy, because there are Republicans who believe that the state of democracy is an existential threat, largely because of the election fraud lies that Donald Trump talks about. There are Democrats who believe that the state of democracy is under threat because of former President Trump himself, if he were to be back in
wait, did he just win
this
something?
is a tricky one. It's not
No.
like it cuts obviously one way or the other, so there's some unpacking to do.
It's a Rorschach test. What is the
In
state
what?
of democracy?
That's exactly
It
right.
would probably be better framed as, what do you think the state of the country is? Do you think that this is a high-stakes election? Do you think it's a do or die? Is it existential? I think that's what people are.
Who are these
responding to,
ladies?
and that's why we see that being the top issue.
Well, and it's so mirrored in what we saw in the
What's this little poll for?
campaigns. You saw Vice President Kamala Harris try to argue that
They got like 6 people up there.
democracy. You saw Donald Trump make arguments that his political rivals were the quote-unquote enemy from within. And so it is a Rorschach test, and it also just speaks to why, as we watch these states come in, the battlegrounds seem to be very sharply divided, as our polls indicate.
Right track, wrong track always kind of leaves you with that question: is are we?
Oh my gosh, she's plus 300.
Sense of
Wait, Trump's minus 400. Hey, I'm gonna chill, dude, because they gotta know something.
You know what it is?
Let me not donate, man.
Interesting because we haven't talked that much about that thing that happened this summer where Joe Biden had a terrible debate and he was expected for 18 months to be the candidate and then he wasn't. Do we have any indication in any of these early numbers how Kamala Harris is performing compared to how he may have performed? I mean, it's a hypothetical.
Dude, plus 300, it looks nice,
I don't think
though.
we have those graphics ready to pull up, but Joe Biden, if my memory serves, is something at like 41% favorable based in exit polls, which was a question that was asked. She is at something like, I want to say 48%, so she is, or 49%. She's outpacing where both Joe Biden and Donald Trump were. But Savannah, I'm so glad you brought this up. We called Delaware like an hour ago, right? Joe Biden's home state, and it made me think about what a different
That
race
feels
this
like,
would
it
look
just feels
How
like
different
incorrect
tonight would look
odds,
if
no?
Joe Biden were still on the ticket. Vice President Harris has done this thing where she's tried to both distance herself from President Biden. She told me in our interview just a couple of weeks ago, Joe Biden is not on the ticket. Like, I am the one who is running on the Democratic ticket, which she's right. She is on the top of the ticket. But at the same time, she has not distanced herself
anything?
in a
No.
super clear way from a lot of his various policies. She has said that she feels some loyalty to him. Well, the ads that
He put what, 700? Oh, I seen that. He put her, yeah, at like plus 130 or something. That's what I'm saying. I can get her at plus 300 when it should be a close race, right? It just feels like the odds are wrong. Plus 300 implies that she's going to get blown out.
Over again, how will you govern differently than President Joe Biden? She struggled to answer that in part, I'm told, because personally she did not want to betray him, but it has been something that's been a challenge for her.
She also cited, I think it was your interview, she cited history, the fact that typically vice presidents, don't.
Yeah, that's right. That was
Yeah, I seen Skip.
if I'm
He got hacked.
correctly.
Yeah.
Pull aside with her,
Info was tweeting crazy on his account. I don't even think Skip even knows. He old.
boss, if you will, their
Might not
president.
even know he
She
got
talked
hacked.
about this issue of loyalty, but at the same time, she also says, my presidency will not be a continuation of the Biden
The problem that she had was when asked specifically, I believe on an ABC program, what would you do differently? She said nothing comes to mind.
All right, I'm doing it, man. 30. Hey, I got 33.
Well,
I did it. Hey, I might have donated. Oh well, 33 to win 100.
Sam Brock, he's in Asheville, North Carolina, where I understand the counting is
Oh well.
wrapping up. What are you hearing?
I can live with that.
Savannah, it's done. Look, I have it fresh off the presses right here from Buncombe County. The official.
Hey, I'm gonna get my dollars. So I'm gonna get 30. It's really 32. I'm gonna get my dollar back from Cali. Hey, what if I bet to win 33 from Cali? That's a free. Hold on. Oh, I can't bet no more, can I? Hold on.
Almost exactly the same as they were 4 years ago as well. It was 60-38 in favor of Kamala Harris for this county, which is about
Oh yeah, I can.
140,000 votes. It was 59-38 back in 2020.
I can.
This was not, however,
I would have to bet 2,000 on Cali to get $30. I'm good, man. Let me leave it alone, man. Hey, let me leave that alone, man.
These receipts, guys,
Before they
were
get
so
me.
long. They were strewn across this entire table.
And they gonna get me. I'm good, man. If I lost 2,000 to win $30, I wouldn't be able to sleep. I don't know. That shit would keep me up.
For generations, a 70-something-year-old woman takes the flash drive out, comes in here and brings it into this room.
Hey, what is this shit, man?
It's unencrypted.
Is he showing how they count the votes?
Up there, and they upload it directly to the county site and then to the state site from this room, and then all of the day of votes get tabulated over in these machines. Fascinating to watch. It is actually now done. Let me send it back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you very much. We've got a projection to tell you about the state of
Oh,
Illinois.
we got
Kamala Harris,
update.
as expected, takes it. So that's a Midwest
Oh, she got
poll
one.
for Kamala Harris and the Democrats. Let's
Okay.
look at the breakdown here.
Okay.
Vote in, and it looks like it will be an easy victory as expected. And so we can fill out
Oh.
one more state on our road to 270 map. The
Dude,
state
they're
of
so
Illinois
delayed,
going
man. We
to
already knew
Kamala
that,
Harris.
man.
Let's go to Tom Yamas
Bum
here in
ass
North
fucking
Carolina. We just
NBC,
heard
man.
Straight from the horse's mouth, Buncombe County, right there.
Hold on, this guy got good explanations. Hold on, let him cook something up.
And Sam Brock had the poll results in his hot little hands.
But were you calling him a horse? That's like, I'm not sure if you were or not. Sam's a tall drink of water, but he's no horse. He's a handsome man. So listen, along the lines of from what he was reporting, and I just checked out those Hurricane Helene counties, we can show you the ones that were affected by the floods. Let me go, hold on one second, here we go. So these were all the counties, the 13 counties that were affected by the floods where people could vote in other parts of the state if they weren't able to vote in their home county. It's interesting, I was going through the numbers.
Oh, is that shit still
It doesn't look like
flooded?
there's any kind of drop off there. That's actually better news for the president because there are more Trump voters out there in the western part of the state.
They
with
ain't
the
fixed that
exception
shit
of
by
blue
now.
dots like Asheville, places like that. Here's where a lot of the vote is still out. Charlotte, Mecklenburg. Look, Trump is on top right now statewide. Mecklenburg is the place where Democrats, I'm going to keep going back to Mecklenburg when we talk about North Carolina. This is Charlotte. And
They ain't send no money over there, man. They sent some money to Ukraine, though. Hey, Ukraine ain't flooded.
And African Americans, they have to drive up the numbers here. When they lose races like Senate races, it's because the turnout is not where it needs to be in Charlotte. So not enough vote there. But the good news is there is vote in other places. Wake County, this is the capital. Raleigh, part of the Research Triangle. You can see Kamala.
Yeah, I bet on Kamala plus 300. I also bet on Cali to be blue.
North Carolina here.
Those are my two bets.
Okay.
Hey, if they even up the odds, I'm gonna bet on Trump and cancel it out, and I'll win either way.
1%. Let's see how she did compared to Biden. Slightly overperforming there, and just over where UNC Chapel Hill is. slightly overperforming there. Here's one thing, though, that Republicans have something to possibly celebrate. This
Nah, I
is
don't let you
County.
parlay.
This
That's
is
the
Governor
issue.
Roy Cooper's county. This is where he's from. It's sandwiched between Raleigh, Wake County, and the
I only need I need 2 snipers, 1 launcher, and the baseball bat, and I'm done.
It usually, almost always in the last few elections, has picked the winner. 2012 Obama, Trump flips it. Biden didn't go with it. Went with Biden in 2020. That wasn't a correct pick. But today Trump is on top, and you can see that's good news for him, considering that Biden took it in 2020. We're also watching New Hanover. This is Wilmington. You have a lot of people
New
who
what?
move to the east coast of North Carolina, the coastal communities here.
Oh.
Only 5% in, but this is also one of those counties that has always picked the winner. North Carolina, not enough vote in to even compare it. I do want to talk about.
I get, dude. I've been playing hardcore. I think sniper headshots are annoying as fuck. I only get like a good game is like 10.
Greensboro, Guilford County, 55% in. Let's see how she's doing.
But I'm not a sniper, so I don't know.
So this is pretty good. I want to see how Trump's doing, though, in some of the rural counties where he has to drive up the vote. Robeson.
Nah, I ain't play campaign. I ain't even download it.
I want to go a little closer to Charlotte. Union County seems to be doing okay. Again, this is along the southern border, right above South Carolina. Seems to be holding his own. Anson, 92% in. This is actually a big flip. Let me see what this looked like in 2016. So this is interesting. Clinton won in 16. Biden won in 2020.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Kamala down to plus 275. Hey, hold on. Hey, they might even this hoe up, and then I can bet Trump, and I make like $50 either way.
Statewide, 63% in. This is the only battleground state that Trump won in 2020. That's why we're watching it so close. It was very close. It was his slimmest.
Hey, hold on. We made a good read. Hold on.
We're still watching and waiting here in North Carolina. As soon as we can make a call, again, too early.
Hey, let that Cali hit. I need that Cali to hit real quick. Make this shit even up a little bit.
We got a couple of results to read to you right now. These are ballot measures. We saw the abortion measure go down to defeat in Florida. It had a 60% threshold. In New York, it passes easily. 71% of the vote is the margin there. We'll go to Maryland. There was also an abortion rights measure, and that easily passes as well. Both of those blue states. Let's bring Laura Jarrett into this conversation because we do have 10 states that have these ballot measures, and obviously Democrats have hoped that that would help their fortunes, and especially in these battleground states.
New York, obviously not a place where people think of abortion rights under threat, but the initiative there was broader than just about abortion. It had to do with.
All right, they all know this. I might play a game real quick. I need hold on, let me check. I think I need 20, like 22 or something. Hold on. 26. All right, let me try to get these headshots,
You
man.
think about a place like South Dakota, a completely different story. We still have to wait to see what happens there. Arizona, a different story. Missouri, we still don't have enough in to be able to make a call on that.
And forgive me, let's see if the brain's still working here at 9:45.
Got a big set of cards there, so
this is a late night for the Today Show. But Nebraska has 2 measures, doesn't it?
It does.
1 for, 1 against.
1 for, 1 against, and so we'll see how that
So
one
which
shakes
one
out.
wins? The one with the raw vote?
The one
Bro,
that
it's
has
so
the
hot in
vote
here when I got my PS5 and my PC on. Hold on.
to make a call on
And of
that
course,
one
there have been other states that went this road prior to tonight.
Many states that had went this road and had been able to reach the threshold to pass it, Lester. That's why the Florida situation was interesting, obviously, as we've been discussing, different because of the threshold there. But you think about a place like Michigan, places like Ohio had managed to get it through in the past.
We have another presidential projection here.
Oh, we got an update. Let me see.
Here and walk you through it. I see it as you see it. NBC News projects Donald Trump will take the state of Ohio.
Oh, he won
17
Ohio.
Electoral votes. There is the breakdown of 441,000 vote difference now. 64% of the vote in Ohio, and again, Donald Trump is the winner there. And there's where it takes us on the road to
Oh, he at 185 now.
with 185 electoral votes.
Hold on.
With 81.
All right, let's go
Is
to
he
Savannah.
cooking
So
up? Hold
let's see,
on.
Not 1, but 2 Savannahs sitting at the desk, and any time, if possible. Exactly. Savannah, I mean, we've been looking a lot into the youth vote, and we were just talking about abortion. And
This ain't. Wait, if for once these bums got something ahead. Hold on.
It certainly is. For young women, it is their top issue.
Hey, for once these bums fucking are ahead.
Also for
Nice.
young women, 42% saying it is their top issue to just 10% of men saying that it's their top issue. When you talk about men, it's what you guys were mentioning earlier. The threats to democracy is up there, as well as the economy. There are certain
Golden
states, too, where we
spine.
are seeing- I know we just
I don't have gold on everything yet,
where we
or
are
diamond.
seeing Trump improve specifically with that young men under 30. In North Carolina, when I came to set just a little bit ago, 60% said they
I'm
supported
finishing
him.
right now.
That's up from 42% that voted for him back in 2020. So continuing to watch that. Abortion was also one where I saw a lot of activation on those college campuses all over the state of North Carolina, just talking about getting out to vote for the presidential ticket with that being attached to it. Of course, with the issue being attached to Harris and within Michigan, as well as in Arizona. Arizona's an interesting one, though, because, of course, as I'm talking to the expert when it comes to Arizona, but the state of ASU.
We're going to check out of the blue wall.
It get interrupted, bitch.
Characterization in the state
Oh,
of
she went in Wisconsin.
Our decision desk now calling it too close to call. You can see Kamala Harris out front right now. 23% of the vote in there, but again, too close to call in Wisconsin. Our election night coverage continues next with another batch of poll closings, including a critical swing state. We hope you can stay with us.
Dude, what about like 200 years ago when there was none of this shit? They could just say whatever they want, huh? They probably just made shit up back then. Hold on, I'm in. I'll play Ballot. What is this gay music, man? I don't want a hit marker. Well, I guess you don't get a hit marker with a sniper, huh? I don't know, I just didn't want hit markers.
Hardcore team deathmatch. Remind the fugitives that
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting...
Why is there no AFKs, man?
Because every day deserves the best start.
Need my fucking AFKs.
As we come out of the commercial break, a new characterization here in Pennsylvania.
Wait, what happened?
Decision desk now calling this race too close to call.
But she winning.
Kamala Harris leading right now with 34% in, but again, too close to call. We also have new characterization on the state of Michigan with 15 electoral votes. That will also go down in the too close to call column.
I'm being robbed of my headshots, man.
These are states that we thought would keep us up late, and they will.
They will. They'll live up to their billing. We're also watching key Senate races, key House races. The balance of power in both houses of Congress are hanging in the balance. We've got Kristen Walker keeping her eye on some of those results.
Yeah, Savannah, and some of these races are incredibly close as well. Let's take a look. We're going to start in Wisconsin. This is one of those races where Senator Tammy Baldwin, looking for a third term, was out front several weeks ago, but the polls really narrowed, and here we are. This race, too close to call. She's running against Eric Hovde, who is a real estate executive and bank CEO. Let's go to Pennsylvania now. The Pennsylvania Senate race, incredibly competitive. Senator Biden looking for a fourth term against Trump-backed businessman Dave McCormick. Again, this race still too close to call with 34% of the vote in. Let's head to Texas now. Colin Allred, former NFL
Wait, hold on.
making this a more competitive.
What the hell is this?
Participated in red Texas. Senator Ted Cruz looking for re-election there. We'll continue to watch that.
Oh, that's Senator.
And
Oh,
the
it's
Senate
like.
race in Ohio, too early to call. Again, this is too early to call. Senator Sherrod Brown looking for a fourth term against Bernie Moreno. Let's take a look at how the spread is in the Senate. Republicans again have picked up one seat, with Governor Jim Justice winning that Senate seat there after Senator Joe Manchin announced he wasn't running for re-election. The Ohio
Who is
Senate race
sucking me,
really
man?
significant, guys, and one to watch.
All right, we've got a call in the Kansas presidential race. Donald Trump is the projected winner in Kansas now. NBC News can
Oh, he won Kansas.
Let's see where that brings us. Here's the breakdown right now. 31,000 vote difference, but again, Donald Trump will win there.
Are we losing? Oh, we get to 50 on blood of guns. We win.
Road to 270. Donald Trump with 191. Kamala Harris 81 electoral votes. And we also want to go back and revisit, I think we have Michigan and Pennsylvania, I think, both too early to call.
Too close to call at this hour.
There we go.
Yeah, we'll pause there and let some of our other stations catch up with us. I have to show you the road to 270. The map's filling out, but we got a lot of work to do.
Welcome back. Here is where we stand right now on the road to 270. The map is slowly filling in.
Dude, that shotgun is killing me from there.
Still at 6 of 7 battleground.
Oh, well, I gotta pull that gun, but we're gonna lose
right now. So we're kind of in a waiting game. Actually, we have Kansas now. I believe we can make a call on. NBC News projects the state of Kansas will go to Donald Trump with 6 electoral votes. Here's the map now to 270 as we add that to the group. And Donald Trump out with 191 now to Harris's 81.
You mentioned we have 6 of 7 presidential battlegrounds to get to. Nevada will close here at the top of the hour, but let's look at Michigan. Too close to call right now, just 15% in. We could be up all night and perhaps beyond. Michigan didn't get called till late the next day in 2020. Pennsylvania, need I remind you, we were here till Saturday waiting for its results, but officials think they will be able to move a little bit more quickly, but at this hour, it's much too close to call. A tight race there, difference of 48,000 votes, so we will see how that shakes up. About 9:53, we've got more polls set to close soon. Candidates hoping to strike gold in the silver state, Nevada, rolling their dice. We're heading into the final stretch. More poll closings across the West, including another.
We're still losing so badly. What the fuck?
And its 6 electoral college votes could be critical.
Nevada, get out and vote. Nevada, ours is a fight for the future.
Both sides going all in, trying to win the state by targeting its large population of service workers.
No tax on tips. Continue our fight and eliminate taxes on tips.
Dude, what are my teammates?
First results from Las Vegas
What are you
and the
doing,
rest of the
man?
state as our decision desk gets
Fucking
ready to
red
make
line,
new calls
idiot.
on the road to 270. And that brings us to NBC's Steve Patterson, who's in Reno, the biggest little city in America, and a key swing county there. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Savannah. I have some bad news if you like to sleep in this state. Or maybe
Gotta bring that hoe back. All right. Hey, I got like 7 headshots, I think, or something with this stupid sniper, man. Hold on. Oh, I can't look. I got like 7.
In Reno, this is the Washoe County complex. It's like where all the government buildings are, the county clerk's office, register our voters. If you come this way, you see this line snakes beyond the county recorder. That county recorder means you have 40 minutes to go left if you reach this point. Meanwhile, though, we're hearing about lines that continue to be long all across the state. Southern Nevada.
You think Newtown easier?
Nye County, where we're hearing lines that are up to 3 hours long. They don't have enough
Let me try
machines
Newtown.
per people in that county. What that means is, unfortunately, because they cannot really release the data on how many people have voted, who has voted, some of the returns until the last person in line across the state has voted, it means numbers are going to be very slow. They can obviously tabulate
19 more, man.
in-person, they can tabulate the early voting, they can tabulate the
All right,
mail-in
hold on.
ballots, but they can't release any of that data until the last
Here's the
person
updated 188 to 99.
which means it's going to mean a lot more coffee tonight for people that are trying to watch the vote. Also, one thing to keep track of, the nonpartisan vote. That's the reason why we're in Washoe County. This is an incredibly purple county.
Let me see what the
People
odds
vote
are.
the issues, they vote their feelings. They don't vote party line, which leads us to talk about nonpartisans. It is 1/3 of the electorate in this state, higher share than Republicans, higher share than Democrats. These folks
He's back to minus 400.
And it's been really tough for
I haven't bet on John. What's the odds on John? He probably something crazy, isn't he? I will bet on John, but I gotta parlay it with something.
That they have a Trojan horse. Of course, Democrats seem to think that nonpartisans are younger, a little more racially diverse. Republicans seem to think that they're going to skew more conservative. And so we will see, but unfortunately...
He's minus 600, god damn.
It could be a minute before we get any sort of results here in Silver State.
All right. Well, Steve, stand by. Nobody sleeps in Las Vegas.
Crazy
maybe
odds,
not
man.
in Reno either. We know you won't be sleeping tonight. Tom, let's look at Nevada. This is a state where Republican fortunes have risen since the last presidential election.
Yeah, you are completely right. They have a Republican governor there. Let's talk about Nevada here. Right now, no vote in. Obviously, it's still too early for us to even start to get data in right here. But let's go to 2020.
The what? AEK? Oh, is that the burst? The marksman AK or whatever? That gun's really good, yeah.
The spread, though, was only 2 percentage points, a little over 2 percentage points. That's why it's a battleground for us. It's one of the reasons why we're watching tonight. I'm going to give you a primer on Nevada. What you have to understand is a lot of Nevada is Clark County. It's Las Vegas here. This is 3/4 of the electorate here. If Democrats can turn out their voters here, there is no way that Republicans can catch up. Between Las Vegas and Reno, which is Washoe County, this is the battleground county here. About 15% of the vote here. The vote in Washoe actually is reflective of the entire state much more than Las Vegas is. It's reflective because it's a mix of both Republicans and Democrats.
When is
wait,
we should about to be getting
If they can hold it tonight and do well in Las Vegas, it's game over there. But look at all of this Trump country in the middle. It's not a lot of people, but it is rural desert. With the exception of Elko, you have some.
Oh, they haven't counted Georgia, Pennsylvania, or Michigan or Wisconsin are not official yet. But they're both. There's a 2v2, no? Michigan and Pennsylvania versus Wisconsin and Georgia.
California who have been
and North Carolina.
Pandemic into Reno, right? And then Southern California moving to Las Vegas. People from California find it more affordable. They find it that they can get more for their money. Because of that, housing prices have gone up. So the economy and housing prices are a huge issue in Nevada. And finally, the last point I want to bring up here is that the unemployment rate right now in Nevada is over 5%. It's the highest of any state in the entire country. So the economy is going to be huge here. And you got to remember, Trump came out with this plan about no tax on tips. You have all those service workers and those service unions in
yeah, what do you mean 2v2? Aren't they like the same amount of votes basically? Let me check.
Unclear if it's ever going to become law or if they can even do that. But it was a plan that caught a lot of attention in Nevada, guys.
And a populist appeal, definitely.
And I think I'm glad Tom was talking through those points here because I think of Nevada and I think economy, right? You talked about the Republican governor, that largely driven by anger over pandemic shutdowns on the Strip, et cetera. No tax on tips. I'll also tell you another number. I think it's $3.80, just about $3.79. That's the price of a gallon of gas in Nevada, the highest of any battleground state. The economy is a big factor in this state, as are the Latino population, of course, and that's another factor that
Democrats for a long time had a big registration advantage, but that's all but disappeared. And as you mentioned, a Republican won statewide office, the governor's race in 2022.
It's also one of these states with an abortion ballot initiative as well, and a state that the Trump campaign believes you could see some ticket splitters on that.
And it's a competitive Senate race in Nevada as well. We talked about the fact that some of these Senate races, if you rewind about a month ago, weren't so competitive. It is incredible.
Oh, why are they voting TDM, fucking bums? Look how terrible everyone in here is. Holy shit.
So far that Donald Trump's performing tonight versus Harris, this really is an indictment of the Democratic Party for the last 3 years. Because you want to talk about Nevada, you talk about the voter registration advantage. Republicans, basically, for the first 3 years of this presidential cycle, just destroyed the Democrats in voter registration. All across the country in the battleground states, Republican registration advantage. The last 3 months, Democrats have done well. 3 years versus 3 months.
Oh shit, Trump just went minus 480. I think I donated, man. Hey, I donated, man, for real. That's RIP to my 31.
And this will bring us to battleground Nevada, which is our last battleground state we've not heard from.
Why is he minus 480? Damn.
NBC News can make a projection now in the state of Utah.
I'll make these headshots, man.
NBC projects that Donald Trump will win in Utah and take those 7 electoral votes. And we go further into the west, into Montana. 4 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Montana tonight. Here's the map, the road to 270. Donald Trump now with 201, Harris with 81. That's the road to 270.
Well, let's put Nevada up on the map here. It is, as you might expect, too early to call. And if you remember, in 2020, we didn't get a result in Nevada until Saturday, so we could be waiting a while.
Oh, yes, we remember.
Oh, we remember. You can send your
Don't even bring it up.
Oh, let me get them AFKs.
Okay,
Where my AFKs at?
Gotta say that was a Saturday call as well.
Let me go give me that AFK guy, man. Hold
Too
on.
close to call there. Let's see how much vote we've gotten though at this hour. Just 16%. So there's a lot of votes to be counted there. We'll move over to the state just nearby, Wisconsin, the other industrial Midwest battleground. 30.
Okay, we feasting on the AFK, man.
But too close to call. Georgia, too close to call, but we are getting to a much higher number.
Oh God, I might be pissed.
In just a bit with Tom
That's all right, man.
right
We got
over there in
AFK.
North Carolina as
AFK,
well,
where is he at?
vote too close to call. And finally, out west, the great battleground state of Arizona.
He
Too
mid?
close
He
to
is.
call. That's another one that may
No,
take
you
several days
pussy, man.
before we get
Let me
results.
kill him,
Let's
man.
go to Tom, and I really, Pennsylvania cannot
Leave me alone. Let me kill. Oh, he's gone. He got kicked. Fuck, man.
just as it did in 2020.
Yeah, and earlier I was talking about Eastern PA, guys, not talking about Western PA. Those Steelers fans. Let's start in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County here. 66% of the vote, and let's compare it to 2020. Slightly overperforming. That's good news for Harris because that's what she needs to do there if she wants to win the state of Pennsylvania. And look at this, Butler County. You'll remember that's where that first assassination attempt took place, just miles from Pittsburgh. Look what a different place this is. Trump is on top. 71% of the vote is in. He got 65 in 2020, 65%. He's down at 64. He's essentially performing where he needs to be. I also want to see how the vote is in these Western communities, Western PA communities, because fracking was a big issue here. Vice President Harris had to change her position on that. Washington County, right here on the border. Trump with 60% of the vote. Let's see how he did.
There we go.
2020. It's about the same. Westmoreland right next to here.
I got 3 right there. Hold on.
Allegheny County, 47% of the vote is in. He's at 65. So he's kind of where his marks were in 2020. Remember, he has to do a little bit better. Erie's the one that we're going to be watching. This is the big swing county. We only have 1% in. The reason why we're watching this is because Erie almost always picks the winner of the election here. But we only have 1% in Erie County. But we'll be watching that. Let's move east now. I know we have a lot of people from the Philadelphia area on the anchor desk tonight. See what's happening over there. Let's start in Chester County. Okay, so I'm going to give a quick whip around here. 2020, remember. So Harris has to drive up the vote in the suburbs just like Biden did and try to drive that vote in Philadelphia County. So
What
Chester's
the?
one of those ring counties. Let's move over to Delaware County here. She's overperforming there. Only a quarter of the votes in. Let's get to Philadelphia County here. 79%. She's going to want to increase those numbers. Again, we're still waiting on a lot of the vote. It's still very early. Remember, some of these counties
Are we winning?
late.
Yeah, we're good.
Go 28% in, 69% overperforming there. This is where Governor Shapiro is. You may remember that. She closed out Frontline Labs City right next to Governor Shapiro, making sure the people of Pennsylvania saw that. And then I want to park on Bucks for a while. And I want you guys to talk a little bit about Bucks. 24% in, but this is the county, the ring county around Philadelphia, one of the smaller counties that Republicans thought they could make some inroads here. More votes we got in some of those neighboring suburb areas, counties.
Here we go.
They say Southern Bucks might be a little
What
bit more
the
Trump
fuck,
country. That
buddy?
may have changed this election. We're going to have to wait and see. But you can see here the numbers aren't as high as they were with 24% in, 56% of the vote. Trump's going to have to try to run up the vote a little bit here if he wants to do better. I'm going to look at one more area before I send it to you guys. This is the swing carrot. Northampton almost always picks the winner in Pennsylvania. This is Easton. This is Bethlehem. That's that whole Lehigh Valley area there. Biden was at 49.
Oh, even that one was a headshot. Hold on, we
Right there.
feasting.
Look, guys, it's tough to draw any kind of information on who's on top or who's lower right now. Still too close to call. Trump's on top, but only about 17,000 votes. You remember the spread in 2020 was about 80,000 votes. So a lot of votes still out here. One thing I do want to mention, there was an exit poll out of Pennsylvania on Latino voters, and they broke for Trump
13
in
is
a
really good.
major
Holy
way.
shit.
That could possibly be a deciding effect here in Pennsylvania because you're talking about 600,000 Latinos that are registered to vote. Guys, back to you.
Can we talk about the amount of money that isn't spent in some of these races? Pennsylvania's looking here. Pennsylvania, Biden, Harris plus the DNC, $131.7 million.
Oh.
Yeah,
in
300
Pennsylvania.
million, I think, overall, when you add both campaigns together.
$1 billion to control the Senate.
That's right. That's right.
No, on one state. I remember making a big deal like 12 years ago. We had $1 billion presidential campaign. One state.
Isn't that so funny? Because it started out as a tie, and now tonight we're ending up, and it's a tie right now. But we'll see what happens.
We're going to be living and breathing Pennsylvania.
That's interesting, though, what Tom just mentioned about the exit poll. And again, do your caveats, but for Trump to win the Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania would be pretty huge because there's a big Hispanic population in Pennsylvania, especially in Lehigh Valley.
That's right. There's a big Puerto Rican population in Pennsylvania too, the most of any battleground. So let's talk about where that is. is, and I want to start with the national Latino vote here. And Savannah, love you for the grain of salt caveat. We know that these exit polls could shift a little bit, but here's what's so interesting here. It is Kamala Harris, of course, the vice president, who is winning the Latino vote over former President Trump, 53% to 45%. This is nationwide. But the number that you want to look at is this 45%. That is because of the overperformance of former President Trump nationally among the Latino vote. And you can see it here. He's 45% this year. 2020, I mean, this is a double-digit plus overperformance from where he was just 4 years ago. And if you get into some of these key battlegrounds, Tom mentioned Pennsylvania. We were just talking about Nevada, looking at my clock where the polls closed like 7 minutes ago. It is a similar story here. If you can pull up Nevada, you can see Latino voters, about 17% of the electorate there, vote for Kamala Harris.
Oh, I got like 15, bro. 17. That's really good.
But again, it's about the overperformance. He's
Oh,
doing
damn.
better with this group than he did
Take
2 years
17, man.
ago. Again, by a double-digit margin over the course of 4
What's
years.
our update
So as
on
I walk
this?
back to the desk, I will tell you, this is something
Dude, I think what it is the kids in this Newtown shit are way worse, bro. Like they don't, like they're just so shit. I get some tryhards in hardcore sometimes.
I want to bring in someone from our insider's desk right now.
We got an update? Oh, 198.
President Obama's re-election in 2012.
Damn.
What are you seeing here right now? And what are the and what are each?
Really? Okay, let's just say it's 198 to what is it, 53?
Just showed the most important 2 counties
If you add Cali.
Pennsylvania. The early vote in Allegheny
So we could just count Cali already, so.
better for Harris than expected. Then you look at Bucks County. When I was Obama's campaign manager, I was obsessed with Bucks County. And so far, it's looking like very early numbers, but she's doing really, really well. We talked about the Latino vote. That is a very scary number for the Harris campaign. They're going to want to do better.
Oh
But
my
the thing
God, I
about
need
the
one
exits
more,
that we
man.
haven't talked enough about
Fucking
is really
kidding
the
me.
senior
Alright, hold on.
vote.
31
Kamala Harris
shot.
is doing better with white seniors
15
in the
long
exit polls and in
shots.
some of the early results
That's kind of
than
annoying.
expected, than a
Okay.
little bit better than even Joe Biden. You'd rather have those much more high propensity voters and a lot of a bigger.
You can get long shots on Nuketown Garage?
So those are 3 things
I think,
we're
right?
seeing very early
Or no?
that make her campaign pretty happy. But in general, Trump is running
You can, right?
numbers in rural
All right.
better than he did in 2020, which has to concern the Harris campaign.
And we talked a lot about young men who are breaking for Trump. We saw the MAGA hats and some of the long lines at the universities.
Yep.
Is that unexpected?
Hey, Trump minus 850 on Bovada. Oh God, they robbed me, man.
Both sides have a little bit of
I was
excitement.
bamboozled.
I talked to Harris officials in the last hour who said, look
Big
at the
Don
lines
got it.
in Penn State. Look at the lines in Arizona. Look at the lines in the Philly college campuses. They feel really good about their ground operation. They have the
Hey, I'm about to go vote. Hey, they still open over there somewhere in Arizona. I can mail in an Arizona one. They don't know.
$1 billion field campaign for this.
Let me mail in a couple.
And they're really going for it on the college campuses, and they kind of need it right now.
Jim Messina, good to see you. Thank you.
All right, we've got a winner to announce. Kamala Harris takes Colorado as expected. It used to be a battleground years and years ago, but has really trended to the Democrats in the last couple of presidential cycles. And here's how it shakes out with 54% of the vote counted. In Colorado, they vote by mail, and those ballots get to be counted quite quickly. So we see that Kamala Harris will
Wait,
take
what did she just say?
Colorado, so we can fill out the map just a little bit more as we.
Oh, she at 201 to 91. Shit, hold on.
We have yet to call one of the battleground states for Kamala
201.
Harris. Right now, her best path remains those 3 industrial
on,
Midwest
man.
states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Donald Trump flirting with Georgia and North Carolina.
I wanna get a
Perhaps
dog
Arizona
if I
and
can.
Nevada. It'll be wild before we get results there. We've got Garrett Hake, who is at Trump headquarters in West Palm. And Garrett, what's the mood there? What are you hearing?
Savannah, I've been talking to Trump campaign officials, and look, we all know the cliche on election days where you hear campaign sources say they're feeling cautiously optimistic. What has happened in the last half hour is my sources have stopped using the word cautious to describe their optimism. They are feeling increasingly confident as more and more votes come in.
Is there a camera on Dawn? Or no? He need to stream that shit. You know how many viewers he would get if he streamed this? Oh, I'm in.
Voters, more black voters, more Latino voters, even by small amounts to join their coalition. In the battleground states, they are seeing that happen. And if it does happen, it would be a historic realignment of the parties. Now, again, none of these battlegrounds have been called, but with all the battleground, states now closed, the voting is done, except for the folks who are waiting in line.
I need one headshot, man.
Much else left for them to do, but watch and wait in an increasingly optimistic atmosphere, both here at West Palm Beach and at Mar-a-Lago, where Trump and his closest allies, friends, and family are watching the results come in. Savannah.
All right, thank you, Garrett.
All right, let's go with
How do I get
with the Harris campaign in Washington, D.C. What's the optimism level there tonight?
We're winning. Keep it that way.
Well, I think there's certainly a level of anxiety, at least according to some of the Harris allies with whom I've been speaking to over the course of the last hour.
What the fuck, man? What? Actually, I want this side anyway.
The Democrat winning his effort to become the state's governor, that we were able to project a while back, but obviously not the same for Kamala Harris, at least not yet. That indicates that there's clearly some split ticket voters. There are some folks who will be voting for Joe Biden as governor, but then Donald Trump as president. Otherwise, we would have a projection already in that state right now. They say that is an indicator.
Hey, dumb fuck teammate, shoot him, man. What?
They're able to win. If that happens, and these are all ifs.
That didn't count, man.
That does again shrink their path to victory to 270. They really are relying heavily on those blue wall states right now. And one of those key states, obviously, is Pennsylvania, the biggest prize of them all with 19 electoral votes. I spent many of the last several days up there, and I was in the urban centers where the Harris campaign put a lot of its energy, including in Philadelphia, and particularly in places like Philadelphia, where they were sending buses up there to knock on doors to help swell the number. They're really relying on.
I might just play a different map, bro. I don't want to wait here all game.
That surrounded. They need to run up the numbers.
It didn't count.
Those
Did it?
suburban women in particular, the suburbs more broadly right now, and in Philadelphia. So that's where a lot of them are hanging their hat, at least according to the allies I'm speaking to right now. We're going to keep a close eye on that as this night.
Yeah, I'll just play a different map.
All right, Peter Alexander, thanks for.
I'll just finish this one out. Get my one shot.
The Texas Senate race.
What's going on in Texas? Hold on.
NBC News projects that Ted Cruz
fuck this ugly fuck.
His seat again in Texas. Democrats have taken some big swings in recent years in Texas, but over the land, haymaker Colin Allred will come up short tonight in his bid to
I might be able to get it here.
Ted Cruz.
Let's go to Chuck on this because I mean Texas is the white whale for Democrats. Chuck Schumer, the Democratic campaign committee, threw money in Texas late in the game, thinking maybe there was something going on there. Texas has a very restrictive abortion ban, as we know.
The Democratic Party went way late into both of those two races. They sent a signal to donors for a year and a half. We're not going to bother with Texas and Florida. They're too expensive to do, and they had too many incumbents who defended Ohio, Pennsylvania.
They're not coming out garage, man.
Then Allred just kept hanging around, so they thought maybe late money, but this is, you don't just flip this, notice we haven't seen anything flips tonight in general. You don't just flip the state in 3 weeks. You don't just show up in 3 weeks and think magically things are going to happen.
Whoa, who naded me, bro?
How nationalized our conversation is, how polarized we are. This is a case where at some point the Democratic Party, if they're serious about Texas, they got to spend 4 years there. You can't just do it.
Let me just do the other one.
It's the same story we just talked about in Florida.
It's semi-auto, right?
Again, I go back. The Republican Party for the last 4 years has been much more aggressive. You heard Garrett talk about it. The Trump campaign has its muscles because it worked. They had massive voter registration campaigns for the last 3 years, and it has padded them. It's what Texas. Republicans got stronger in Texas. I mean, Latino vote in Texas. When you've got over 60% Latino men moving in Texas towards the Republicans, that's realignment.
Nice. Latinos for Trump.
And I think we have another Senate call to make now in the state of Maryland. NBC News projects that.
Give me a headshot, man. What the fuck, man?
In Maryland, Angelo also.
What is this pussy doing?
Win.
Y'all see my pic on Twitter? My white dudes for Harris pic? Dude, there was people responding. They thought that was me.
Difference 171,000 votes there.
So here's the Senate at this hour. They picked out the Republicans have picked up 1 seat. They need to pick up 2 to take control of the Senate. And the one hanging in the balance right now in terms of that are Ohio, Sherrod Brown in the fight for his political career in Ohio. Michigan, we're watching Alyssa Slotkin trying to hold on to that seat after retirement there.
Montana might flip. If it flips, that would give Republicans control of the Senate.
Absolutely. I think Montana and Ohio are the two, if you are Republicans, that you're watching quite closely to see if they can flip those states. I do think it's notable when you think about the realignment.
Fuck is stunning me so much, man.
Talking about. You think about the state of Pennsylvania, the Latino voters, the split there. The fact that what Trump is running on, remember, is his first day in office to start a mass deportation plan. A lot of folks have asked him for details about what would that actually look like. He has not given them, but it is notable that he's increased his support based on what we're seeing so far amongst Latino voters, that is something that has resonated with them. Democrats making that way to try to win them back, and so far, based on what we're seeing, didn't work.
And yet the exit polling also shows that more people do not want to see immigrants deported if they are here illegally here. They want to see
and this gun's pissed too. I keep getting hit markers.
Which is another nugget we got from the exit poll. So interesting dynamics at play.
All right, let's go over to Tom Yamas. He's got the big board going, and the state of Iowa, which has been intrigued since a Saturday night surprise at the poll.
Huge question mark. You woke up on Sunday and you watched Meet the Press with Kristen Welker.
Why are we getting shit on? I'm gonna actually put a gun.
People woke up on Sunday, and according to the Des Moines Register poll, Harris was up by 3 points within the margin of error. The politics desk just pointed this out to me. Let's dig in because we have some voting data now. 45% of the vote is in. But let's look at Polk County. This is the biggest county, the most people. This is Des Moines, the capital here. So she's on top, 55% to 43%, 94% of the votes in. But look at Trump's margins. Trump's actually doing better than he did in 2020. Let's go over here to another county, Dubuque County, 94% of the votes in. Trump's at 52. Trump was at 50. So he's growing in both those districts, in both those counties, I should say. For Democrats to flip Iowa, he has to be doing worse in those counties. Again, look, there's still a lot of vote out. A lot of vote has to come in, but this would be a shock if Republicans lost Iowa. Remember, Trump won 98 of the 99 counties in the primary, and when you go back to elections past, he won by 8 points in 2020, and he won by 9 points in 2016. So my point here being that if the trend was Iowa was going to turn blue, she has to bring out the votes in Des Moines and in other places, and right now that's not happening.
We actually have a call right now. Let's play the music here. Projection, and Iowa will go red, as was widely expected until that poll. Right there, Trump wins the 6 electoral votes of Iowa, and so we can see the breakdown there with about half the vote counted there. So there was this thought that perhaps because of this restrictive abortion ban that just went into effect in July, and this highly respected pollster coming out, that perhaps there was going to be a wave of independent women who could somehow turn this red state blue, but this was not to be, Chuck.
This is a miss because this looks exactly the way Iowa was 4 years ago. You know, we're in margin of error range there. So look, she thought she'd found something with
the pollster,
independent women looking like they were choosing, and certainly we've seen some evidence of it in national polls, a point or two here or there. And look, I've seen it throughout the Midwest, but it's a point here or a point there. I don't know if it's enough to make up for the loss of voters of color that have clear. I mean, that continues to me to be the big story of the night, is the shift among Hispanics. Look, Hispanic voters are swing voters, and I think, you know, what's interesting here is the Republican Party treated them the same way they treated white working class voters. They courted them the same way they treated white working class voters. The Democratic Party has spent a lot of time treating it as an identity group, you know, and whether it's Latinx, which sort of fell flat, and so there's been a lot of hand-wringing about this inside Democratic circles. A real split, like, you know, it was a total misread by the postal strategists when it comes to how to target working class voters of color. And I think we're starting to see sort of a working class coalition start to drift to the right. You know, before, Donald Trump had working class whites. Now he's adding working class Hispanics and working class, not necessarily seeing evidence of working class African Americans, but adding working class Hispanics. That becomes a very durable story.
Another way of saying that is the education gap.
Well, it's the same thing.
College educated or not college educated.
It doesn't matter your ethnicity. It matters your education.
Right. Is it Donald Trump or is it the Republican Party?
Or is it the Democratic Party? Okay, meaning, like, I don't, you know, the Democrat, it is, first of all, Latino voters, in many ways, are driven by the same issues.
Stupid fucks.
And there's one issue in particular, actually, that Republicans align closer with Latino voters, or Latino voters.
That you won, bums?
Conservative.
GG's.
Conservative Party, and that's school choice. And that has been, and you can't help but wonder, both Florida and Texas have been very aggressive about expanding school choice. Where have Republicans made the greatest gains among Hispanic voters? Florida and Texas. So education, economy, those issues bread and butter issues, and that is how they talk to them. Not saying Democrats weren't, but for the
Alright,
sort
I'm gonna
of
play a different map, I think.
issues don't play as well.
Try to find a bigger
with
map so I can
Hispanic
do long
voters
shots.
as they may with college-educated whites or Hispanic.
And we saw the Trump campaign hammer some of those issues over and over again. Take a break right here. Coming up next, things
I might
are
eat
heating
real
up. The
quick.
votes
Honestly, I might take a
are
break
rolling
and
in. We've
eat.
got the latest on the battleground states, and we're inching closer to that 270 mark. Stay with
I got
us.
some pasta.
Election night rolls on.
Yeah, I got 0 that game, man. That's annoying. Alright, I'm gonna do a different map for that. Just need long shots on that though. Not bad. And then this piece of shit gun. And I'm done. With snipers at least. Alright, I'm gonna eat real quick. Full screen this motherfucker. The VPN shit don't really work no more. That was like back in like the original Warzone, that shit worked. It don't really work no more. 2 consoles is pretty easy. 2 consoles is also like guaranteed. VPN is not guaranteed. Alright, 1 second. I'm gonna go heat up my shit real quick.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to NBC News coverage of the road to 270 now. There's where things stand. Donald Trump out with 207. And we're able to make a projection characterization in Virginia. 13 electoral votes. They're too early to call that race in Virginia. We move to Nebraska right now. That race also too early to call. Less than half of the vote in, so still a ways to go there. We move to Minnesota. And Donald Trump and Kamala Harris right now, that's too early to call. Trump out to an early lead. In Pennsylvania, this is one of the big battleground states, could be the biggest, 19 electoral votes, too close to call, the characterization. Wisconsin, another battleground. Here's where it looks right now. Too close to call, a difference of fewer than 8,400 votes there right now, and 47% in, so more to count there as well.
Brings us over to Tom Yamas, who's looking at Wisconsin, and what are you seeing in these early numbers?
So a quick reminder, when you think about Wisconsin, think of 20,000. That was the vote difference in both 2016 and 2020. That's what decided the vote. Trump won in 2016. Biden flipped it in 2020. Right now, 47% of the votes in. We want to dive a little deeper and look at some of these counties. We're going to start with the biggest one, Milwaukee. Again, we're still waiting for a lot of the vote in Milwaukee. We're expecting this a little later in the night. 51% is in. Let's see how Harris is doing compared to Biden 4 years ago. She's down about 3 points, 3 or 4 points, 2 points actually, we should say. But we're still waiting on the vote there. Let's go over to Madison. This is Dane County. This is where the University of Wisconsin is. This is one of the fastest growing areas of the state here. 75% for Biden in 2020. She's 2 points down, but again, 75% of the vote is still out. Let's talk about the Republicans now. We talk about the WOW counties. These are the counties around Milwaukee. The first one, Waukesha here. Trump's at 59.6. 77% of the vote is in. He's slightly underperforming by a percentage point or two. Let's go over here to the O and WOW, Ozaki. 55. He's at 54. So, a slight change, but almost around the same margins. And then Washington doing much better. 50% of the vote is in, 49. He was at 68 in 2020. He's now up to 70. The other part where they do well in the other part of the state, in Green Bay, it's called the BOW. So yes, it's the BOW counties and the WOW. Bow wow. I know that's pretty funny, but maybe it's not that funny. Anyways, Brown is Green Bay.
It'll pass.
It'll pass. Trump is 52%. He's up big time here, but again, only 33% of the vote is in, and there are a lot of Democratic votes in Green Bay as well. We're going to come down here to the O and BOW out of game.
All right, man.
54-57. Again, he's overperforming there, and then finally, Winnebago, 36%. I want to show two more counties you guys may have heard of, may not have. Racine, these are suburbs of Milwaukee, getting closer to Chicago. These were counties that Trump flipped from Obama, and then he held them 4 years later. 15% in. Trump was at 51-68. That's a strong number for him. We go to Kenosha, which has been in the headlines, especially after the George Floyd protests. 50% in 2020, 73%.
What's the actual?
He's overperforming
198 to 112.
Wisconsin right now,
So really 198 to like
Republicans have some
166,
sort of
I
positivity
think.
here that they're looking at. Sauk
I'm
County
just
is one of
counting
these
tally.
counties that we watch that usually picks the winner of Wisconsin. Sauk is one, and Dorr.
Wait,
the
did
other
they?
one.
Which
Probably
of
heard
the?
Dorr, if you've been following the political headlines lately.
They still haven't counted. Oh, Pennsylvania's red now.
So we're gonna wait till the numbers get corrected there for right now.
And
But Sauk County, we can look at 48% is in. Biden
Michigan's
won this in 2020.
blue.
Trump won it in 2016.
Carolina red.
47-50. You can see Trump's overperforming there. But again, still a lot of the vote is out. We're gonna have to wait and see and what happens. And in case you're wondering, Sauk County, home of the International Clown Hall of Fame. So if you ever want to go down there and you're near Madison, drive over to Sauk.
We're getting to the witching
alert,
hour. We
Savannah.
got the
Fun fact
fun
alert.
fact alert from Tom. Welcome to the fun
we haven't
facts.
even hit midnight yet.
Yes, exactly. Let's go to Stephanie. Gosh, she's in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. A lot of hopes riding on Pennsylvania for the Harris campaign. What do you know?
We got Pennsylvania news.
Yeah, there certainly are, Savannah. We are here in Philadelphia.
Damn, that shit close.
Tabulation Center. This is where they're going through all those mail-in ballots. And, we've been noticing in recent weeks and months kind of a lessons learned category from 4 years ago. And this place is a perfect example of some of those lessons that have been learned. You may remember in 2020, the tabulation of the mail-in ballots in Philadelphia took place in downtown Philadelphia, and it was basically chaos. Now, they're in this entirely new building. It is secured by a fence with barbed wire, and they are doing tabulation inside here. We're actually not allowed inside, but it's going on as we speak right now.
Oh, that's where it is.
And one of the unknowns back in 2020 at the end of the night was, well, just how many mail-in ballots are there out there? We don't know. Well, tonight, right before midnight, we're going to get a briefing here from the city commissioner, from Seth Bluestein. He's going to tell us how many of those mail-in ballots from Philadelphia have been processed and how many they have yet to process, to give an idea of how much more time it is going to take. All of that, more transparency, this more security, so things go much more smoothly. Savannah?
All right, thank you, Stephanie.
The Pennsylvania gonna take a while, huh?
Democratic Senator Claire McCaskill.
Is this shit gonna be announced tonight or no?
Director of Strategic Communications for the Trump 2020
They have to wait for mail-in shit.
How's the blue wall looking right now, Senator?
Well, you know what? I just got to say, with the exception of brave Ann Seltzer and her poll in Iowa, where clearly she did not get it right, it looks like the pollsters got it right in this election because I'm looking at these blue walls. If you look at Berks County, Harris is underperforming.
You were doing what? The audio
County,
wasn't working.
She's overperforming. It's going to be razor close. I don't think there's any question. Now, what we're going to have to figure out is, do we have a country where an election can be close and people can accept the results? That's the question that I'm beginning to worry about, that if these are all really close and they go the way of Donald Trump, I don't think there'll be any problem.
Well, Mark, we live in a 50-50 world. I mean, we do. I mean,
we really do.
And it's not going to stop after
All right, what's going on, guys?
Wednesday or
work for me, dude.
No, and one of the things I'll tell you, I'm
That's
looking
gotta
at
be
right
you.
now is Philadelphia itself, because while Kamala Harris has her margin, the numbers aren't there. She's about 2 points behind right now of where Joe Biden was.
Hey, that guy just found out he's deaf.
71,000 vote difference.
It's a tough way to find out, man.
Rural areas. Right now, with 50% of the vote in, the last time I looked, she's on pace for maybe 390,000, maybe 400 or so thousand.
That's if the current margins hold, and that's a projection. She needs to be above 450. Yeah. And if we're down there in that race, because right now it's about 190,000 vote difference with 50% in.
It's early, but I mean, it seems like what we're gleaning from exit polls and other data is that the Trump campaign is overperforming, doing very well with Hispanic voters and young men.
We have an update.
That Joe Rogan army appears to be real in a lot of these places. Is that what you're seeing, Mark?
No, absolutely. I think they're very excited by that, and they also see that they're overperforming in rural
Wait, how many views does his Joe Rogan episode have? Is it the most viewed one ever?
Some of the suburbs. It's not always working, but I think in some of these key battleground states, it's panning out right now.
Claire, what are you hearing from the Democratic side?
What's the most viewed one?
First of all, I think that there's a lot of people on the Democratic side.
There's second most after
Sherrod Brown and John Tester right now. How about that?
I don't even know who are these guys. Who is that?
For Trump in Montana, and it hasn't been called for.
Who's Bob
for
Lazar?
the Senate race. Gives you
Oh, it's the aliens guy.
in Ohio.
Yeah, but that's 5 years ago.
Is true. It's a 50-50.
This is 11 days ago.
Let's assume for purposes
it's gonna pass it probably eventually.
That in fact they take the Senate, and let's assume for purposes that Trump wins the presidency. They're not going to have more than 51 votes in the Senate, maybe 52. And you have a couple of Republicans that are.
Wait, didn't who else went on there?
Stuff like Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski. You could actually have a
Did
situation.
Elon just go on there? Actually, again, no view. Oh wait, hold on. This fool. He's got 14 mil.
Depending on how it goes.
I think Elon just went under, didn't he?
Time that I think that regardless of how this turns out, I think the leader of this country needs to
right here, 10 mil.
It's time to quit dividing and try to unite and figure out if we can't find ways to work together.
We have a divided Senate. I mean, already the status quo is, essentially tied with Democrats having.
Dude, Elon been dick riding so crazy. I had to unfollow that guy, dude. He just dick ride all day long, man. Don't he got work to do or something?
We know, but Democrats are hoping to take back control of the House. They only need.
Don't he run some companies or something, man?
Those races will go, but
it's insane. Just non-stop, all day long. He dick riding.
Very divided, and this is what.
Like, don't you got something to do, man?
And right now, so far, that is what the results are bearing out.
And I will say, we're sitting here, it's 10:30 Eastern time. This is kind of a little bit of a strange moment. We have some data in, but not all.
Yeah, I unfollowed him, and it still promotes him, because, I mean, it's his shit, so, I mean, he probably told them to make it to where, like, he gets promoted or whatever.
Interesting moment in the evening, and I think it bears having this conversation, because when you look at the strategies from each of these campaigns, the vice president did something very specific. She looked to once she got into the race not too long ago, she looked to cast Donald Trump as a danger to democracy, but she also looked to make the positive case for herself and why she should get another 4 years. Her campaign spent so much time in places like Wisconsin. Think about that Ripon visit, the birthplace of the Republican Party, bringing out Liz Cheney, former congresswoman on the Republican side. I think everybody knows who the Cheney.
What's the next big update? Let me see.
Reach out to this tiny slice of people.
We ain't gonna get. Are we gonna get?
Former President Trump looked to
Wisconsin and Michigan. Oh, this is, dude. That's basically even. Damn, both of these are basically even.
I mean, Kamala Harris went around with Liz Cheney.
What about Arizona? How's that looking? Yeah, that's even as hell.
Arizona, we saw, Jimmy McCain and some of these big names, former Republicans, Jeff Flake, who are out there. She was trying to
North
find
Carolina,
those
that's GG's.
The suburban women who just had enough with Donald Trump.
About Georgia,
very quickly, because we have a call
that's still kind of close. We got an update.
Nebraska. Okay, this is
Nebraska. I mean, come on.
3 of the 5 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. 3 of 5, you ask? That takes me to Tom. I'll let you explain it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Again, so Nebraska, remember, they give out their electoral votes for the popular vote, whoever wins the state. They also give them by congressional district. From what you just reported there, projecting one of the congressional districts, it's going to be District 3.
It's like mainly Trump.
There are 2 other congressional districts, 1 and 2, that we're still watching. Nebraska District 2, this is the big one that we've been watching. It's the swing district. The other one, Nebraska 1, usually goes red. We're still waiting on some vote there. It hasn't been called yet. But again, Nebraska 2 is the big one, because if it came down to that 269 scenario. We would come here to Omaha. Nebraska District 2 is Omaha.
Being decided by Omaha is crazy.
Conservative county, Saunders, and a little bit of Sarpy as well. I think we just can't call it. The difference is 22,000 votes. That's what the difference was in 2020 when Biden won the state. So Democrats are in good shape right now. It's unclear how much of the vote is out. Let me see if I can come back and see if we can get how much of the remaining vote is out in this state. We can't check it just yet. As soon as we have a call on Nebraska 2, we'll bring it to you. It's one electoral vote in a razor-tight election. Each electoral vote is important.
210 to 91.
Look at the battlegrounds. It's 10:35 in the east, 7:35 in the west, and we've got all battlegrounds.
Oh, we ain't gonna have nothing big for 24 minutes.
Counted, and too close to call is something you're going to hear me say a lot over these next few moments. That's the story in Pennsylvania. About 58% of the vote in there. In Michigan, also too close to call, the battleground state where both candidates spent a ton of time, alongside Wisconsin as well. Too close to call at this hour, still counting about half the vote in.
Damn, this shit's close.
Georgia.
You see how close Wisconsin was?
By a hair. In 2020, Donald Trump trying to get it back tonight, too close to call. In North Carolina, we're still calling it too early to call, so we're waiting for more vote.
Oh, this one is not too close, too early.
Is in Arizona, too early to call too. We just had the polls closed there about 90 minutes ago. They got to wait a
Damn,
little
it's
bit
the
before
same.
they can even start counting votes there. And same thing in Nevada. It'll be a while there. And in fact, if you mail your vote in Nevada, I think you can mail it. It could be land there as late as Friday, actually, and still be counted. Those are the rules in that state.
Well, I can still mail that hoe to Nevada.
It's being filled out.
My plus 300 is chalked. Hold on, let me mail a couple.
So familiar with over these last couple of presidential cycles with those big question marks. Tom, let's go to Pennsylvania, because I think this is, we've often said this will be the ball game, and we're starting to get more vote, and maybe we could look at some of those bellwethers, like in Erie County, for example, or Lackawanna County. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we're also seeing some outliers as well, Savannah. I want to show you talking about Center County.
The current odds, Trump is minus 850. He was minus 900, so he went down slightly.
Biden
but
won this in 2020. Hillary Clinton won this in 2016. Why am I highlighting this county? Let me move the map over again. Center County. This is Penn State. This is Happy Valley.
This county
This is
flipped.
a university county. The Democrats should be on top right now. Again, there's 68% of the vote in. They could still
wait,
catch
that's
up,
big for
but
Big
Trump is
D,
on
no?
top right now. I want to go back to Eastern PA again, which has changed because a lot of people from New York and New Jersey have moved to the eastern portion of the state. We're talking about Northampton. This is one of those bellwethers, Savannah, you were talking about. It almost always picks the winner going back to like the Kennedy years, I think. Trump won it in 2016. Biden won it in 2020. Right now, Trump's on top. 73% of the vote is in, so there's still vote out. Those things could change. Again, it's still early. We're not calling these counties as well.
waiting.
I want to zoom in here. This is Berks County. I'm going to zoom in. Reading, PA. This is a city where Hispanics are the majority here. 92% of the vote is in. Trump is up at 56. It's not a huge surprise, but what it shows is that he's overperforming. He won this county in 2016 and 2020, and tonight he's overperforming. Again, some of that vote is still out, but we're watching that. Finally, I want to look at Scranton right here. Okay, Lackawanna County. Republicans really thought they maybe
is that
had a
where the
chance
office
in
is or
Scranton at least
no?
to peel away
Isn't it?
some of the votes there. Again, this is where Joe
It
Biden
is,
is
right?
from. People wondered if he got the friends and family discount there with voters. She's underperforming tonight, 51% right now. Biden was at 53. In a state where it could be determined by 40,000 votes, 80,000 votes, every little bit matters. If they're looking at the map right now and you're a Republican, you're probably feeling a little bit better. But again, I just want to say it's still so early in the night, and there's still a lot of vote out. Philadelphia County, just because this was brought up on the set earlier, 62% of the vote is in. Biden was at 81. Damn. She's at 77. A lot of the vote is still out, but again, she wants to be in the same high watermarks where Biden is, guys.
Yeah, Mark Lauder was just here. You know, you staffed Vice President Pence, and you're obviously a longtime Republican operative. You think there's not enough vote for her to make up that margin?
Well, there's still
98, 112. Well, really, so they had it at 200 something.
Like death by 1,000 cuts. And so if you drop 40,000 votes in this state, maybe 6,000 or county, this 6,000 in another. Next thing you know, you run out.
Oh
of
shit! Yo, hold on.
To the brilliant mind.
Trump just went to minus 1,100.
That happens. I'm not nearly that good at math, but it's starting to look a little more encouraging. And when you see the Latino vote come in, when you see some of the
they have Trump winning the popular vote now. They have him as a favorite to win the popular vote as well.
Because there are several places, and we're starting to now at this point in the night get some trends across battlegrounds when it comes to exit polling with all the necessary caveats that you have heard by now. And there's a few places where former President Trump is making improvements from his performance 4 years ago. It is Latino voters, as you talk about, Mark. It is voters under 30, as you talk about. It is independents. He doesn't mean he's winning them, but he's doing better than he was 4 years ago. Here's where her improvement is, and this is interesting. It's with seniors. It's with voters over the age of 65, and we're starting to see
That might be GG's, man.
No, oh my gosh, Savannah, and I just wanted
They got him winning the popular vote.
Full disclosure, we talked about it in the commercial break like 2 hours ago, so it was more of a callback to something that I forgot we didn't say on the air because we're chit-chatting constantly. But the seniors piece of it is interesting because think about who actually gets out and votes, right? Who is more likely to get out there and vote? It is seniors. So there's some fascinating dynamics at play, and as we're all talking about, 10:40, we're only on our first cup of coffee.
I think one of the dynamics at play as we watch these results come in that's so fascinating. You think about how close, what a tough slog Pennsylvania is as we watch this come in, and you think about that decision that she made to have Walz as her running mate, as opposed to Governor Josh Shapiro. So as we watch this come in, and even on the day that she made that announcement, a lot of people
They're still, dude. They're only 60%.
Shapiro on the ticket, and
Governor
you have
Shapiro,
to think folks are thinking.
well, I mean,
There's
if
still
she
a
loses
lot.
Pennsylvania, you can guarantee that story is already being written. I mean, Senator McCaskill, Josh Shapiro has, even in pretty red counties, is a very popular governor.
He is, but so is Tim Walz in the Midwest. And I think what her decision was, one of judgment, where she looked at somebody who had a resume just like hers, and she looked at someone who was much different. He wasn't Ivy League. He wasn't all smooth. He was relatable and a coach and somebody who really kind of oozed Midwestern relatability. And I think she thought was an add plus as opposed to just a mirror of who she was. And, I don't know if it was the right call or not. I think they're both terrific people. Either way, they're going to be around. Shapiro's not going anywhere. You may see him on
210. Yeah, he had 210 on this. This shit ain't updated. Oh, this shit updated to 204 now. But he's at 210. Oh, it just updated 210.
I
Yep.
do think that.
Hey, 210 to 166.
There was a real feeling that there was such a
166.
good ground game compared to what
At the
Trump
very.
And to be clear, we haven't called those.
No, we haven't. But
Minimum.
I'm looking internally at the numbers, and they're not as
Hey, this shit
hopeful
might
as
be
I would
over,
like
bro.
them to be. I still think we have a path, obviously, in the blue wall states, and I
Shit
don't
might
think
be
anybody
over,
knows
bro.
how Nevada is going to turn out, and I think that is another one. We could have 4 states that determine the presidency that are all decided by less than a half a point.
Okay. Thanks for that.
That's so 2024, Senator.
How's that?
Let's go to NBC News correspondent Allison Barber now in Gwinnett County, Georgia. Allison, how are things going there?
Hey, Lester, so we're starting to get initial numbers from the early voting in this county. Initially, they were a little delayed in uploading some of those to the public because they said they were having difficulties with their software of getting a clear image. They were going line by line with a Republican watcher, a Democrat watcher, and other election officials getting those votes up. But now they have those reported, and based on the percent of early votes that are out, Harris is leading in the early votes that they have tabulated in this county so far, but still they haven't counted any of the precincts that reported today. That process still happening here. So you see these people coming in. They're all people who have come from the different precincts in this county. There are 156 precincts in Gwinnett County. What they're dropping off right now, you see these purple bags here. Those are provisional ballots, in addition to a lot of blue bags. And the blue bags, I'm told, have official election material that had to be returned, pamphlets, things that sort of gave directions to the election workers, all of that stuff coming in now. It's coming in waves. The first wave of stuff that was brought in from precinct captains on were the memory cards with the vote. That's something that election workers tell me is a way, a thing that's changed over the years. They said they used to get everything, the election materials that had to be returned, provisional ballots, and the memory cards with the votes all at once. And because it took a while to clean up, it would take a little longer for those memory cards to come in. Now they get the memory cards first, then the rest of the materials. The memory cards, they're actually in all these little bags. You see them unzipping there. Those are from 156 different precincts. Each precinct has at least 2 memory cards that have the vote count from today on them. They go in here, they get processed, and they go out to the public. So they're still deep in that process right now. But let's go again to the back, because this is where we see a lot of activity happening on and off, whether it's the early votes being processed and scanned and tabulated, or mail-in ballots being opened and sorted, or provisional ballots being reviewed. So remember, the thing that we were watching in this county was what would the margins be like, because it leans Democrat. We expected Democrats to carry this county, but ultimately back in 2020, Donald Trump got 40% of the vote in Gwinnett County. And what Republicans were hoping was if they could notch that up by a couple percentage points, they could cut in to Harris's margins. And then if they also did well in Republican strongholds, could potentially carry the state.
All right,
what
man.
We're seeing in turnout is turnout so far.
Hey, you know what we need to do?
Turnout numbers in 2020, and right now,
And we gotta start crafting up some tweets.
is holding at about 40%. So right now, those extra
I gotta start crafting up some shit, man.
Yes, that's Tom Yamison's lane.
Ad revenue about to be made.
Here, though, is where they're going through some of the different
Hold
election
on, man.
material. They've also been sorting provisional ballots. You can see them in the back here, Savannah and Lester. They're just busy working. They will be here late at night. They expect
I'm thinking
of stuff to come from the
if Trump wins,
Savannah.
I need to have like a pic of that guy. I need to find that guy that I posted. I need to find more pics of him, and I'm gonna say, yeah, that's it. I can't believe Trump won. Me and my boyfriend will be leaving this country or something, you know, something like that. And I'm gonna post that guy. Hold on, man. Hold on, man. I'm gonna start some shit like that, man. Hold on. Let's start cooking up, man. Let me see what we can do, man. Let me do hold on. White dudes for Harris. Do they have like a Twitter account or something? Can I get pics of all these guys? They gotta have like some, bro. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh yeah, this is good. I got one. I got a good one. Well, actually, that's not, I mean, that's not bad, but let me find a better one. What is this guy's name? Does anyone know this guy's name that I tweeted? I think I've seen people show his pic before. I wish I could find this idiot's name. Hold on, let me just type that in. White dudes. Dude, the replies on this are so hilarious. I think half these people are, they might think it's me. Hold on, let me see. Oh yeah, here we go.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Bro, I typed in white dudes for Harris on Twitter. This is absurd. Oh my god. Hold on. Hold on, man.
So far, no calls in any of the battleground races. As you see Rockefeller Plaza here on this election night. The big prize.
I can't post this. It's mainly like just like actual gay porn.
Well, again, just to recap for everyone, Republicans do have one pickup so far tonight.
Oh
That's
my
in
god.
West Virginia. No
Okay.
surprise
I first try to find like a selfie of two guys.
Arizona, Ruben Gallego, Carrie Lake, too early to call right now with 51% of the vote in. Let's head over to Pennsylvania now.
I want like a selfie of two guys with like a shirt on wearing that or something.
McCormick with 49% of the vote. Senator Casey trailing there at this current point. Too early to call right now in Montana. One of the biggest potential pickup opportunities for Republicans there, so we watch that closely. We're watching Ohio closely as well. This race too early to call. Senator Sherrod Brown looking for a fourth term against Bernie Moreno. Let's take a look at the
Yeah, Trump's mine is 1,400 now.
where things stand. Again, as you can see, Lester, Republicans with one pickup, but we continue to watch Montana and Ohio so closely. Again, could Ohio be a state where we see a split ticket? Split tickets, as we've been saying throughout the course of this evening, have been diminishing.
Democrats came in with a pretty with a tough map to defend.
Very tough map to defend. bracing for potential losses. And again, Republicans don't need many pickups. They need 2 seats if Vice President Harris wins the White House. They really need 1 seat if Donald Trump wins. So right
Can I
now,
get like a gay? Is there a gaze for Harris?
Don't end up winning control of the Senate based on how this map looks. It would be a shocker, right? That's
Oh yeah, here we go.
Storyline of the night. I mean, it's a big storyline either way because
Oh yeah,
control of the
here we
Senate
go.
matters for a lot of the reasons that we've talked about. But that's how the map has been looking, and so we're waiting on these 2 outstanding states.
and they're already part of the way there. They already have this pickup in West Virginia. We cannot stress enough, if Vice President Harris were to win the White House, it would be incredibly challenging for her to get judicial nominees confirmed, to get her cabinet.
I got a good pick, I think. Hold on.
So here we are when you're in the top of the hour, but we're still no calls in any of the battleground states. Are you surprised we are where we are right now?
No, because as Claire McCaskill has said so accurately, what we are seeing has been reflected in the polls.
The polls maybe
As
were right.
Leading up to this evening, it looks like the polls were right. This is a 50-50 race, and so this is going to go down to the wire in all of these battlegrounds.
This
Close
is
race
good.
means a long time. We can put it that way, right? I mean, I think that's generally the vibe. We'll see how it goes. I think everybody's looking towards Pennsylvania, just in chatting with.
All right, well, let's check back into the presidential race, and we'll take a look at the road to 270.
I might use this pick. All right, look. Ooh.
It is 10:51 in the East.
Any
and here's
updates?
where we stand
210
right
to
now on the road
113.
270 electoral votes. Those will be the keys to get into the White House in the next year. Right now, we want to go to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters to really gauge the temperature in the room. Peter?
Well, we're outside, and it's a loud one here, but I can tell you, if you get into the crowd here, it's particularly quiet in terms of their sense of optimism right now. That's how
This pick looked too professional, bro. I need like a selfie.
I ran into a longtime Democratic source, a person who was close to the Harris campaign, and I asked them what they make of the results they've seen so
Look
far.
on
They said,
Instagram.
honestly, this is not looking so good for us, but then they quickly put on a smile and said, but you know what? We just got to keep smiling for the night. That may give you a better understanding of where they feel like things may be going right now. It remains early, a lot of votes still to count, but I'll tell you what I just heard from a Democratic lawmaker right now who just wrote me in part, quote, "It's pretty concerning. I just keep reminding myself that 8 years ago, all the trends in the first few hours showed Hillary winning, and then she didn't. But obviously, this is not the return we were looking for." It gives you a little sense of the way that some of those people supporting Kamala Harris are feeling this evening right now. Again, a lot of numbers, a lot of data still to be counted right now, but as Claire McCaskill said a short time ago, some of the early results we're seeing in some of those places, North Carolina, Georgia, are not looking as positive as the Harris campaign had been hoping. It doesn't mean that they still don't have a path, but it does certainly increasingly mean that they'd have to succeed in holding on to that blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and frankly, speaking to some people in some of those states that are involved with the Harris campaign, they said that's where they are seeing some concern that that's going to be a tightrope that they have to still try to walk tonight. Buster?
And Peter, we were just talking.
I got it.
Sense that the polls were, in fact,
Oh yeah, I got it.
sense that the polls are really
This is
reflecting
good. Hold on, I got it.
Well, I mean, nationally, this is basically an evenly divided country, right? So the idea that our last poll showed at 49-49 is sort of a overall popular vote, that may be pretty close to where this thing ends
All right,
up.
hold on,
Remember,
look.
for the Democrats to win the electoral college, they generally have to have a
This is
better
good.
advantage as it relates to the popular vote. So if the country's evenly divided in terms of
Hold
the
on.
popular vote, that may not be enough for the Democrats. Still a long way
This
to
is a
go.
really good
Obviously,
pick.
nobody here is leaving. They're still waiting to hear from the
I'm
vice
gonna
president.
craft
They
up a
recognize
tweet.
this may be not just a matter of hours, but days right now, and they're still hopeful that people are waiting in line, including on those college campuses. They point to campuses in Pennsylvania in particular, some of the campuses out west in Nevada. They're still circling on the map as a place they think that they're...
Why am I hearing? Oh, that is this.
You know, frankly,
What?
that's
Why?
the
What am I hearing?
I'm talking to, so I pass it on to you.
Why are they
And as
playing
we
Thug in the
said,
background?
none of the battleground states have been called as of
I thought that was something else. That's them. No, that's them. I was like, yo, what?
Brewster in Milwaukee for us. Hi, Shaq.
Hi there, Savannah. And, you
I was
one thing
so
that we're hearing
confused.
is that- Just heard from the Milwaukee elections clerk, and they're saying that they are processing these absentee ballots. All of the early vote, all of the mail-in vote is counted here in this.
Look,
warehouse, and
this is a good selfie for my tweet, I think, right?
There was a little hiccup that we saw earlier today. I'll show you what
I'm gonna make a tweet with that.
tabulators that we see, and if you look closely at that red,
That looked
sticker there, they
legit.
say that flap was not locked. The tabulator was sealed, but the actual
I'm gonna say, like, I refuse to live in a country where we let this dictator do something. Me and my husband are gonna be leaving or something like that. Some shit like that. I'm gonna make it sound right.
And they went through and emptied them out and restarted the count of some 30,000 ballots. Now, despite that, they say that they're moving along fairly well. When you look around here, you see at each of these stations, the election workers, the election clerks are counting those ballots. And, you know, when you talk to operatives in the state, one thing that they're focused on is what will come from the vote here in Milwaukee. And I talked to a Republican operative who said he's, quote, feeling very good about what they're seeing on the Republican side. They say when you look at Dane County, that Vice President Harris is not meeting her marks there. And pointing to Milwaukee, he's saying that the turnout is not meeting what the Democrats should be getting in this area of the state. But when you look at the amount of vote that's here, we know there's about 107,000 ballots that have yet to be counted, and we are still hours away from that being sent over to the county for the public to see. So it's expected to be a long night of counting here in Milwaukee.
All right, Shaq, thanks very much.
Let's go over to Tom Yamas, who's over at the big board. Couple of things. Let's look at North Carolina.
You got it.
Still too early to call. And how about Virginia?
Yeah.
It's a blue state. Haven't called it yet.
We'll talk about both those because both states have interesting things happening. So first off, 85% of the voting, if you're asking yourself, why is it too early to call? Why hasn't NBC News projected this race just yet? Because listen, there are still 875,000 votes that are out. So we're going to wait till we can make a clear projection there. I do want to highlight some things. I've been talking about Charlotte, Mecklenburg County all night long. This is where Democrats had to turn out the vote. This is where races are won and lost in the state of North Carolina, is in Charlotte. Clinton at 62, Biden at 66.7. Harris is at 65. Remember, she has to win this state because they lost it 4 years ago. She has to be doing better than Biden. And now I want to take you to the Black Belt. Again, these are the counties that there's not a ton of people, but they're largely African-American counties. And I'm going to go to compare this to 2020. And I want you guys to watch these numbers. Remember, the number on the left, it has to be higher. The number on the left has to be higher. So we're going to lock this in. Let's go through here and just watch. Every county, she's underperforming. With a lot of the vote, there's still some vote out, but in almost every county, she's underperforming. Again, this is the Black Belt, high proportion of African-American voters here, and she's underperforming. Not a population center, but if she wants to win North Carolina, she has to be doing better there. I know you were asking about Virginia.
Okay.
Savannah, let's take a look at Virginia. We haven't called Virginia yet.
When I said,
wait,
hold
to give
on.
you context, the last two elections,
This is a rough draft.
2016 about,
I have voted in every election for the last 20 years, and I've never been more upset.
Here's where it's at.
Wait, I should say I've never been more upset
There's about a 2% spread.
about the results.
I'm being told by our politics desk a lot of the vote that is out is still in the northern Virginia suburbs. This is the
Than this one. I have decided to pack my bags. Me and my husband will be leaving this country. I love America, but I cannot live in a country run by a dictator like Donald Trump.
We can take a quick gander. How much time we have? About a minute? 2 minutes? Now we're going to say goodbye. We'll come back. We'll dig into those northern suburbs in just a minute, Savannah.
Let's do
And I just needed to hit the little
Chuck Todd.
the little pick of all the guys with the little circle, little abbeys, and with the little hats on. I need them to find the tweet, and we gonna be getting paid.
Area resident, so you get to weigh in on this too, and you too, Senator. I mean, would you have expected that Virginia would take this long to call? I mean, is this concerning? Does it give you any other trend lines?
No, I mean, I saw a lot of energy.
I'm gonna have another one about abortion and my trans daughter.
Trump signs in people's yards where 4 years ago, 8 years ago, you would have never dared put one up there. So I think there was a little more of an emboldened activity, but you know you're not going to win that area. But I think this does point to what we were talking about we see going on in Philadelphia, which we see going on in some of the other Charlotte areas. She's underperforming in the metro areas, which is where she needs to overperform.
I think when it's all counted, when everything comes in Northern Virginia, and Chuck's not here, so I'm a little nervous. But I think she'll end up winning Virginia by a comfortable margin. And I think when you actually analyze the data, what you're going to see is there was more enthusiasm in the rural areas of Virginia than there was for Biden. I mean, I think we need to start saying out loud that, what is different between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? Everybody thinks they're exactly the same on policies, but one is a woman of color and the other is a white man that everybody was really comfortable with, that were moderates and knew him well and had known him for decades. So I think you're seeing more Trump support.
Okay, I changed it a little bit. Me and my husband have voted in every election for the last 20 years, but this is the last straw. We have decided to pack our bags and leave this country. We love America, but I cannot live in a country run by a dictator like Donald Trump.
We're gonna have the big poll closings in California. Got an election alert. Poll closing in about 20 seconds or now. So there'll be some
That's good.
out there to talk about.
That'll work.
California, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, those will all be closing here in about 10 seconds. And then, of course, we'll have the latest characterizations. We're going to pause for a moment while some of our East Coast stations go to their local news now.
All right, that's draft number 1.
And welcome
Let me go.
At the top of the hour, 11 o'clock hour here in the East.
Let me see if I can find a picture of 2 guys, or I'll just use this one guy, but let me see if I can find a picture of 2 of them.
In the state of Idaho, NBC News projects Donald Trump will win and take those 4 electoral votes in Idaho. Here's a map where it moves in the road to 270. Donald Trump with 214. Harris now with 145. So things certainly becoming a little more interesting as the evening progresses.
Okay, for the 11 o'clock poll closings, we have a couple of uncalled races, Oregon and Wisconsin. We just called California. Now let's go to our battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, too close to call, 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock in the West. Same story in Michigan, too close to call at this hour, with about a third of the vote counted there. In Wisconsin, it is too close to call. You knew it would be a tight election. The polls all showed it, and that's certainly being borne out tonight. 60% of the vote in there. In Georgia, it is too close to call. Getting closer to that final number there, but we're still, the margins are just too close to make a call in that presidential race. Same thing in North Carolina. In fact, it's too early to call. We're still awaiting vote there. In Arizona, let's go out west. We've got 2 battlegrounds out west. We've got Arizona and Nevada. Polls closed there about a couple of hours ago. Well, 2 hours for Arizona.
Okay, I need to get a trans one. Wait, did Cali? I won Cali? I got my dollar, man?
And Tom Yamas over at the board. And
did I get my dollar?
Given its due tonight in Maricopa County, and don't forget.
Let me get my fucking dollar, man.
County, home to Tucson, Arizona.
Respect.
And credit to Arizona, already 50% of the vote is in. I mean, they're doing their job there.
They ain't paid me yet.
Maricopa County, this is the big swing county that we're going to be
Trump is minus
This is
1,800.
going to be about 60% of the vote in the state of Arizona. So important.
Oh, hold on. It's 179 or 214.
You can see Trump won it in 2016. Biden won it in 2020. Tonight, with 50% in, Kamala Harris is on top right now.
Where's the
Phoenix, one of the 5th largest.
It says 0-0, but they counted it.
Areas in the country.
I don't know.
Something else interesting about Maricopa, it's not so much people from other states moving there for the jobs.
I'm trying to find a trans for Harris post.
You have Mesa, Tempe, Scottsdale, a lot
Or
of
maybe it's
growth there.
LGBTQ for Harris.
Pima County, Savannah, you've heard of this county? Maybe, maybe not. 50% of it is in. This is Tucson. This is a Democratic stronghold, but it's not like Cambridge, Massachusetts, right? It's not 60-40 split. It sometimes is, but not really. Tonight, she's doing well.
Maybe it's gays
she's
for
turned out the
Harris.
vote there, about
Let's try that.
30% Hispanic in Pima County as well. It's on the border. Just next door to Pima is Yuma. Now, this is majority Hispanic, an interesting county, but this is a place where Republicans can run up the score. Trump overperforming right now. Only 35% of the vote is in.
Oh, here we go.
Arizona, still very, very early. 11 electoral votes. As we get information, we'll sort of dissect it and figure it out, but it's going to be a while before we call Arizona, Savannah, as you know.
All right. Thank you, Tom. We got our panel. We got Chuck. We got Savannah Sellers over here. Chuck, what are you making of what we're seeing, what the trend lines are?
There's a reason why
What
there's
the
anxiety
hell am I looking
in
at?
the Harris camp and growing enthusiasm and optimism. I mean, all the trend lines, this looks a lot more like 2016 to me than it does 2020. And you're seeing whether it's rural turnout surging up, but we've had to up our projection of total turnout in Georgia than what we saw.
Wait, I found a good shirt. Homos for Harris, 24. That's a fire shirt. Yeah, I like that though, for real. Hey, that's a good one.
But he has the sort of the occasional voter. And it looks like, and we're actually even seeing evidence of what I call these shotgun Trump voters. They come in, they vote Trump, and they leave. Because there's about 100,000 vote gap. I mean, the Democratic Senate candidates in the blue wall are all in better shape right now than Harris.
And did Republicans crack the code of early voting and finally glomming onto that, even though Donald Trump is sending a separate message?
Well, one might argue now, if you look at the 3 Trump elections, 1, he obsessively made sure people didn't vote early. 2, he didn't. 1 was at 16, and then it's this one. So you may be onto something, but I do think.
Oh my God! Wait a minute.
Expand the electorate. He used to have a ceiling of about 47, 48. That's not the case tonight.
I think I got a better pick.
But
they don't.
That's significant, as we know, in a razor-thin environment.
Damn, I wish they
even
had
if you're
like
just
a.
adding 50,000 to your voter rolls. Well, that's the difference between winning and losing. Half the blue wall. I heard your Dallas Cowboys thing. You know, I mean, there you go, right?
I mean, do it again?
Yeah, I mean,
it also works for Lambeau Field. The last 4, literally,
a better stadium to pick. You don't want to have losing team.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Losing record.
Here we go. No, just that our elections, our last election was decided by 80,000 voters in 4 states that would fill a
But
football
can we also
stadium.
remember one other thing here? Because she was trying to do something as a sitting vice president that had never been done before. Succeed an unpopular president. Okay? Hubert Humphrey tried to do this, and he came 1 percentage point short. It was a very close election. The electoral vote wasn't close, but it was a very close election. But it came up short. Al Gore tried to do this. While Bill Clinton's presidency was popular, Bill Clinton, the individual, was not. We all know he came up 537 votes short, as Lester will tell you over and over again. So the last sitting...
Is this shit over?
Was George H.W. Bush.
Is there any chance for her?
Outgoing president that had a 60+ approval rating. He was at 41%. I mean, that is, you are asking somebody to over.
The odds are saying this shit is over.
We may find out was politically impossible.
This sounds a little bit like a postmortem, so I want to make
sure. These 2 aren't official, I guess. Even I guess these aren't official. They're just all Trump leading.
That's exactly what they're saying. There's this new memo that is out now from the chair of the Harris campaign that was sent.
She ain't win nothing, dude. Damn. Look at the map.
That covers the Harris camp, and this is exactly the point, right? Which is why I wanted to jump in here on this. They say that the closeness of this race is what we prepared for all along. They still see data trickling in from Sunbelt, but all along they knew it was going to be blue wall. I mean, listen, to a degree, of course, this is what they're going to say, but they say they think they're still feeling good about Pennsylvania, overperforming turnout in Philadelphia and some of these areas. In Michigan, they say there's still a lot of vote to come in. In Wisconsin, there's still a lot of vote remaining. General O'Malley Dillon says in this memo, we've been saying for weeks this race may not be called tonight.
Here, we do have an NBC News projection in the
we got an update.
Oregon. NBC
Oregon. You already know about Oregon, man.
Will win in Oregon when the votes are counted. Here's where there's the breakdown right now. 220,000 vote difference, 45% of the vote in. But again, Kamala Harris, the projected winner there. In our road to 270, you see it there on the screen. 214 for Donald Trump. Harris with 153. The big prizes, still no calls.
214 and 153. What does this one say?
The memo is focusing on the blue wall.
Oh, they're slow on some.
They're not expecting a
179.
Victory over Georgia.
Those are 2 states. I'm just.
Oh, Arizona's red. Oh, Arizona is actually might be the closest state, no?
Nevada and Arizona. It's
Look how close that is.
The bottom line is they feel like this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours.
The fascinating thing about what Hallie just read, Chuck says this feels like 2016. That's almost verbatim a memo that we got in 2016 saying we're focused on the blue wall. Everyone's focused on the blue wall.
Yeah, Arizona is the closest, bro.
And we have a lot more vote to count. So I want to be very cautious in saying this. But tonally, it is fascinating that is the message that they're sending.
Well, not for nothing. They
what
did
is
their last
PA's
rally,
difference?
Kamala Harris in Philadelphia on the eve of the election.
All she did was focus on
which is exactly what.
P ain't close no more.
You can't say, right, they didn't do that in 2016, right? She was doing Arizona, she was doing Texas, and she sort
of... the night before was in Philly.
What's the other one?
But they sort of didn't do the blue
Wisconsin.
To their credit.
Wisconsin kind of close. Yeah, Wisconsin pretty close.
But I'll tell you this, we'll see. There's
Michigan not close anymore, really.
Who should be the running mate? Who should be on this Democratic ticket?
I guess, yeah, I guess
some
kind
people
of is.
will. If she loses Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot of.
That's the only state, right? That'll be the hand race.
But because Josh Shapiro is a very popular Democratic governor who was on the short list for vice president. Let's bring Savannah Sellers into this. I mean, what are you reading out of the exit polls? Are you seeing any trend lines? I know you've got your brief. You really look at young voters and you've got your finger on the pulse there. What stands out?
Absolutely. I'll start with some numbers and then give you some anecdotal information. First, let's talk about first-time voters. This is not just young voters, but that's 57% of these first-time voters are under the age of 30. They are breaking for Trump. That is a major reversal from 2020. 53% for Trump right now, 46% for Harris. Back in 2020, 64% went for Biden. Something that I've been tracking, and I've been even watching it tonight on apps like TikTok, on apps like Instagram, when you just talk about like who's popular, who do people like? The Harris campaign had such a robust internal social media play. They had this team of 20-somethings. They had very little oversight. They were allowed to kind of post what they wanted, react in real time to trends, to the news cycle.
We remember Brad Summer and the whole Brad.
They co-opted that immediately, exactly, which, by the way, is a compliment to say Brad now. But for the former president, there wasn't so much going on internally. It was not as robust. He had this sort of grassroots organic catch-on TikTok. I heard so many young people say to me, in a positive way also, he is a meme. His things travel far. It's objectively funny when you see this information. So many young people, therefore, on these apps were served content straight from and straight about the
Hey, Kamala owe me $30, bro. For real.
Hearing that in lines in Arizona.
Dumb bitch. Hey, give me my 30, ho.
It's so much. It was because I heard him on a podcast. It was because of this thing I saw on TikTok. I also
I'm an invoicer.
a voter in almost every single swing state and multiple in several of them, including Pennsylvania, voters who were eligible in this age group to vote.
What the hell was I thinking, man?
And they came out tonight to vote for the former
I'd be
president.
so interested. He's winning.
Should have known. There ain't no way this country gonna let a woman win nothing, man. I put my hard-earned money on a woman.
This poll with young men.
Why didn't nobody stop me, man?
By the Trump campaign and
What the hell?
And the bro wave. Yeah. Seems to be real.
What the fuck was I even thinking, man?
The ones who's going to be voting next year. One in each
What the
gender.
hell?
And I see it with their friends. You see it. It's real. This gap. This is not about Trump and Harris. There is a growing cultural gap.
Now give me my dollar from Cali, man.
Young men.
They holding my 100 hostage. I don't like how it's sitting there pending. Give my 100 back.
Trump 62%, Harris 36%.
And take my fucking 30,
The
man.
gap is less here. Trump 46%, Harris 53%.
Yeah,
So that young men turnout is real.
Well, people who thought that young women would be voting in droves for Kamala Harris, especially because of reproductive rights. I mean, that exit poll does not suggest that.
Absolutely.
It doesn't, and this goes back to what Chuck has been saying, which is that the person who ultimately winds up winning this war of the sexes is the candidate who does a better job appealing to the weaker gender for them, whoever is weaker for them. And so we've seen Trump not only clearly energize, drive up young men of various different racial backdrops, but also chip away at Vice President Harris's lead. I mean, her lead among women continues to be, based on what we're seeing so far, less than his lead with men.
The gender gap is interesting, but also, as we've alluded to here on the table, the education gap is also becoming such an interesting storyline here. As Chuck talks about kind of a realignment in this moment and where we are. That's another thing to be watching for tonight. Again, it is 11:11 Eastern time, but there's still plenty of vote to come in.
I want to go to Tom.
Are they all sad?
Looking at Wisconsin, looks like 60.
Is NBC? Are they blue? Are they biased or what?
Right now, Trump.
Because they sound sad as hell.
Difference is 39,000. Remember, the last two elections in Wisconsin, presidential elections, 20,000.
They sound upset.
Was the difference between both candidates here?
They sound sad as hell.
Madison, the capital of Wisconsin, Dane County. This is also the site of the University of Wisconsin as well. 92% of the vote in. Harris doing a little better than when we last checked in with her, but again, she's slightly underperforming Biden. She still has time to catch up. There's still 8% of the vote that's out. We actually know exactly how much of the vote is out. About 30,000 votes.
Hey, let me see what Fox is doing. Hey, they probably celebrating over there or what?
This is the biggest
Let me see.
population center in the entire state of Wisconsin.
Are they celebrating?
Right now, 54% of the vote is in, so a lot of that.
Let me just type it in. Let me see how they sound. They probably celebrating over there. Let's see. Why do they only got 30K, man? Ain't nobody watching this shit over there? Why they only got 30K, bro? Is that the right stream? Is this a fake stream? Oh, this is a bullshit stream. Where's like the real stream? Where's like where they... This ain't even like a real stream. They don't have like a whole thing though. The hell? Never mind. Well, back to the one. This one is at least like I think I like the production on this one at least. I guess it's well done.
But here's what's tough for Democrats in Wisconsin. Of the battleground states, each of those blue wall states is different. But of all the battleground states, Wisconsin is the whitest. So they can drive up the margins with at least African-American voters and some Latino voters that are going to stay loyal to the Democrats in this election. What they can do, there's about 100,000 college students in the state of Wisconsin, and they usually fare better, much better with those university students. We're going to have to wait and see, as we say right there, too close to call.
Is your song crying?
All right, we got a big projection to give right here. This is the Ohio Senate race. It's a hotly contested race. Bernie Moreno, the car dealer, Republican, will pick up that seat, unseating the incumbent Sherrod Brown. This is quite a moment because, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it appears that Republicans, with that victory, will take.
They're not talking. Who is this other guy? Who's this guy?
I'm glad that we sent Richie Torres to Michigan. I think that was a really good idea.
Who's this
Sending an 80-year-old Bill Clinton talking about Judea and Samaria and King David?
This looked like a young H3H3.
No, you don't understand. That was a sound decision. These guys
You know what they were doing with that? That was a totem because David Shore said, "Oh, you know what? I thought that being more left-wing was a really good idea back in 2012, but I eventually learned that all the Clinton people were actually right because they were anti-wokeness. They brought out this corpse that nobody likes, this serial rapist going around the country saying bullshit about Zionism and how evil Hamas is in the
what is going on right now?
Closest election in a fucking generation."
Right,
because it was it was proof to the world that they were not like fucking like lefties.
Who the hell is this guy,
That's
man?
what they cared about.
I can't believe people really seriously listen to this
Trump
shit.
in swing states. Trump is leading Harris in every swing state. Nice.
Yeah, these guys. You know what? These guys probably got it right. I thought they were fucking annoying. They didn't understand politics.
Yo, this guy's sad as hell.
Surveys. They're probably gonna be pretty close.
This guy's so
69
sad.
Wisconsin, 68 Pennsylvania, right,
Look how sad this loser is, man.
Nevada.
It's funny that it's not like totally over, but it's like it's over.
I mean, yeah. The only way, the only path for success out of this is just like if there is this massive fucking Hail Mary and the youth voters like still ended up
It's
carrying
over,
the
pal.
Democratic Party to a victory.
Hey,
that they
it's
did not
over,
deserve, that they
buddy.
desperately actually
Yo, they're sad as
they
hell.
desperately pushed young voters away, sometimes directly arresting them,
Look how
sometimes
sad
calling
they
them
are, man.
fucking Klansmen, like in terms of the pro-Palestinian campus protesters and shit. And they probably still sucked it the fuck up and went out and voted. But ultimately these results they're not looking too good. I think it's all in on Pennsylvania at this point, and I don't know what it looks like. Do you have any
Hey, give it up, man.
I mean, do you have any
Hey, you not
performance
eating this now. I'm
updates
about to
for
put it back. I'm
Pennsylvania?
full. Hold on.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, the Times has all those states, like you said, it's 65, 70% Trump. I think Pennsylvania just kind of fell back in the toss-up status. I mean, like, I guess maybe if, like, the final votes here are, like, really, really, really good for her, like, beyond anything we've really seen anywhere else, maybe these could break her way. But, like, it's, like...
Forecaster Enton in Pennsylvania now, there are 23 counties where 95 plus of the vote is in. Trump needs to do 1.2 points better than last time around to win statewide. In the counties where 95% of the vote is in, he's doing 2.5 points better than his 2020 total.
Yeah, it's not like it's super impressive. He just is just you had in 2020, you had an unpopular Trump who was seen as running an administration who was a failure, against a Democrat who was largely liked. The Democrat who was largely liked barely wins. And like now you're at the point like you have that Democrat is wildly unpopular, governs over years and years of like economic depression, and
that's it.
Like,
I mean, in
it's
the,
just
off chance that she pulls a Hail Mary out of this, like out of the mail-in voters and I don't know, in some of the districts that she's you know, some of the districts with like extra turnout, and it's not like fucking Trump supporters that are coming in.
Are they still
from
sad,
these college
Bob?
towns.
He wasn't on earlier. Is he on?
Then
Are y'all,
maybe
are
the
y'all just saying that? Let me
maybe the
see. We
Republicans
checked
will
earlier. That fool
choose
wasn't
to
on.
abolish the electoral college, so that's cool.
Yeah, I guess that'd be fun.
Yeah,
Literally.
if the Democrats win the electoral college,
Oh, he's
and
on,
they
bro.
lose a popular vote, as I said, could likely happen.
But he's
that'd
I
be
think,
awesome.
Okay, hold on.
I think the Republicans will try to abolish.
He just turned
which
it
would
on.
be cool.
Alright, turn these cooks off. He's not here though. I don't know what he's doing, but he doing something. Well, he's in the kitchen today. It's a new background. Okay, Bob, man. This guy's eating Chef Boyardee, man. Hey, you too old for that, Bob.
Yeah. I voted in the last 20 years. You have or have not? You and your wife are leaving your country? That'll be sad. The country's only going to get better. People will have money
Trump
again.
won North Carolina. Is it official?
The price of food might come down.
Oh yeah, it's locked in. 2:30. Hey, this shit's over, bro. Hey, she has to win what? She has to flip Pennsylvania back. And probably has to win Arizona, right?
You're losing your heart to transition? Trump was going to win?
This shit over.
I told you Trump was going to win 4 years ago.
Shit is over, brother.
Contact Jackie Lee. How is Trump winning going to...
This is Donald Trump's second biggest dick rider after Elon.
Are you an illegal alien from Guadalajara? Been arrested in the United States? And you want the people to pay for your transition?
The city and also the executive director of the Wisconsin Electric Commission says that was...
Oh, is it time to start firing off good tweets?
Marriage? Oh, why? He's going to leave it up to the states. In fact, in California, there was a initiative today to amend the Constitution of the state to allow people of any gender to marry each other.
Why did they do that? Again, this has just been sloppy. And as the chairman of our party said, they've got one job to do. And they didn't do it very well.
Now here at Central Count, there are some 108,325 ballots. These are the mail-in ballots dropped.
Hey, what was that? Not trans, but that boxer that was like a man, but like not no dick, but like whatever the fuck.
You don't care. As long as you're American, you don't care.
Mike Tobin, thanks. Just an update from our own chat.
What was that? What was the name?
My state voted for Kamala.
Emain.
Okay, I didn't.
Okay, hold on. I think I have a good tweet. I'm gonna say pick a her. I'm gonna say Donald Trump can only beat women.
And we might pick up some congressional seats as a result of that. And that would make me real happy.
What the hell is this? Oh, here we go.
From the individual areas, and California's got like 52 House of Representatives people. We might be able to help Trump.
Oh yeah, here we go. I got the pick.
Thoughts on Trump can only beat women? No, any guy can beat up a woman anytime they want. All you got to do is punch them.
Nice, Bob.
They're a lot smaller and weaker. Any guy can beat up a woman. I don't know if Joe Biden can though. He's pretty old. Falls down a lot.
Wait, how do I get this? Yeah, here we go.
Proposition 47, which lowered the thresholds of crime. It really allowed crime in California to run rampant. We have our panel here: Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kaylee McGee White, and Gianno Caldwell. Steve Hilton, to you.
Trump can't beat a real candidate? Well, that's the Democratic Party for putting somebody who never won an election in her life. Actually, I guess she did in California. But on the national level, she beat nobody. They just put her in. That's what the Democrats get for doing it and being dumb. Are you guys kind of feeling...
Hold on.
Are you feeling that the election's over? They just haven't called it yet?
It's over, man.
That Trump's
it's time.
If Kamala doesn't get Pennsylvania, she's done. And everything I'm seeing right now is Pennsylvania is going to Trump. Getting closer and closer.
Because we talked about Proposition 36, and Kamala Harris was asked about Prop 36. She would not weigh in on this. She wouldn't say whether she voted for it or against it. And that's
I gotta come up with my transgender one.
That's the whole reason he ran. The foreign press correspondents dinner years ago.
I'm gonna say, like, I'm so disappointed with this country.
Trump looked like a fool.
Now my transgender daughter will never be able to get an abortion or something. I say, how is my transgender daughter supposed to get an abortion now?
He goes,
who is that? Is that Bob's son?
I can beat this idiot. I can do this guy's job.
Is that Bob's son?
If it wasn't for Obama, Trump would have never run.
Hold on, look at Bob's son.
That's right. That's why I started to call it Institute for Public Safety.
How old is he?
No, that's a garbage man. He pushes.
He looked kind of young to be. Isn't Bob like 60?
He came over here to bring the trash can in today, and he got drunk. He just woke up a few minutes ago.
Not just with this particular prop, but we've seen it with a lot of progressive prosecutors funded by George Soros, people like George Gascon, who people are fed up with, and that's why they do it.
Your son is kind of cute, yes. Women like him.
Predicted to potentially win this one really big. I think the Democrats have moved fast.
How's my male son going to play in female sports now? He's not going to. I guess he can do that, but you're going to have to send him to Iran or Iraq to do it. They like gay guys who play female sports.
I don't think they do like gay guys, actually. Actually, I don't think they do.
Yeah, but he don't like them.
Is this shit gonna get announced or what, man? Can we just wrap this shit up, man?
I heard that Haitians ate Peanut the squirrel. No, that is not true. But they ate some dogs that were on the streets. Just remember, when tonight's all over, Trump was right on everything. Trump was right, including the 2020 election being stolen.
Nice.
Okay, Trace, thank you very much. We're looking into a lot of different numbers that are coming in, and as you know, this
Wyoming. Isn't this where Liz Cheney's from? Wyoming? Trump's leading in Wyoming like 80% to 20%.
Wyoming is crazy. Do people exist there? How many votes do they get? They get 3. Dude, look how many people voted there. Is that place even real, man? Look how look how many people voted there, man. That's insane. That shit is so empty, man.
Fox News is showing the state of Wisconsin right now. It's awful red, county by county. Awful red. 67% of the vote in.
That is favorable toward Trump, okay? So here we go, Dane County. I'm going to take you back to 2020. I'll just compare the numbers for Biden and Kamala Harris, okay? So this is Madison, University of Wisconsin, etc. Ton of Democratic votes.
Can I get back on COD?
So she is underperforming.
I think this shit over, bro. I'll leave it up, but I think this shit's over, no?
That translates to, could be tens of thousands of votes.
Gotta finish my camo, man.
Well, it's up about 1.4 going back to 40 years ago. Let me come up here to the cross, all right? You get Democratic votes here on the cross. Right along the border there with Minnesota. So this is Biden 4 years ago. It's not quite 2.5, but it's close to it, where she's underperforming in a county where she should be doing better.
Kamala never worked at McDonald's, too. If you've never been to my channel before, I went to the McDonald's restaurant that Kamala Harris said she worked at. They said she didn't work there. I talked to the people.
What?
I talked to the people.
What's this guy on
What I
about,
think
bro?
about Trump's tariffs, I think that people will have to pay more for goods, or they just won't buy them at the higher price. And American products that are for sale at a lesser price.
Yeah,
will
Bob
be
live
more
in Cali.
affordable, and that might provide incentive to American companies to create more products. I think they're a good idea. I like everything Trump does.
Oh, he's explaining. Hold on.
Okay, you look.
Still too close to
Pennsylvania's
call
not
for
going
NBC
forever.
News right now.
He's explaining
91%
if
of the
she
vote
can win.
is in,
Hold
but
on.
let's talk about where the vote remains.
Oh, I think we
Look
missed
at-
it. Oh, I can
okay,
go back.
giant-
Hold on. I think he's gonna
And the road to
explain
two sit
how,
down.
if she has a chance. How?
Now we've had
Last time he did a good job.
big
Hold on.
one. It's herself. Break, and here's where it takes us: the road to two.
2020 performance points. Remember her? They're looking to give that Philadelphia County, and so that's a pretty significant difference when a race is.
Oh,
as close as
Pennsylvania's
it
already
is.
77% in.
Thanks to both of you, Tom.
That shit
Giannis,
over. Oh my
as
god.
more
We are. It is still
Oh,
very
here,
early in the
he'll
night,
explain
right?
it.
And even though people may be claiming they've won certain states yet, we still haven't called any of the battlegrounds.
What is
here at
that? Why
NBC
does it
News.
have her at
And a reminder,
226?
Harris's easiest path is to hold the blue wall. If she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, remember, she gets to the White House. Even if she loses Georgia, North Carolina, the entire Sun Belt, she still gets there. Let's talk about Georgia, though. Let's find out where we are there in the Peach
Oh.
State. Still too close to
But
call
she's
for
losing
NBC
all
News
those,
right
no?
now.
Or
91%
she's
of the
losing.
vote
She
is
losing
in,
all
but
of
let's
them
talk about
currently.
where the vote remains. Look at, okay, the giant circles, remember those giant bubbles? That's the vote that still is outstanding. We're still waiting on this vote to be counted. And we know the exact number, or we can estimate the exact number. We think it's going to be about
Yeah, she losing them.
487,000 votes. There's still
Hey, but
almost
the
half a
mail-ins
million
ain't been
votes out in
counted
Georgia.
yet.
Still up
They
for
got some
grabs
coming
here.
in.
Let's make some comparisons here. Remember, I told you Harris has to drive up the vote in the Atlanta metro area. 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. First county, Cobb County, she's performing just like where Biden is, slightly better. Fulton County, performing a little bit lower, but slightly, and there's still 7% of the vote out in Fulton. We're at Doherty County.
alive.
She's slightly overperforming Biden there. But again, if she wants to win the state of Georgia, she's got to be doing better than Biden. It seems like she could be doing that in Atlanta. The numbers are good for her right now in the metro region, but it's still really too close for us to call here in Georgia. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, Tom, thank you so much. I want to go to Chuck because, Chuck, we were talking about Donald Trump getting new voters, people that didn't vote in 2020, and those voters breaking for him. And you're seeing some pretty astounding numbers.
Well, you are. You know, it's interesting. Well, first of all, look, Georgia is going to shrink. You got about all of this vote is going to be Democratic vote. She's got to win the remaining probably 2-1. That's like a reasonable thing. I mean, Georgia's probably going to be decided by 4 or 5 digits.
And where the vote is outstanding, you think there's a shot?
Yeah, I think we will be. I think we might be sticking around Georgia for a little while. Just it does. If you're them, you can't totally write it off. There's a path there. But
What is on their? They should enable chat.
Noted some comparisons.
Do they
to
even know
2020.
what they're
Just
missing
simply
out on?
Trump margins. These are not in the battleground.
What if
states,
they
but it gives
enabled
you a hint of
donations?
The possibility Donald Trump could
Hey,
actually
they're
win
just
the popular
throwing money
vote if
away.
he wins the electoral college
Dude, there's
tonight. So, for instance, in Texas, he only won
618,000 people.
Texas by a little over 5 points in 2020. He's won it by 14 points tonight. In Iowa, it was 8 points. It's nearly 15 points tonight. In Florida, it was 3 points. It's nearly 13 points tonight for Trump. Not only gave you some blue states, Virginia, it was a 10-point Biden victory. Looks like it's going to be somewhere between 2 and 4 this time in Virginia. New Jersey, 15 points Biden. Right now, it's 5 for Harris. Illinois, another state, is a little under 10. It was at 17 points for Biden. So Trump has improved his standing in a lot of blue states. We'd seen that in our own polling. But it is why this time we are unlikely to have a split between the popular vote and electoral. Whoever wins the electoral college is probably going to win the popular vote.
Those are pretty dramatic margins. I mean, we're not
That's
nitpicking
good
about
info.
a point
Hold
or
on.
two here. You're talking with Texas
5 points.
5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, that's
well, this is
go
the
look at the
Hispanic shift in the
bets.
Southeast. It's clear. Florida and Texas, that's the massive Latino shift that we've seen tonight in those two states.
Hold
but
on,
it
brother.
may be spots of it everywhere.
Oh, it's already minus
So, I've been
800
getting
now.
reaction in from
Damn.
Democratic lawmakers, from Democratic operatives.
Dude, that was
Some
like
are
plus
still
500
saying,
or
"Look, we
something
can still win
before
this thing. We can hold on to the blue wall," and that's
for Trump to
absolutely
win
accurate
and
because
win
we're still
popular
tracking
vote.
the
It was like
But
plus 500
one
or
Democratic
something.
lawmaker, sort of to the point that Chuck is
Damn.
making, saying, if this race does not go Kamala Harris's way, this is a moment of reckoning
That
for
was
the
minus
Democratic
800.
Party. This person saying there needs to be a hard look at what went wrong and potentially really a real passing of the baton when it comes to leadership. And of course, the attention will turn to President Biden. And when he stepped aside, 72% in our exit polls saying the country is headed in the wrong direction. That's the backdrop to all of this. President Biden and this immense dissatisfaction with the direction that the country's headed.
It could be the Democratic Party was allowed itself to just organize itself being an anti-Trump party. And in some ways, so focused on creating an anti-Trump coalition, they stopped being a political party, right? To come up with a basic agenda and I, you know, and again, right now, I get what that lawmaker is telling you, because if you look at the last, right, the whole Biden wasn't a pick of the future. It was a whatever you can do for Trump.
Take this shit
All right,
over,
we're gonna-
man. I'm gonna get on COD.
We're going to pause for
I'll
a
put it in the
moment to
corner.
welcome back some of our stations on the East Coast. It is just past 11:30 here in the East. Welcome back to those viewers rejoining us on this exciting night. I'm Lester Holt.
And I'm Savannah Guthrie. Glad you're along with us. This is NBC's election night coverage, and we've started to fill in that map, but those all-important 7 battlegrounds still in gray. We have not called them yet. We've been getting
192
minute-by-minute
to
projections
230,
all
man.
leading up to this road to 270, which is the magic number needed to win the White House. So let's go through some of the boards here. This is Pennsylvania at this hour. 79% of the vote in, too close
Hey, it's
to
over.
call. We've talked a lot about
80% of the votes already in.
for Kamala Harris to make up where she's lost in some of the rural areas. Here, let's go to Michigan, too close to call there as well.
Michigan's
but
still got a lot
more vote to be counted. In Wisconsin, let's see how much we've got there. About
Wisconsin's
2/3
getting
of the
there,
vote
too.
or
This shit
so.
almost done.
Too close to call. In Georgia, we're getting close to a close there, but they do count their votes fast there. But
Oh,
it's
91% in.
91% in, but we will see what happens. Too close to call. North Carolina, too early to call. We will wait and see what happens there. But again, starting to see 88% of the vote coming in there. Let's go out west. Arizona, too early to call. Polls closed about 2.5 hours ago there.
Where do they get the percentage from?
What looks like we have a projected winner.
From
This
everyone who
just came in
registered?
right now. Okay, North Carolina, Donald Trump is the projected winner. You see the margin there, 136,000. So Donald Trump improved on his margin by back of the envelope math, 50,000 votes there in North Carolina. That's going to be a real disappointment for the Kamala Harris campaign. They had hoped that if North Carolina could be clawed back into the blue column, perhaps that would open up other paths for them out west, a Sunbelt path. It is looking like blue wall or bust. That is where it stands right now, 172 electoral votes for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump in the lead right now.
Let's go to Tom right now and talk about now what this does to Kamala Harris's paths to victory.
Yeah, let's show you real quick how Trump wins, right? How we project that he wins. Robinson right now, 64.9%, 30% in. You can see how Trump's overperforming here. As we go along these rural counties, you can see Trump's numbers are increasing. 63 4 years ago, 66 tonight. We'll keep moving along here. 50%, 53%. So Lester, you asked, how does this affect him in the race for president? Let's go back out to our big board here, the road to 270. When we started out tonight, right, the paths to victory here, Trump had 10, Harris has 9. That's because we just called North Carolina. We can't even remove it anymore. This number before we called North Carolina, Harris had more paths than Trump did. But this is essentially where we started the night. This is the way it ended in 2020, right? He won North Carolina. President Biden had won the rest of the battleground states. But this gives the Republicans and former President Trump some hope. We now move to Georgia. We're going to be looking at the vote in Georgia. But as Chuck mentioned, very, very close in Georgia. And we're going to be waiting on that vote, the full vote to come out of Atlanta in those ring counties right now. But a big win for former President Trump. It's the first battleground we're calling tonight.
All right, Tom, thanks very much.
Remember, there was some late polling in the state that came just over the weekend that suggested that perhaps Kamala Harris was surging in North Carolina, that maybe she was making gains among some of these voters. That is clearly not turning out to be the case. That said, you've seen the reporting from her campaign that they are looking at the all-important blue wall. Of course, the question is, if Georgia goes, and you and Chuck were just talking about Georgia, but if Georgia does end up in the red column, it is Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania.
Well, to that point, the Secretary of State in Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, who people are familiar with from the last election, has said on the record that Trump has an insurmountable lead in Georgia with the number of votes outstanding. So he's the Secretary of State. I think he knows what he's speaking of, but we will continue to watch.
We've got another race to call, another presidential call. This is in the state of Virginia. This call coming a little later than many people might have expected, but Kamala Harris will win the 13 electoral votes in Virginia. There's the breakdown right now, 134,000 vote difference, 84% of the vote in. That, of course, goes into the Harris column. Here's where that leaves us on the road to 270.
Oh, wait, no,
Trump
they
with
didn't count it on here.
230 now, 40 from his goal.
Well, this should update in a second.
Harris with 185 electoral votes.
Okay, let's bring Jen Psaki in, former Biden White House press secretary, and Mark Lauder, who was joining us earlier. Jen, we haven't had a chance to talk to you.
Google count it?
I mean,
No.
look, it's getting to be a narrower path for Kamala Harris, no question about it. It's the blue wall or bust at this point.
It's math.
Yeah, it's math.
Ultimately, look, I think that Jen O'Malley Dillon email that NBC News obtained that you've talked about a little bit tells you a lot about where the heads are of the people on the campaign.
This is the chair of the campaign.
The chair of the campaign. She was also the campaign manager when Biden won in 2020. And basically, they did not talk about it. I know NBC has not made a call in Georgia, but they did not mention that Georgia is not a part of that email. Neither is North Carolina. You just made a call on that. It's about the blue wall states, and she warns that Arizona and Nevada will take some time. What does become challenging, I think part of the purpose of an email like that is also to buck up the troops inside. The team who's been working so hard for months, that's part of it, and also to send that note to supporters. But yes, it becomes, as the path becomes narrower, there's no more margin for error or no more margin for something going a different way than you hoped it would. And right now, what the Harris team is doing, which happens on every presidential campaign, as you know as well, is sitting in what you call the boiler room, which is kind of an intense word to use, but that's what it's called. And they're looking at their vote goals in these counties and how the outcome aligns. And you look at everything from, did they get what they needed in the big cities? In Philly, there are some cities that haven't fully come in, so they're waiting for those. But also what the margins are for Trump, which are higher, as you've been reporting, and we've been talking about over on MSNBC, in some of the rural counties, meaning he's getting more votes there that they need to make up for in the cities. So it's a numbers game in each of these states.
Even in reliably blue states, we're seeing narrowing margins. We just saw it in Virginia. We called it. Kamala Harris won it, but I believe by a smaller margin than she did, or that the Democrats did 4 years ago. I want to show Minnesota right now, which we are calling too close to call. And this is a reliably blue state. Let me show you what the numbers look like, the breakdown. Half of the vote in. It's called too close to call again. When you see that wide margin, you were thinking, what are you guys talking about? It's because our decision desk is crunching the numbers. They know where those votes have come from, whether they're reliably Trump districts or reliably a Kamala Harris or a Democratic area of the state. And on that basis, they're saying too close to call. Does that surprise you?
Minnesota's a close state. It often is a close state. It's one certainly that the Harris team would love to have been in their win column earlier. But again, I think for them, what becomes harder and harder is as you get more vote total in, and the path becomes narrower and narrower and narrower, and that's a bit where they are at this moment.
The sitting governor Tim Walz on the ticket, Minnesota's governor Tim Walz,
and a pretty popular governor.
Dude, imagine losing your own state.
A lot of things that
you better win that, dude.
A little bit if you're the Harris team, including that. I don't know that they're overly worried about Minnesota, but certainly, yes, would have liked to have that and Virginia in their win column earlier.
I've heard a lot from people on the left who have asked over the last several weeks, how can this be a tie? What's your answer?
I don't know what's happening. It's election day. I'm about to get back on Con in a second.
Right. Obviously, with the economy, with the two-thirds
of the
American people who think the country's on the wrong track, on the immigration, like all of the issues in kind of general.
I don't know why they trying to pretend like this shit ain't over or what.
Republican or for the non-party in power.
I'm gonna leave it up in the corner or whatever, but I'm pretty sure this shit over. I'm gonna get my camos, man.
If were on the ticket, you'd have much greater margins in terms of a Republican victory.
That's difficult to answer because Donald Trump brings out such a passionate base where you might have a problem getting that overperformance in rural areas.
Let me see what Bob's saying. Hold on, let's see what Bob got to
so
say.
Animating.
There's 34 felony accounts or whatever. Remember that? He's got to be sentenced for that still. But they put it off until after the inauguration and election.
Now we can project
North Carolina, Donald Trump.
What was clapping, man? Dude, but the mail-in votes ain't gonna be counted till they're gonna keep getting counted for the next couple of days, right? So that's just that's not gonna be tonight. That one lady, she said Friday, I think, was the cutoff or whatever.
California, it'll look bad when California comes in because Harris will pick up like 52 electoral votes from California.
Huh?
It'll push her way up there like to 240.
Is this guy delayed? I thought she already got that. This guy's delayed or something?
Is it? I don't think it is.
Yeah, it is, man. What
sure?
the fuck? Dude, you think she got 200 without Cali, bro?
The votes in as soon as the
Is this supposed to be the politics guy? What the hell is he saying?
And that is nothing. President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results come in on TV, but we have been here outside, and we've been noticing that a lot of lights that were on within the White House, at least from the part that we can see, have been turning off. So it seems like some folks around here may be taking.
Why is it like this? What the fuck?
Dillon's advice in that memo that they should get some sleep and prepare for some results in the morning. There have been three big changes, though, in the way that the Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours.
I just got to shake.
Why is it?
They were telling us where they saw silver lining in all
Why is it like this, bro?
They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case.
Why is it? Oh, here we go.
In all 7 battleground states, and something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could.
I don't think he's gonna say nothing crazy, dude.
We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad.
I saw police stations today with barricades around them, getting ready for riots.
Was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they've got right now. Vice President Harris.
He don't want to celebrate too early.
She's going to show up at her campaign.
I think he's trying to make sure it's official.
But they took the press pool and they told him just to stand by.
He has his son there. I don't know if you saw him earlier. His son was in there. He got the whole family over.
These races that he has really not been a part of. He's made 6 congratulatory calls. 4 of the 6 are to people who just won in Delaware, where he is heading next.
Peter Ducey, live in the North Lawn. Peter, thank you. Another call to make.
That's right. We can now let you know that the Fox Decision Desk can project that Vice President Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia.
Virginia for Harris.
Dude, this guy's hella delayed or something, bro. Wait, I need a long shots. I don't know. I'm gonna find a map for that.
Elections, but this has just been called for Vice President Harris, and President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states. That all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich moments ago. I'll just
try to find a map for this.
Sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she's not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying, close to the campaign.
Hey Bob, you really think it's already over? No, it's over, man. Poll. It's over, dude. It's over. Trump's going to win. As soon as they call Pennsylvania, Harris has no way to win.
Yeah, but they ain't gonna call that tonight,
as soon
no?
as they call Pennsylvania, and like 70%
they are.
of the vote is in Pennsylvania's in it.
Is that going to be
Birdman
called
is
tonight?
reshaming you. He voted for Kamala. And he's mad. Well, good. Birdman's a retard. It just proves it. And anybody who watches Birdman is a fucking retard. Birdman said he's leaving the country. Well, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. We don't care. Billy Crackcorn and I don't care. What country is he going to? Tell him and his boyfriend to go to Iraq or Russia. They can cure him in Russia. Before you know it, a couple of electroshock treatments, they'll both like women again.
Oh, man. There it is.
Probably more effective was to just lay out a bit of a plan on the economy and inflation and growth. To lay out a plan to maybe say we should have reinstated or kept in place some of the Trump border executive orders as we look.
Wisconsin, 70% of the vote in, 70%. Trump is ahead 51 to 47 in Wisconsin.
And the fact that we have more wealth today than we did 3 years ago, more innovation, more cures and therapeutics, more oil than we did 3 years ago, and they couldn't figure out how to.
And the big thing is, it looks like the Republicans are going to take the Senate and they're going to take the House. It's going to be a fucking wipeout. And that's what President Trump wanted. He wanted people he could work with in the Senate and in the House of Representatives. It's not going to happen. When I went to vote tonight, at my polling place, there were two observers. One was a veteran, because he had his leg blown off. I could just tell he was a veteran, and all he's doing is observing. And there was another guy in there who looked like a lawyer. He was dressed very casual, like in a, I don't know, like a polo shirt. Not like this, but a polo, just a you know, like a t-shirt with a collar on it. Those are called polo shirts. And he was just in the back observing everything, but he was watching.
We're going to make a call here. Stand by.
Birdman shouldn't be allowed to vote since he's illegal, right? Fox News projects Republicans gain Senate control.
Look how happy he is.
Fucking A. Woo! Woo!
The tipping point for this is Nebraska, where Fox News can now project that Republican incumbent Senator Deb Fisher will defeat independent challenger Dan Osborne. Now, this was
Look how happy
a tight race. Incumbent
Republicans take back the Senate. Will Trump start World War III? No. America has.
Can I get long shots on protocol?
Fuck with us. Why is the Senate
or
so
Vault?
important?
Vault
Because
might be better actually.
They can work with President Trump to create laws. They're not going to fight him. They will work with President Trump. Do you think Biden hates Kamala too? Yes, I do. He doesn't really like her, and he doesn't like. He wanted to run for president, but they decided to ouster him.
Oh, these guys voted protocol, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't care about what Birdman does. I heard Trump's going to bomb Iran. Why would Trump have to do it? Why don't you just let Israel do it and support Israel with weapons?
All right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay.
Of the state that really drove this victory, at least by a couple of percentage points for Trump, which sounds pretty familiar. Tom was talking about that a second ago. That's thought one. Thought two is the Democratic race, the governor's race, excuse me. There was a lot of thoughts about split tickets and whether Mark Robinson would be potentially dragging down President Trump or even affecting the down ballot races. We have updates here, and it's not just Mark Robinson losing convincingly to Josh Stein, 55 to 39%, with 85% or so of the votes in so far, but it's also the lieutenant governor's race. The Democrat up a couple percentage points there, Rachel Hunt. Jeff Jackson, the AG, he's up a couple percentage points over his Republican opponent. So you're seeing truly Republican or voters here in North Carolina
That is
going
not a long
across the
shot,
board
man.
for statewide Democrats and then also voting for Donald Trump. So we're seeing that sort of as a microcosm of this overall picture. And then lastly, you have roughly 37% of the electorate in North Carolina that is unassigned, right? Not Democratic, not Republican. Democrats, registered Democrats in the state had gone down about 80,000 or so, I believe, votes from the previous election. Republicans had gained 100,000 plus registered voters, but the reality here is now 400,000 new unaffiliated voters, and we were wondering where will they fall? What is the fault line going to be for those folks, especially these hundreds of thousands that are moving in from out of state? North Carolina gained the third most amount of people post-pandemic after Texas and Florida. How would they play out, especially in the suburbs of these large Democratic cities? By and large. And what we're finding out right now is that the exurbs did really lean more Trump, and that a lot of these folks in the unidentified category were going more red than blue, at least in this election. That's what the early results appear to show, Savannah.
All right, Sam Brock in Asheville for us. Thank you. Let's go over to Tom Yamas, who's looking at Minnesota. We were just talking about Governor Walz, the sitting governor, on the top of the ticket here, and it's too close to call.
Too close to call right now. Democrats, though, are okay with this margin right now.
Damn it,
50%
man.
of the vote is still out. This is how it ended up in
This is not a good
2020.
map for this.
You can see Harris is overperforming slightly. Biden right here. I wanted to look at Minneapolis, Hennepin County. This is the largest county in all of Minnesota. She's doing fine. She's tracking just like Biden did. So this is not really a worry for them. I did want to show you something, though. Blue Earth County, okay? So this is a county that Trump is on top
Dude, I gotta
right
go
now.
somewhere else.
Biden won it in 2020. Why do I want to show you Blue Earth County? Well, besides having the coolest name in the entire country for a county, this is where Governor Tim Walz is from. This is where he taught with his wife. This is where Coach Walz is from. Right now, Republicans are winning his county. It just goes to show when you talk about
This
how
fucking guy's
Trump
losing
may
his
or may
own
not win
county
this
is
election.
crazy.
He's driving up votes in rural areas. I'll show you another one, Stearns County, which actually has a large Somali American population. 95% of the vote in. He's overperforming there. So again, Minnesota, it doesn't look like it's in trouble for Democrats right now, so 50% of the vote is out. But when we look at those rural counties, he's overperforming even in a place where Governor Tim Walz is from. Guys?
All right, Tom, thanks very
This
much.
map is
Bringing
not
NBC's
it, man.
Blaine
I
Alexander,
ain't gonna get shit
who was
on
in the
here.
Atlanta area tonight with some developing news.
Yeah, we have heard some notable remarks from the Georgia Secretary of
So
State, Brad
close,
Raffensperger, concerning the race here in Georgia. Now, before I say them, I want to make it clear, NBC News is still characterizing Georgia as too close to call. But I want to let you know what Raffensperger said not too long ago in a news conference. He said that he believes, looking at the numbers, Donald J. Trump has a, quote, insurmountable
Even that didn't
lead
count.
with the number of votes outstanding. He later goes on to say, it looks like this is pretty much done, and then says, quote, I think the results are pretty well baked in based on where the leads are right now. He's talking about the state of Georgia. Now, again, NBC News still characterizing this as too close to call, but we're talking with Brad Raffensperger, of course. He is in the control center in his Secretary of State's office, watching those results come in, watching the numbers, and also where those votes are coming in.
Dude, I voted Vault.
Now,
These pussies voted fucking Protocol.
some of my Republican sources
I can't play
throughout the
Protocol. I thought I'd have a chance on
the
Protocol.
question. I said, one, how are they feeling? They were all optimistic. But I said, if there is a lead from Donald Trump winning here in Georgia, what would be different from 2020? Of course,
Trump is now minus 5,000.
So many people around the country 4 years ago.
It's
by
over.
flipping blue and helping send Joe Biden to the White House. But they said, again, across the board this time, that it was the push toward early voting by Republicans that they believe has really made a difference in the Peach State this time around. You remember 4 years ago, Donald Trump was really waving people off from voting early, telling them to go on Election Day. This time we've seen a very different message. His surrogates have been preaching a very different message. Even Governor Brian Kemp and other top Republicans in the state have been pushing that early voting message. When I spoke with one Republican source earlier tonight, he said, looking at early voting, he was optimistic. Also, the fact that Republicans tend to turn out more on Election Day, he was feeling good about the way things were going here in the state as well. So several sources telling me they believe that early voting did make a difference, guys.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thanks very much. You know, I was going down, as we bring the panel back, I was going down the most important issues from the exit polls.
Yeah.
Immigration was number 4.
That's right. And that was Donald Trump's closing message, right? I mean, it was his message since he's been in the race. Think about his biggest day one policy priority, mass deportations. He's talked again and again with very few specifics on how that would be implemented about deporting people who have come into this country illegally here. It's always been a big issue for him, dating back something like 8 years now, 4th on the exit poll list. But look what was up there at number 2, the economy. And remember, just because a candidate were to win on the top issue, which this year year, based on the exit polls now, is state of democracy, doesn't mean they're going to win overall. And state of democracy is complicated as the top issue because Republicans and Democrats see it different ways.
Yeah, both sides think there's a threat to democracy for different reasons. Can we go over to Tom Yamas? He's been pacing over there by the Georgia map. Because it's interesting. I mean, we have the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, but who has certainly shown his independence, saying that Trump has an insurmountable lead. I believe you and Chuck have said there's still some vote out there. It's not over yet. What do you see?
It's over, man. Give it up.
Counterpoint. First off, let's see where that remaining vote is so far. Again, the giant bubbles, that's where the vote still needs to be counted. It's all over the Atlanta metro region. This is where Democrats are going to run up the score. This is where their base is, where they've been able to expand. So I'm going to click on a county here like Cobb County. I'm going to bring it out to compare to Joe Biden in 2020. Remember, she wants to perform over or at where Biden is right now to kind of see where her watermarks are. I'm going to highlight this so you guys can see the numbers to follow. Remember, on the left-hand side, she wants to be at where he is or higher. So let's see where we're at here. Fulton County, 71-72, slightly under. We move over to Gwinnett. A little bit under, 73. She's overperforming in Rockdale County. We'll come to DeKalb here. A little bit under. We come over to Douglas County. She's overperforming. But here's the flip side of all this. Let's throw a dart to the east side of Georgia. Any county, I'm going to pick a random county. Look how Trump's overperforming, 68% to 71. Again, I'm going to just touch random counties here. 65, 69. These aren't big counties, but any county I touch, he's going, except for that one. Any other county, well, actually, no, he flipped it. Actually, this any county you come here in rural Georgia, he's flipping all these counties. And like Jen Psaki just said, it's math. Can they run up the score here? Is this what the Secretary of State is talking about, that the numbers are so high in the rural counties, Democrats won't catch them in the Atlanta metro region, but there's still a lot of vote out in this area. So that's one of the reasons why we can't call Georgia just yet. Let me go, election alert.
Okay, we
got
the
an
polls
alert.
closing
they
at the
just
top
closed.
of the hour and the beginning of the morning. It'll be midnight in the East Coast, and we await the results from Hawaii. The polls close there in about 10 seconds from now, so we'll take a pause here so our other
That
stations
shit don't even
can
matter,
join
man.
us.
How
or
many
head to
how
their
many votes they get? Like 3?
And as we hit the midnight hour here in the East, the NBC News now making a projection in the state of Hawaii that Kamala Harris will win those 4 electoral votes in Hawaii. That's the only poll closing at the midnight hour here. The road to 270, Harris now with 189.
I could get long shots on Vorkuta.
30 electoral votes.
All right, we've got quite a few battlegrounds still pending tonight. Pennsylvania, the biggest prize, 84% of the vote in. It is too close to call. In Wisconsin, same story. Here we go. 75% of the vote in, a difference of 87,000 votes. Michigan, too close to call at this hour as well. Midnight on the East Coast. 15 votes up for grabs. They're too close. Arizona, too early to call. Just been counting for about 3 hours now. Out west in Nevada, also too early to call. And in Minnesota, we have too close to call. Democrats still feeling very good about their prospects there, but the margins are not at a place where we are ready to call that. Georgia, too close to call at this hour, too. We just discussed that. So that might be a ray of light for Kamala Harris, or perhaps a narrowing of her path to victory. We should mention.
I think in like an hour they can actually call it, no? Because most of these are almost done.
It stays in the red column for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and I want to go through Pennsylvania now because we're starting to get more vote in Pennsylvania, and I want to focus on the east side of Pennsylvania here. This is 2024 right now. Look, a lot of the vote is still out, but let me show you 2020. You can see how much of this section was blue in 2020.
Again,
Biden won these counties. Now this is 2024. He's flipping counties like Monroe. Again, it's about a 200 vote difference there, so we can't really put too much in that. But he's ahead. Northampton County, remember, this is the one that has picked the president, or at least picked the winner of Pennsylvania, going back to the Kennedy years. This is Easton. This is a fast-growing area, suburbs. It used to be the people that used to work at Bethlehem Steel. It's now changing. Again, fast-growing suburbs in south central Pennsylvania. 52%, he's on top. Again, a reminder here, this is a county that Biden won in 2020. And this is new right now. This is Bucks County. 56% in. Still a lot of the vote is out. There's only about a 400 vote difference there. We're still waiting on 183,000 votes. So Republicans can't really draw too much out of this. But Democrats would rather these counties were all blue. Let's move a little further south around the collar counties of Philadelphia here. Montgomery County, this is where Governor Shapiro is from, 61%. Performing slightly under Joe Biden, but not too bad. Chester County, 58 to 54. That's a bigger gap there. Again, remember, Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania because he does better than Hillary Clinton in those suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's take a look at Philadelphia right now. Okay, 81 for Biden, 77 for Kamala Harris. There's still about 30% of the vote is out. But again, these aren't the trend lines that Democrats are going to want to see. Look, it could all change when that vote comes in. This is where we are right now. This is a snapshot in time. It could all change. Erie County is another swing county that we're watching. About 75% of the vote is in. She's overperforming Biden there. That's a good sign for her, especially in Western PA, where Democrats knew they were going to have some trouble because of the issue of fracking. And let's look at Allegheny County real quick. This is Pittsburgh. 94% of the vote is in, and she's about at the same mark where Biden is. That's where we stand right now, guys, in Pennsylvania.
How about Wisconsin? Can you do Door County? Because as you well know, fun fact alert, Door County has, do you like the fun fact alert? It's picked the president the last 6 elections.
Yeah, so right now, if that's what you're betting on, Door County is blue. Democrats are on top there, but look, guys, this is a very small number. Door County is not a big county, but it's one that all the political watchers look at because it usually picks the winner almost always of the statewide race in Wisconsin.
I'm not getting no long shots on this map either,
a great sign for Democrats.
I gotta just find Scud, man.
Sauk County, this is another one that usually picks the winner. Trump is on top here. Biden won it in 2020, so he's really overperforming, going from 48 to 52. But again, there's still about 30% of the vote that's out there. So we got to.
I thought I could have a chance on Vorkuta, man.
Wisconsin, as you know, Savannah, Dane County, University of Wisconsin here, the fastest growing area of the state. 75%. She's slightly underperforming there. Again, she has to turn out in these cities because, like the other battleground states, I should say, unlike the other battleground states, there are not large minority groups in Wisconsin. It's the widest of all the battleground states. And then Milwaukee, again, we're going to wait till late to get all the vote in Milwaukee. She's at 66%. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won Milwaukee. And he won the state of Wisconsin with 69%.
Oh my God, they're not going to vote it. No one wants to play it.
Her voters show
up.
Guys.
You got a lot of votes to count there, though, in Wisconsin.
You could call it the Battle of the Bellwethers, if that's what you're looking at here. I also think Bucks County, I will take my Bucks County native privilege as somebody who grew up there. It's an interesting one because you've got lower Bucks, central Bucks, upper Bucks, and it looks different in some Starbucks. You also have
Sorry, it's after midnight. It happens.
Here it comes. I love it. I know. Get the M&Ms ready, too. Yes. But it looks different than like Montgomery County, Delaware County demographically here, and I was in touch with a good Republican source there who thinks that Donald Trump is going to do better, and we're seeing it, starting to see it in some of these numbers in Bucks than he did in 2020. That said, remember, this was a +4 county for Joe Biden back in 2020. It is represented by a Republican in Congress, so it's one of these places very, very swingy and a place that a lot of folks are watching, and I see you nodding your head, Jen.
Yeah, well, I did not grow up in Bucks County, but I've spent a lot of time thinking about Bucks County over the course of many years in politics. You know, looking at county, as Tom was going through it, one of the things that we're seeing over and over again is that she's underperforming where Biden was in 2020. It doesn't mean that's where Biden would have performed, where he's still the nominee, but it does, and that's not just in Pennsylvania, where you're seeing it in Wisconsin, you're seeing it in other places. One of the things as we've watched this results that I've been thinking about that Democrats will have to think about, depending on what happens here, is there's been a realignment of states Democrats focus on, and you know, Georgia and North Carolina are in many ways like baby blue, and I mean that because they've only been blue for one cycle, right?
Why the fuck is this
they've done that because of organizing on the ground, but they're not reliably blue. And the problem is Ohio and Florida are gone.
For in the case of North Carolina, it was baby blue in 2008 and not since.
It hasn't been since, so that's I don't know what color it is. It's lavender. So yes, exactly. So I think one of the things that they will need to think about, regardless of the outcome, is where the states are that they're going to play. They would love to have Texas, of course. Texas didn't turn out for them to work out. Maybe it wouldn't for 8 years. But with states off the map, it's like, is it Georgia and North Carolina? Are there places they need to invest? That's one of the challenges, too, I think.
Point, I'm getting an increasing number of texts from Democratic sources who are looking at these returns come in, the fact that she's not meeting her benchmarks in these various counties where she needs to, who are really starting to take that reflective tone of Democrats and thinking about the next election cycle need to think about how to better meet voters where they are. Again, we still have a lot of vote to come in. We still have to see what happens with the blue wall. But the fact that this is such a fight for them, the fact that this is a tied race, it's also taking a step back. Voters saying so far, at least, they like Trump.
Well, it's so interesting, too,
Why'd he
because
die?
I remember in our earlier days in politics, after Republicans lost to Barack
I can't even
Obama,
see
there
this
was
guy.
this famous autopsy commissioned by the head of the RNC that said and gave some tough love to Republicans, saying, listen, this country is changing demographically. And if you don't get a piece of that pie, you're going nowhere. Well, how interesting that we actually are seeing tonight Donald Trump getting more of the Latino vote. We'll see if he, got a better share of the black vote. I don't think we've seen that in the exit polls yet, but you're starting to see that.
Yeah, that is true. And I also, though, will say it wasn't a policy campaign, right? There weren't policy proposals that were dueling. To me, it seems much more cultural, what you're seeing.
Well, isn't that the note for Democrats?
That is a harder thing to grapple with. That's my point. It takes a lot of deep soul searching. We
Come
don't know
on,
what the
man,
outcome is going to
damn.
be. But if you look again to the breakdown, college versus non-college educated, rural versus urban, those are big cultural issues that are beyond whether somebody has an 81-page economic plan or whatever their other plan is. And that's a different
I disagree
conversation.
with you a little bit, Jen, on that.
All right.
I do think
Level of disagreement. Go ahead.
I do think there was policy, but it was more around the record. So I mean, Donald Trump was running as the incumbent president without being the incumbent president. He was running on his record primarily prior to COVID. And
Can one of you
reminding people
kids
whether it
kill
was on
him,
the
man,
immigration,
please?
the economy. I mean, I remember when I was on the
What's going
2020
on?
campaign prior to the pandemic. I think we were down for a Democrat debate in Atlanta, and an African-American gentleman came up to me and looked around and said, I like your guy because everybody's got work and our paychecks are going up. Now, COVID scrambled everything.
Oh my
I think
God.
a lot of people, especially in those communities that are moving over, they're doing it based off of, well, I remember whether it was the border was secure, the economy was better, prices were lower under Donald Trump. So it was an incumbent campaign without being the incumbent.
With the benefit of 4 years, and people
that's
do
right. Yeah. It's a bit of a revision.
Get out there,
Sorry.
Spawn. Dude, why?
It is a revisionist. So
Leave
to
me
that
alone,
still is
man.
a
Let me just
messaging,
fucking get my
cultural
long
thing and not
shot.
actually a policy debate.
Okay, I'll
that's
give you
what I
that
would
part of it.
lightly
Yeah.
dispute.
All right, well, Garrett Hake is at Trump Election Night headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. How's it going there, Garrett?
Lester, there's sort of a barely contained sense that the party is really going to get started here at any moment at this Trump election headquarters. Every time a new result is announced on screen behind me, there are huge cheers from a crowd that has been filing in here, drinking beer, wine, and cocktails for some time now and is ready to celebrate. And I'll just say, anecdotally, it is a younger crowd. It is a younger crowd than other election nights I've covered, other Republican events that I've covered. And I think it reflects something that we've seen in the exit polls, this so-called shift of the bro vote in particular towards Donald Trump, the young men who he has put so central in this campaign. You know, I think about the fact that just today when he was voting, he was asked by another reporter about what he thought one of the most important moments of this campaign was, and he mentioned Joe Rogan, the podcaster, and the fact that he did that podcast interview and then subsequently got Rogan's endorsement, which he made a big part of his closing remarks just last night. Feels like a week ago now. Trump is talking to a different segment of America and has created a different electorate for Republicans than has existed in any other Republican race that I've covered. It's reflected in this room. I think we're seeing it reflected in the states he's putting together, just as you guys were just discussing about kind of what states are in play, what the map is going to look like now, and potentially for cycles in the future.
Oh, you fucking
All right, Garrett, thank you. I want to go over to Peter Alexander, your counterpart over at Kamala Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. So what is the mood there?
Well, you can hear the music blaring, but within the crowd right now, it's pretty silent. A lot of glum looks on the faces here over the course of this evening. They've been playing as the returns were coming in on one of the cable channels, and frankly, they weren't the returns that most of the people here in the room wanted. So you start hearing several dozen people start chanting, music, music. They muted the TV and blasted some music so they could sort of lift the spirits of some of the folks here this evening. I'll tell you, based on an attendee who was at one of the Harris events taking place at a hotel not far from here, the situation there, the scene was described as that of
Good
a
move.
funeral right now. Now, that doesn't mean this thing is over, but it does give you a sense of the way people are feeling right now. I was with Kamala Harris just yesterday as she was traveling through Pennsylvania at that late night event. Actually, it was just 24 hours ago. And she was with Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin, Oprah Winfrey, and she said to the tens of thousands gathered that momentum is on our side, but clearly there was a different message being communicated now in the form of that document that was obtained by NBC News. The statement sent by the campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, saying basically that we always knew this race was going to be tight, and increasingly it appears that they believe the blue wall states are their best path going forward at this time. That's what it seems to be the way this night is going to go for most folks here. It's not the end of the road. Jen O'Malley Dillon also saying we're going to keep at it tomorrow, but we wait to hear from Kamala Harris, of course, in the course of the next couple of hours, and we'll let you know.
Tell me,
How
man.
important are notes like that? Not for our consumption, but for the consumption of the campaign.
Hugely important. I think people forget. I've been on winning presidential campaigns and losing ones. It feels better when you win. Just to state the obvious. But
I agree.
you know, we can agree. But you know, this is a team that has been many of them through a massive transition just 107 days ago, where many of them signed up to work for somebody slightly different. And Joe Biden, you know, it's been. They've been working 20 hours a day. They've been eating bad pizza, drinking bad beer, all of the things, and it's just to keep them rolling,
But at a
keep
moment
them
like
going.
this, now we know earlier in the evening they were trying to keep them in line and all this, but now you're at a point where you have no control.
You don't, but you need to keep the campaign team's spirits up, because they're continuing to talk to voters and counsel people who may have questions, and they're still a part of this big team that's been working to elect Kamala Harris. They don't have control, but the end has not happened yet, and so they need to keep them all, their spirits up. That's the goal.
Now you say the end hasn't happened yet. I mean, do you still hold out hope that there's a path? I mean, a reasonable path?
Well, look, I think it becomes, as I said earlier, more and more challenging as more results come in, and you see that the blue wall looks like the primary possible path, and as you see her underperforming Biden in a number of these counties.
Why do we
That
keep
makes it more
flipping, man? What the
challenging.
fuck, man?
There are still, if you talk to Democrats, which I have, they believe there are votes that are still coming in Philadelphia. There are still votes coming in cities. That's often how these nights go. So I'm a believer you got to wait until you know.
No.
That's what happens internally here as well. But yes, if you're on the campaign right now, you're feeling pretty down, because there are places you wanted to have in your win column to give you more space and breathing room, and you don't have them in this moment.
As we talk about this idea of the Democratic brand, Jen, and as you've been having this conversation here, I just want to throw out a data point to the table here, because there is a ballot initiative that has just passed in a state that enshrines a right to paid sick leave and a higher minimum wage, and it passed with 59% support. If I were to say that, maybe you'd say blue state, probably California,
I gotta be
right?
so
Missouri,
close, bro.
right? A state that we called almost right away for former President Trump here, which I think speaks to what you're getting at here, this idea of a realignment in this moment. You've talked about it, Chuck's talked about it, we've had that conversation here at the table.
I also think Hallie had the opportunity to interview Vice President Kamala Harris, and you asked her a fascinating question. Do you think the country is ready for a black
I got it.
president?
Wait, I got it.
And she
Oh my
said
God,
yes.
thank you, God.
And depending on how this night
Jesus.
goes, I think that will be one of the questions that gets
This
asked
is
as well.
the piece that, and again, we don't know what the outcome is
Yes.
yet. But I think when Hillary Clinton lost, a lot of people felt like, a lot of women, a lot of Democrats felt like there's never going to be a woman in my lifetime, right? And I think one of the things that is going to be a challenge if Harris loses is that there will be Democrats who will not want to take a risk on a woman, on someone who's diverse, because they'll think, I like that person, but the country's not ready. Here's the thing. The country's not ready until the country is ready with Barack Obama. There's a range of factors that lead to the win or loss of anyone, and we don't know what's happened
best
yet.
play.
That will all have to be delved into, but I do worry about that if she loses.
We do know it is something that she leaned out of in her
Yes.
campaign, unlike Hillary Clinton in 2016. It was not something, she didn't open her stump speeches with that idea. I mean, she talks about it, and she talked about it with me. She's talked about it with all of you here too, that it would be the president for all Americans, and that she is sort of putting her head down and grinding it out.
But if she loses, it won't be because women didn't turn out. It won't be because of women, right? It won't be because she pulled back a lot of the Democratic base that had gone away and were, double haters, as we called them for a long time, before there was a switch at the top of the ticket. And that is actually how Barack Obama also ran and won, which he didn't lead with the historic nature of his candidacy on his sleeve. There will be a lot of people who second guess that if she loses.
But if she loses, it may also be because there are tremendous headwinds in terms of an unpopular incumbent and people feeling terrible about the economy. And even if inflation is down to 2%, sometimes the stuff you feel, your gas prices, your groceries, it doesn't feel that way. So that may also be the rationale.
That's exactly my point. I was trying to make earlier, and you just did it in a more articulate way, which is that, you know, there will be there are always leaps to conclusion in both parties when your candidate loses.
Double Qs, man.
Lose. And again, we don't know yet, but and people will leap to different ones, right? The country isn't ready for a woman. The country isn't ready for a
What is
black
this
woman,
nonsense, man?
Things.
What are they saying? Hey, shut them up, man.
Into the winner or loss.
Just,
and I
just
think
give me some
if she
stats,
loses,
man.
I'm hopeful people will
230,
look at the broad
210.
scope of where the country is, the cultural divides,
What's left?
the rural-urban divides,
the education divides.
The education
They still ain't done
divides.
none of the big
there
ones.
are just a lot of factors at play in presidential races.
I'll give you something that may be positive.
What
for
is
you
Nevada?
going forward.
Why is
Shift this
Nevada
all
still
into
zero?
the way we were talking, you know, that's a possibility. You still have a very young, good bench in Governor Shapiro, the governor of North Carolina, the Gretchen Whitmer, who could possibly bridge that gap, and as opposed to saddling them with the L, if they would have joined the
Why are they
ticket
still
with
voting?
the
What
vice
the fuck?
president, or if they had replaced the vice president and become the nominee with 100 and some days out in a very difficult situation, I think you would have been weaker as a party for it.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I think that if she loses and Donald Trump wins, there will be millions of people in this country who voted for her who will feel like we're in the state of an emergency. And I think that is how people will respond and feel. And they will be looking for hope, a resistance, an opposition. And there are a lot of people on the Democratic bench. You mentioned some of them were in the beef steaks we all, you know, lived through this summer. Some of them were not, who I would expect would all be out there on everybody's shows in the coming days.
Well, and that's what makes the timing, I think, of President Biden's decision to step down after the debate something that, if she does in fact lose, will be under a microscope, because of course there was so much discussion even over the summer about potentially having an open primary and having that fight play out within the Democratic Party. So
I can't even bet no more. They took it down.
You mentioned debate. We haven't really talked about that. There was no second debate, and you have to wonder how that affected the trajectory of this race, because by most accounts,
no, they just took some other shit down. It's still minus 5,000.
True. And I also think that it throws into question a lot of things. I mean, I think anybody who watched that debate objectively felt she outperformed him in that debate. If she doesn't win, yes, there should have been a second debate, but do debates matter? They should matter. They're the public being able to see the candidates. She has a far superior ground operation that has been invested in across the country. The Republican
What are these
state
bitches
parties,
yapping about,
you
man?
can disagree with me here, of course, are falling apart in many states in the country. That will throw into question, does that matter? It should matter, but it will throw that into question. So yes, not a second debate, not an opportunity for people to see them person to person. The first one definitely benefited her, but if she doesn't win, it didn't benefit her enough to put her in the White House.
Well, we've got a lot to talk about. We're still waiting on a lot of numbers from the battleground states and the road to 270. We'll be right back after this break.
That one says 230. He already had. What was the other one? The other one said, yeah, 230. They're just waiting for all the important ones now, really.
Domination.
Yeah, this shit over, man.
Taking Alpha.
Wait, what do I need? Oh, double kills. What's this camo?
The lead is on.
What the hell? He just turned up. Whoa, he did some crazy shit. Ah, damn it.
Taking Bravo underway.
UAV established overhead.
There we go. Shoot
lives
him.
in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
This monster and historic storm is set to make landfall.
Now is raw.
What was your initial reaction?
Devastated. Now is real.
Voters are voting. It's here. It's happening.
Now is constant. You gotta see this. Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. If you have stepped away or heard parts of the conversation, know that this race is not over. This is the road to 270. That, of course, the magic number. Donald Trump right now leading with 230, Harris with 189. All right, here's what we have from the state of Nevada. It's 6 electoral votes. It's too early to call. That's NBC News characterization of the race. You can see Donald Trump appears to be well out in front right now, but again, too close to call. Georgia, that is also too close to call, a 118,000 vote difference. Let's look at the other battleground. Michigan, 15 electoral votes in play, too close to call. Donald Trump with a narrow lead of Kamala Harris as we continue to watch this one unfold.
Let's zoom in on Michigan with Tom Yamas. What you got?
Hey guys, okay, so we have now more than 50% of the vote is in Michigan, as you mentioned, Lester. 15 electoral votes. This was Biden's largest margin of victory in 2020 when it came to the battleground states. Almost the whole game is Wayne County. It's Detroit. Not enough vote there. About a quarter of the vote is in. We can't really make any projections or calls here because so much of that vote is out. But just to give you an idea of where Biden was in 2020, again, a lot of this vote is out, so I don't want to spend too much time on this, but 68% tonight right now, Harris, at this point in time, is at 58%. Not a great number for her. It is a tale of two suburbs in Michigan, right? You have Oakland County. This is where Kamala Harris did that rally, or I should say that town hall with Oprah Winfrey. This is one of the wealthiest counties in all of Michigan. Pontiac, Michigan is here, the suburbs of Detroit. This is where Biden was in 2020, 56%. This is where Harris is tonight, 53%. There's still about 20% of the vote. Just over Macomb County. Now, this is a little more middle class, a little more working class. It is a suburb of Detroit as well. Republicans do very well here. Trump was at 53%. There's, only about a third of the vote in. He's at 57, so he's overperforming there. Some of the other areas we want to watch, Grand Rapids, Kent County. This is the last place where Trump held the rally last night, and or I should say yes, on Monday. Sorry, I'm getting my days confused here. Biden was at 52. She's overperforming there. That's good news for the Democrats. I also want to talk about Washtenaw. This is the University of Michigan. Go Big Blue if you're a fan out there. 71% of the vote is in. Remember, this is a college county. Democrats have to do very well here. Biden, 72%. Tonight, Harris is underperforming right now with almost three quarters of the vote in. Ingham County, again, another college county. This is where Michigan State is. Half the vote is in. Biden was at 65. Harris is at 56.9. I want to see some Trump barometers right now. Cass County, Trump's at 66%. 4 years ago, he was at 63. So again, the story of Trump overperforming in those rural counties, we're seeing it as well in Michigan. Still, a lot of the vote is out, though. Look, we still need half the vote to come in. A lot of that's going to be Detroit, as we know. I'm going to look at Saginaw. This is a battleground county. This is where she toured that semiconductor plant. We don't see much there. There's only 1% of the vote in. I don't want to draw anything from there. We're going to check Kalamazoo. She appeared here with Michelle Obama. It was the Harris and Michelle Obama appearance. Only 13% of the vote in, and she's slightly underperforming. Guys, a lot of the vote is still out in Michigan, but the trend lines we've been seeing in the other states, we're sort of seeing in Michigan as well. But again, I don't want to draw too much from that because there's a lot of that vote that's out.
So interesting to see you do those university towns because
it's shocking.
Well,
yeah.
Because there was a lot of turnout, and Democrats early in the day were kind of giddy about that. But I think this might be a function of what we've been seeing, which is young men turning out for Donald Trump and maybe skewing what you normally would expect from the university town.
And something we haven't mentioned just yet, because so much of the vote is out in Wayne County. You have Detroit and you have Dearborn. That makes up Wayne County, that Arab-American Muslim vote. We're talking about more than 200,000 voters there. Again, it's probably not going to be monolithic, but they're uncommitted votes as well. The question is what happens. Do they not show up? Do they vote third party? Do they vote for Trump? Or do they stick with Harris? We still don't know.
Okay, Tom, hang tight there. We want to go right to Detroit, actually. NBC's Jesse Kirsch on duty there. Hey, Jesse.
Hey, so
Savannah, I know we're wondering when we're going to have those votes from Wayne County, specifically Detroit, where I am right now, as Tom was just mentioning. Here's what we know from officials. Here in Detroit, city officials had expected around midnight that the full tabulation would be completed. So we haven't received word that that has been finalized, but that was the estimate earlier in the evening. We know that absentee ballots, around 95% of that had been pre-processed before Election Day. So the overwhelming bulk of the absentee ballots were ready to be tabulated before Election Day. So that was what was the expectation heading into tonight. Just a short time ago, we heard from the Secretary of State here in Michigan herself, and she says that they are further along in tabulation, including for here in Detroit, than was anticipated. Her initial estimate before Election Day was by midday Wednesday, so today we would have an answer on the unofficial results. She says it could be sooner now. There is a caveat. Remember, in 2016, former President Trump won this state by around 10,000 votes. We are told there are around 6,000 ballots outstanding from military and overseas. If they're postmarked by Tuesday, they can be counted if they're received by a week from yesterday, which would be Tuesday, the 12th. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Jesse. And in battleground Georgia, Ellison Barbers in Gwinnett County. Ellison, what's it looking like there?
Hey, Lester, it's starting to get a lot quieter in this tabulation center, and that's because for the most part, they're almost done here. We're told by election officials in this county, there is one precinct that is still out of the 156. 155 have been counted. They're still counting one final precinct and a few absentee ballots, but voter turnout here has surpassed what we saw in 2020. That's something both Democrats and Republicans were hoping for. But what Republicans were hoping for specifically was that Trump could maybe get a couple percentage points above the 40% that he had in this state back in 2020, and that it would be enough to chip into Harris's margins and the Democrats' margins here and then carry the state. And right now, he's a little over 41% of the vote in this county. So it looks like what they were hoping would happen here in terms of those couple extra percentage points might have happened. I will remind you, when we're talking about Georgia, think of what happened here back in 2022 in the midterms, where you had Trump endorsing candidates in the Senate race, in the gubernatorial race, and in the Secretary of State race. All of the candidates he backed lost that election cycle. The state essentially seemed to be rebuking Donald Trump. Tonight, Lester, it seems like we're seeing a very different Georgia than what we saw in 2022. Lester.
All right, Ellison, thank you.
All right, let's go out west. Reno, Nevada. Steve Patterson is there in Washoe County. Tell us what you're seeing there.
Democracy in action, Savannah. We're in the tabulation center. The machines are humming. The ballots are coming in from polling places all across the county, although it is now abundantly clear that the workers you see over my shoulder are going to be here for a while. That is because we just heard from an election official about 10, 15 minutes ago to say that people are still voting. It is, 2.5 hours past when polls were supposed to close. People that are still in line can still vote, and they are still voting. We're hearing that there's a polling place, a tribal community that has about 50 people still in line. It is going to take a while for those votes to get counted. In-person votes that come in today have to wait to be counted until the very last person in Nevada takes their turn to vote. So this is going to take some time. We also understand there was a University of Nevada, Reno, that took a while. There were about 50 people that still had to vote after polls closed there. That is because we're hearing same-day registrations were spiking at college campuses. College students realized, you know what, I think I am going to vote. And so they signed up to vote on the same day, clogged the system a little bit. None of this is to say that this is any indication that there's anything wrong, any indication of fraud.
Turn around, idiot.
It just means that the system is taking a while, and as we often report in the Silver State, it may take a minute before we get totals here. Back to you.
All right, Steve, thanks very much. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett joins us now. She's at the Vote Watch desk with an update on the abortion measures on the ballots in several states.
Hey, guys, yeah, we've been tracking these across 10 different states tonight, and at least so far, we can make calls for 4 different states, and it's worth noting here, the places where the abortion referendums have actually gone through and passed are places where abortion rights are not in jeopardy, places like Colorado, where abortion is easily on the ballot there and has managed to pass. The first one, New New York, again, obviously you can still get an abortion in New York, but there was part of a package of anti-discrimination laws to try to shore up these rights. Again, these are constitutional amendments. The next one, in Maryland, you can get an abortion up to the point of viability, around 24 weeks of pregnancy now, and it again will be enshrined in the Constitution. The big exception here, guys, Florida. That one was different because it required a supermajority to pass, 60% of voters, and it did not meet that threshold, falling just above it, just short of it, around 58%. So that one,
dude, are they done with any real coverage? It's all these bitches crying now. Are we done?
Abortion in the state of Florida.
I ain't heard an update about what's going on in forever.
Guys, we're going to keep watching other states like
These
South
bitches
Dakota,
crying.
also Missouri, Nebraska. The referendums are still on the ballot there, and they're not yet at a point where we can project those. Send it back to you guys.
I did get it.
We've got a new guest on our panel. We've got former Housing and Urban Development Secretary, Democrat Julian Castro, and Republican Mark Lauder remains with us. He was the communications director for Trump's 2020 campaign.
I'm done with this
nice
shit,
to have
man.
you both with us. Congressman, I have to ask you about the Latino vote, because we are looking at an exit poll that shows Latino men broke for Trump by 10 points. They went for Biden by 23. That's a 33-point swing.
This
How do you
one, man.
make sense of that?
I think all of us are trying to make sense of that. Look, you know, this is one exit poll, so I'm not prepared to draw complete conclusions from this, but like, I think it's safe to say, right? We've seen enough evidence that there was a significant shift among Latinos. I attribute that to several things. I think that you were talking about divides earlier, right? There's this, in this Trump era, the rural-urban divide, also around educational background. I think that's true in the Latino community, too. If you notice, particularly in these places that are more small town and rural, he has picked up significant Latino support. I think we're seeing that in places like Pennsylvania. In addition to that, from what I could gather, the economic message really resonated. You have to remember, this is a working class community by and large, and all of those messages he stuck to about we had the greatest economy and, you know, look how bad inflation is and so forth. I think that played well this year. I'll be interested to see whether there's a difference in Nevada and Arizona. Those are states where the Latino community is much more organized and has been by Democrats for longer than in places like Pennsylvania or some of the other battleground states.
We've got to make a call here, Secretary. This is NBC News projection in the state of Georgia. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win in Georgia when all the votes are counted. There's the breakdown right now, 118,000 vote margin. But again, Donald Trump, the projected winner. This is a big call here on a night in which we've waited quite some time for some of these important battleground calls. Here's what the road to 270 looks like. Donald Trump drawing closer now to that magic number. He's at 246, Harris at 189.
Well, this means it's blue wall or bust for Kamala Harris. It's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, or there is no path to 270 for her. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this as we await results in those big industrial Midwest states, as well as the battlegrounds out west. We're going to pause a moment. We want to let the local stations hit their local news, and we'll be back in a moment.
And welcome back. That news is sinking in that Georgia will go into the Donald Trump column here tonight. Certainly a major piece on and putting Donald Trump even closer to that magic 270.
I was just looking over at Tom, who's doing the back of the envelope math here. So
I'm gaming
show
up
us
the
our
scenario
math
here. I just want to make this very simple for us here and also our viewers at home. So we projected Georgia and North Carolina. For former President Trump to go back to the White House, look at his number right here, 252. If he wins Pennsylvania, he's going back to the White House, 271. It's coming down to Pennsylvania right now for Republicans. What the math changes now for Kamala Harris, right? Because now she no longer has a Sun Belt strategy. She's lost Georgia. She's lost North Carolina. If she wins Nevada and Arizona, she's still going to have to pick off 2 states in the blue wall. She no longer has that path. Listen, if she wins the entire blue wall, yes, she'll go back to the White House. That is still an option for her. Listen,
I was just
Wisconsin,
looking. It's still 230,
Michigan,
210.
and Pennsylvania. She has to win all 3. But it looks like this is the entire game for her right now, guys. By losing North Carolina, losing Georgia, things have just gotten much easier for
Georgia's
former
done?
President Trump. We're going to be watching Pennsylvania more
shit
than
over,
ever
man.
before right now, because those 19 electoral votes will put him over the top if we project that state for him. Guys?
All right, Tom, thanks very much. So We'll turn to
So
Secretary
is it
Castro
actually
here.
over,
Your
or if
thoughts
she
on,
wins?
at this point,
If
where
she
we
wins
are and where this is gonna go?
Pennsylvania, she could still
It
win,
feels like
or it's
2016.
over.
Honestly, it feels like 2016. And just the path becoming smaller and smaller. There are still votes to be counted, and we saw a lot of enthusiasm today.
What's good with Bob?
So it's possible that you have significant
Bob just put their
election
shit
day
on.
voting that could change this, but what
Okay,
I've noticed
Bob.
is just in county after county in Pennsylvania that he's been overperforming and that she's been underperforming what Biden and Trump did in 2020. And
What is this
that, you know, for Democrats has to be worrisome.
There's like
I do attribute that too. I mean, it's early.
almost 200K
I mean, but
difference.
When you look at that, you can't say they didn't park in Pennsylvania. They did, you know, and they have this superior organization. Most analysts think. What do you think was the difference maker?
I'm trying to finish this sniper, so I'm still
She
here.
was put in a very difficult position by President Biden.
Yeah, I hate to interrupt you, I'm sorry, but we have a call in the
we got
U.S.
update.
Senate that will change the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. NBC News now calling GOP control of the Senate.
That's with the victory of Deb Fischer, the incumbent in Nebraska, who was given quite the run for her money from an independent there, Dan Osborne, who said he wouldn't caucus with either side. But it went down to the wire. But in the end, the Nebraska Senate goes back to the Republicans, and that gives a leg up to Republicans and the gains they need to take control of the Senate.
They should have won it based on how the map looks, and obviously we are now projecting that they have it here. You've got that Nebraska pickup. Montana is still hanging
Why do
out
they
there. I'm
sound
also looking at some of
sad?
these other races
They
that
can't
are
have
very,
abortions
very
anymore,
close,
so
where there are Democratic incumbents in the
upset.
Senate. So this is significant, obviously, for the balance of power in Congress and for whoever ends up in the White House, especially if it is former President
hardpoint,
Trump.
hold
A lot of eyes are going to be on what the House does, where the House goes here, with that
do I
landscape
want?
looking very
Dom,
different, of course.
actually.
Those critical races.
Why don't we ask Ryan Nobles,
think I want
our
hardpoint.
colleague who is here somewhere?
He covers it. Go the
He
building.
covers Capitol Hill.
Covers it.
Right, what we know now is the Republicans have control of the Senate.
It's
what we
over,
don't know
man.
is the margin, and you still have a very vulnerable Democratic seat out west in Montana. We wait for Michigan, we wait for Wisconsin. What are you hearing?
Yeah, Savannah, I think of all the outcomes that happened here tonight, this is probably the least surprising. Republicans felt very confident about their chances of winning back the Senate, just given the map. There were 10 competitive Senate races across the country. 8 of them were held by incumbent Democrats. And the places where they were battling out these races were in places where the elections were expected to be very competitive. And we see that playing out here.
I don't know if they can go to a different state. I'm honestly not even sure how it works.
The interesting dynamic that's now playing out at this hour is that where
I got my my abortions are homemade. You know what I'm saying?
But they were very
shit getting
much
handled.
talking to us about the idea of 50+1. They just wanted 51 seats to make sure that they would have the Senate Majority Leader, that they could control the legislation that came on and off the Senate floor. They're now talking about perhaps significant margins. They are now looking
What
at
the
that
hell's
blue
going
wall
on?
the same way that we are looking at the blue wall in terms of the race for president.
These
and
kids,
seeing
why
real
is there a
opportunities
9th
for pickups in
prestige in
places
here
like
with dark
Wisconsin,
matter,
in
man?
places like Michigan,
What
in
is
places
this,
like
man?
Pennsylvania.
Leave
These
me
were
alone,
areas
weird
where
fuck.
Democrats
What the
were
hell?
hopeful because they had strong incumbents there, or
What?
they
I
had
didn't even notice
strong
that.
challengers,
I'm trying to
people
chill.
running in open seats like in
Weird-ass
Michigan,
fucking
who they
loser.
thought they'd be able to run ahead of Kamala Harris, even if the race was close at the presidential level. Donald Trump's margins seem to be bringing those Republican candidates along with him in states along that blue wall. And then don't forget, there's 2 other Senate seats that are still on the balance as well. Yeah, I know
It's
you already
so
talked about
hot in here,
Montana,
bro.
which Republicans feel very confident about. But we also have Nevada and
This fucking
Arizona.
PS5 be heating shit
Arizona
up.
Don't you
Republicans
ever
were not
give
that
up on a
bullish
women
on. They
candidate,
did
you
not
scum.
have high hopes
Only
for
a
Carrie Lake,
racist,
the candidate there.
misogynist,
The
bully,
scenario in which they
societal
thought
level
Carrie
threat
Lake could
like you
win
would
is the
count out a woman,
scenario that
especially
we
one
see
of
playing
color.
out right now. And that
Good
was a
luck
big
staying
Donald
on
Trump
Twitch,
victory
buddy.
that
Me
would
and my
bring
gay
her
friends
across
will
the
make
finish
your
line.
life
So
a
there's
living
no
hell.
doubt that there
Your
are a lot of
Emperor
very
Trump-
happy people in the Senate Republican caucus. And
My
this is
bad.
going to be a very different looking Senate Republican caucus, one that might look a lot more like the House Republican caucus that we've covered over the past couple of election cycles. So there's no doubt that there's going to be a lot of change in Washington as a result of what we see playing out here.
Yeah, different leadership too. Senator McConnell is stepping aside there. Let's go to Kelly O'Donnell, who's also there, certainly is a veteran of the Hill. We await who will control the House of Representatives, and we may be waiting for weeks for that one. But Kelly, what's your takeaway here?
Well, certainly if the Senate Republicans have this way of reshaping themselves, and it is without Mitch McConnell, who's decided he's not going to be in leadership. And so it will be more in the form of Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump becomes president again, then you have that kind of partnership where he will have more of an opportunity to drive the agenda. Now, if the House goes to the Democrats, then they have the counterweight, and they have the power of subpoena and the power to be an agitation to a Donald Trump if he returns to the White House. For Republicans, as Ryan mentioned and as we've talked about tonight, the expectation was that this was likely because there's a third of the Senate that is up every 2 years, 34 seats this time, and it was favorable territory for Republicans. But for the partnership between a White House and at least one chamber of the Senate, of the Congress, it makes such a difference. Now, Donald Trump has not always courted those Republicans. He has such a grasp over his party, not always wanting to work with them in terms of governing and getting things done. But he has infused his brand, his personality into this Republican caucus, and that will mean sort of a Trump-style reflection in the Senate, perhaps more than we saw in his first term, because you won't have Mitch McConnell in a leadership position.
All right, we want to go to Harris headquarters. Cedric Richmond, who is, of course, the head of the DNC, about to address the crowd there. Let's listen in.
What the hell is this? What is this
Good
music?
evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count.
Hey, you lost, pal.
We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted.
Hey, how do we tell them?
That every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Richmond, who is, of course, the co-chair of the Harris campaign, I misspoke earlier, apologies for that, saying that we will not hear from Kamala Harris tonight, but we will hear from her tomorrow. We've got Julian Castro here. What do you make of that? What are your tea leaves showing you?
It reminds me of John Podesta coming out at the Jacob Javits Center around the same time. Maybe that was a little bit later in 2016.
If I recall, the race hadn't been called.
Had not been.
When he first came out.
It was called probably an hour and a half later, if I remember correctly. Look, I think it's important to note this is a different year. There are still votes to be counted. None of those battleground states have been counted, but it feels eerily similar to 2016.
The parallels are really striking. If you were there at the Javits Center, which I was, to see not the candidate herself come out, but to see, in this case, Cedric Richmond, just as John Podesta came out. And again, I think the themes, one of the questions that we were looking at in 2016 was the fact that Hillary Clinton didn't visit Michigan, for example. This was very different. Vice President Kamala Harris went everywhere.
She showed up in Wisconsin.
The battleground states, but again, her messaging, and we all noted this at the time, her closing messaging really focused on the issue of democracy, when polls showed issues like the economy, like reproductive rights, are really the top issues for voters. So that's undoubtedly.
Although in our exit polls, threat to democracy is the number one issue. It's just that it's in the eye of the beholder, and it means different things. I mean, Mark Lauder's here, a veteran of Republican campaigns and the Trump campaign in 2020. I mean, a threat to democracy, I think, is, the pollsters were going to
is that? I can't see.
A different way of putting it, because so for some, for Democrats, it certainly means January 6th and some of those, extra legal, not legal moves to try to hold on to power in 2020. For Republicans, it might mean cultural changes to the way our way of life, things that threaten. There could be a number of cultural issues that they think are just as existential, and it's really about the direction of the country.
Yeah, well, I don't obviously I don't speak for every Republican. I do think there are a lot, though, that believe the threat to democracy also is packing the Supreme Court. It is the use of the lawfare, whether it was in New York, whether it was the special counsel, for things that really, like, as we often describe it, the New York case was about accounting and a paperwork issue. And yet he was, fined hundreds of millions of dollars, faces jail time. So those kinds of things, I think, also resonate for many. But I know we've talked about a lot about the 2016, and I was on that campaign as well with then Governor Pence, obviously part of the Trump campaign. It reminds me of 2016 in so many ways because of the theory. It's not you have to win wow counties or you have to do. I'll use the McDonald's reference because it's an iconic photo. He supersized 2016 and said, I'm going to grow my rural numbers, and then I'm going to take them up another level even more.
Well, as we go to a commercial break, there's the side-by-side picture. If you were just tuning into all this, I think the pictures speak loudly. On the left, the Harris campaign headquarters for the night as people are packing up and leaving, told they will not see the candidate tonight as they process some unhelpful trends for them. On the right side, the Trump gathering in West Palm Beach tonight, where we have seen dancing and celebration. Again, the race has not been called yet, but they, like everyone else, watching some interesting trend lines that seem to be pointing in that direction. We'll take a break here. Still be with us, and we'll be right back.
60% of the vote in. I've seen a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan.
Just come on, limpy dick.
For a while,
Hey, pussy. I think I'm gonna push the top. What is he even doing, man? What is Limpy Dick doing, man? That was stupid. He didn't even say nothing to me.
Hard point locked down. Hostiles have the hard point.
Shoot him.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Hard point located. Hard point active.
Welcome back to NBC's election night coverage. It is almost 1 a.m. here in the East with another poll about to close as we wait on numbers from some of the critical battleground states in the race for president.
We're covering not just the presidential race, though, but also both houses of Congress just made a big call in the Senate. Kristen Welker on the balance of power there, and Republicans have officially regained control of the United States Senate.
They've regained control of the United States Senate, which is a significant development, one that was expected. And now the question that we are asking is just how big will their margins be in the Senate? So right now it's 51 to 41. We're still waiting for a number of results. But among the top states that we're looking for, now that they have these pickups, which have given them control, Arizona, Ruben Gallego, and Kari Lake, we still haven't called that race. The Montana race is such a fascinating one.
Wait, two
Senator
doesn't take
John
it out?
Tester trying to win re-election against Tim Sheehy. Tim Sheehy is a somewhat controversial candidate, and yet it looks like John Tester could potentially be poised for defeat. We'll have to see how that race goes.
It's a very red state, Montana, so he was one of the most vulnerable incumbents.
Absolutely. And when Republicans were eyeing how are we going to win the Senate, this was the race that they continued to reference. We're also waiting for Pennsylvania. Senator Bob Casey looking for a fourth term against Dave McCormick, Trump-backed businessman Dave McCormick. So we're watching, and Tammy Baldwin, by the way, also in Wisconsin is looking for re-election.
How about Michigan? We've got an open seat, a Democratic retirement.
In Michigan, absolutely. You have Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers running very close. And again, I keep making this point. Some of these Democratic candidates actually looked like they had a good shot at winning re-election. And then the polls have just completely narrowed, which is what we've seen at the top of the ticket as well. And we continue to ask this question, will we see any tickets?
Well, it was the tickets, but it just brings me right to Hallie. I think we were wondering if you might see, a Trump Slotkin in Michigan or Trump Baldwin in Wisconsin. We don't see a lot of ticket splitting in the modern political era.
That's exactly right, because people are divided. Let's see how this goes, though, because we haven't called some of these races, right, where these Democrats are vulnerable in some of these. I mean, listen, we're talking about the blue wall in some of these blue wall states. And remember why the margin matters in the Senate. Not just for funsies, it's because there's a couple of Republicans in the Senate who would be potentially likely to buck Donald Trump if he were to win the White House on some issues. I'm thinking Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski. If Republicans can build up that margin, that won't matter quite as much.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're still waiting to see how this all plays out tonight. We've got more ahead. Let's check back right now with the presidential race and the road to 270.
Coming up on 1 o'clock in the morning in the east, that's the road to 270. The map filling out. 6 of 7 battleground states have been called, and we just got word from Harris headquarters and the co-chair of the campaign, Cedric Richmond, that we will not be seeing Kamala Harris tonight, but we will see her tomorrow. Let's go to Harris headquarters. Peter Alexander, our correspondent, right there. So what are you hearing? What is the decision-making process there?
Savannah, we did just hear from Cedric Richmond making the announcement to the thousands who had gathered here. Frankly, many of them had already left as we approached 1 o'clock, saying that they would not hear from the Vice President Kamala Harris tonight, instead saying that she would speak to her supporters, not just here at Howard University, her alma mater, but to the nation as well, in an address that would take place at some point tomorrow. No specifics on when that would occur. For those who have kept track of the Trump era, you'll remember in 2016, a very similar circumstance there at the Javits Center in New York City at Hillary Clinton headquarters, where one of her top aides, John Podesta, came out and spoke to the crowd saying she wouldn't be speaking. Ultimately, she conceded the next morning, Wednesday morning. So a lot of votes still out there. No plans for any concessions, certainly at this point, but I can tell you in conversations we've had with a series of individuals, including a Democrat who was attending a donor event that was taking place at one of the glitzy hotels not far from where we are here in Washington, D.C. They say the atmosphere there was like a funeral.
Why is Limpy Dick going crazy? Limpy Dick got 60.
Quote, not good right now. We did hear earlier from Jen O'Malley-Dillon. She is the campaign chair. She had what was in effect a sort of pep talk for the forces, the campaign staff, telling them all to get some sleep, that they would come back and finish this.
Bro, how many did I get, bro? 32. That's actually really good.
Are at the end of the evening, but I got to tell
you,
Savannah, on a day when so many those close to Kamala Harris really felt like they had the momentum. They felt like the vibes were on their side. It quickly appeared clear that, despite her effort to say that we're not going back, that they may be returning to the figures that haunted Democrats back in 2016, where they just didn't have enough to defeat Donald Trump. That go around, so many blank stares, glum faces, people not so much holding back tears, but certainly unable to crack a smile here. They had been handing out American flags early on. As some of the early numbers were out, they were cheering and waving those flags, but as the night progressed and they watched the returns come in, no more waving flags. In fact, they asked for the television to be muted here with the returns, with the exception of Hawaii, Colorado, other places that Harris won. They turned them on and got cheers for that. Instead, they blasted
They said Bob went to bed, I think.
Distract from the situation, try to give a little.
I mean, are we done with this? Because this shit over, so I don't know.
Thank you so much. I want to go over to Garrett Hake, who's at Trump headquarters in Florida, where it looks like the party is still going. And of course, the question is whether or not we will hear from the former president tonight.
Yeah, Savannah, Trump supporters reveling in the news that they are getting here in this
I'm
ballroom
halfway
just over the
done with
last
this
half
piece of
hour
shit,
or so.
man.
Huge cheer.
I think this is pointless to keep listening to these idiots because this shit's over, bro. They're not even going over like results anymore. They just talking about bullshit. What is this? Pretty sure this is a troll, dude.
I can't believe Trump's actually gonna win this fucking thing! Oh, Jesus Christ! I'm so pissed off! Fuck! 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 God damn it!
That's a troll, dude. Yeah, they haven't updated They haven't updated anything in like an hour, man. This shit's done. Is Hassan still up? I'm sure actually, yeah, he probably crying. Let me see. He ain't gonna end it, dude. He got 240K. He ain't ending it.
So what do you do?
Win or lose, he gonna leave it up.
What do you do?
That other gay guy left.
What do you do?
I need 60 more
But
headshots,
once
man.
again,
I'm fucking tired of getting headshots with these.
we blame
stupid
fourth
guns,
party
man.
voters. No. Then you're gonna start
I got
blaming
46
the
hours played. That's
fucking
terrible.
non-voters.
I need to go outside.
But the reality of the matter is, it is the campaign's job.
Okay.
I don't think third-party votes are the problem. I think turnout is the problem, and I do think it's more so the Dem Party's job to boost turnout than it is to try to convert third-party votes to them.
Let me
They out.
fucking finish the sniper, man. I'm gonna get it done.
Exactly. I like that there are
H3,
chatters in
H3
here who
got
are
off.
still like, well, pro-Palestinian people stayed at home and didn't vote. Yes, dude, it's because of the pro-Palestinian voters, okay? That's why. That's why Kamala Harris lost. I promise you. They should have sucked it the fuck up and been like, I'm gonna go out and vote for you, ma'am.
What is he
I'm
even
so
crying
sorry.
about?
Thank you for sending Richie Torres to my neighborhood to tell me I suck shit and I deserve to die. Thank you for sending Bill Clinton to my neighborhood. We should never, ever, under any circumstance, ever get mad at the campaign for making these massive fucking erroneous mistakes that you can very clearly fucking telegraph from a mile away, you know? You do suck shit and didn't help, dude. Brother, my friend, I'm a political commentator. I cannot outflank the Democratic Party, no matter how hard I try. And let me tell you, okay, I tried in 2020, I tried in 2016. Okay, it didn't work in 2016. The fuck are you talking about? It's not working now. I need you guys to understand something, okay? This is something I've heard a million times over.
Hold on.
This is something that I've heard a million times over. I've heard it at every fucking election cycle. Oh, it's got to be the left. It's the left. Why the fuck won't they vote for us? It's not the left. Many of these people don't consider themselves leftists. Most people that you know that don't go out and vote, living in fucking swing states, are not like, oh, it's because I'm a radical Maoist third worldist and I cannot vote for the fucking KKK rats, okay? They don't say, hey, that's not how this goes. You have deluded yourself. You've done too much Reddit, okay? Most people are just like, I don't care. Neither party fucking represents my interests. I don't give a shit. You have to convince them to get the fuck off the couch and go out and vote. That's up to the campaign.
I thought he was AFK.
And you know who does that, by the way? Donald Trump does that.
Why is this shit lagging?
I don't like it. I don't agree with it. I think it's fucking damaging. To the country, but he does it. He gets asses off the fucking seat. So maybe learn from that. I don't see Donald Trump ever fucking talking about. I don't see Republicans talking about like third-party voters. How dare
It's
they?
gotta be shit Twitch,
There was a
man, 'cause
third-party
the
correction
YouTube shit
there.
was not lagging at all.
What did he do? He captured it. He was like, RFK Jr., come in. I'll make you... Advertising it over and over again, every step of the goddamn way. And people kept saying, I'm being harsh. I'm being too critical. I'm being too harsh to the campaign. I'm being too harsh. I'm being too harsh.
I think it's just fucking Twitch, man.
And now that I'm like openly stating like what some of the major problems were, some of the major flaws were, it still doesn't matter. People are refusing to learn the right lessons. They're like actively trying to present the problem as they just didn't go far enough. They just didn't go far right enough. Okay. NBC News exit poll: voters becoming less divided along racial and ethnic lines. Trump is currently on track to win 1 in 3 votes cast by voters of color this year. That's crazy. The depolarization of race is upon us.
Is Trump gonna say something tonight or no?
Maybe they will.
Wait, is he tweeting on his little fucking truth shit or whatever? Well, he back on Twitter actually. Does he tweet? I feel like I ain't even seen him tweet nothing.
Maybe they'll turn around and
He on his way
maybe
to give a speech. I think what they probably want to make sure it's like literally over. If there's like any chance he could lose, then he probably don't want to do it yet.
Like, what's the expectation? I just don't get it.
Authorizing CUAV ECM mission. Gray authorizing UAV mission.
Let's be real. Joe did the initial and permanent damage 100%. 1,000%. 1,000,000%. The problem is Kamala Harris is a whole ass adult. Okay? She's 60 goddamn years old. Do you think she doesn't know?
She keep like
that?
Just take it off.
I'm a fucking idiot. I'm 33 years old. I'm a dumb ass. I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm wearing a fucking tank top doing.
Oh wait, it updated 247. What came in? Something just came in. Oh, Georgia? I think Georgia came in. Yeah, it's over now. Is it like literally over now? Because he's leading these 3 anyway, so I mean, Georgia is 16. It was 230, wasn't it? Is it like one of the? Is it like Nebraska? They were saying like Nebraska or Maine or some shit has like 1. I don't know. I think it's one of these weird ones. Oh, yeah, it's Nebraska, right? Yeah. I think it's over. Arizona's the only one that is even close. Like really close. Like Arizona's like ridiculously close. I don't think Pennsylvania's not even like that close. Like kind of. Michigan, not really that. I mean, yeah, kind of, I guess. Wisconsin, kind of, but Arizona's like super close. I think it's over, man. Probably might get announced tonight, I think. In like another, I don't know, hopefully in like another hour or something. Oh, now Fox has a real stream. What are they saying?
No, that's their idea. So we could get that in maybe a little more as we go into what, the 2 a.m. hour? Is that are we going?
Are they celebrating? Hold on, actually gonna kick me. Hold on.
Arizona sticking here with 0.7. What's that? Just keep going. This is Nevada, so we're starting to get our first numbers in from Nevada. For any of the nerds and geeks out there that are deep in the weeds about the early voting, you've been watching. Nevada's got a pretty good marker for Republicans. This is a quick count.
What are you freaking out about, man?
75% of the vote is in, and Trump's got a firm lead at 3.4 points.
Relax.
Just a tad under 35,000 votes. Clark County, Las Vegas.
No, he's right.
Votes in the Silver State here.
No. No, they're all AFK. Oh my god. It dragged my shoe. I was about to get so many free fucking.
comparison's sake, 8 years ago, why not, right? In Nevada, I don't know what this number is. We'll find out together, okay? So Hillary
get some
Clinton
free shit right
did
there,
2
man.
points better than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, okay, did even better. 3.5 over what Kamala
I don't know
Harris
what
is
this
putting up.
terrible stream is. Let's see. Where is it?
And Hulk Hogan
Are
came
they
and
still
ripped off
crying
his
over here?
shirt in sort of that moment of sort of super masculinity. And one of the conversations that we had at the time was about this. And
These bitches
as
still
its
crying.
name
They've been
so-called
crying for like 2 hours,
right?
man.
The young male voter. And the Trump strategy all along had been supercharge the base, boost that turnout, crank it up big time, get those so-called low propensity voters.
CNN, they gonna be
Listen,
crying, huh?
Young guys typically don't.
Are they crying? They don't even got nobody watching. Watch as ballots are. Oh, you can watch it? Hey, hold on. Let me catch somebody doing something they not supposed to. Got my eyes on them. Let me catch someone. They're counting. They're still counting in Pennsylvania. Insane stream, man. Is this all they're streaming? They don't have like an actual stream? This is their stream? Just the cameras? What the hell? Why don't they have like an actual stream? What the fuck? How do I... NBC's the only one that has like hella viewers and shit. Wait, what the fuck? What is this one?
If he gets back into the White House. This
Are
is
they
a
crying
Donald
too?
Trump that will be significantly, I believe,
Is that
more
what this was?
powerful than he was the
This is
first time he got around
247.
for a number of
They're a
reasons.
little behind.
First of all, you have a Supreme Court immunity decision that will empower him. The Supreme Court basically saying that virtually any action that can be tied to your official actions, you are immune from prosecution. Obviously, Jack Smith is fired. Federal prosecutions go away. And the Republicans, when he came into Washington, there were prominent figures in the Republican Party who were willing to stand up to him and had the standing to stand up against him. People like Mitt Romney, Paul Ryan, who was the Speaker of the House when he first came in, and they're, for the most part, all gone. No more Mitt Romney. Mitch McConnell will no longer be the Republican leader in the Senate, and you have a situation where he may have the largest Republican majority that he's ever seen in the Senate, and it's a Republican majority that is a Trump Republican majority. 7 Republican senators, David, voted to convict Donald Trump in his impeachment trial over January 6th. 5 of them will be gone. 5 of them will be gone. 10 Republicans in the House voted to impeach him over January 6th. 8 of them are already gone. 2 are clinging to possible re-election. But the resistance is gone.
Let's go to Nebraska right here. Senate race. ABC News can now project that Deb Fischer will win. She'll hold on to her seat, the Republican. Are we going to put this up on the screen? Deb Fischer holds on in Nebraska. We've called that race. She'd faced a tough fight from Dan Osborne, the independent there. Did not say who he would caucus with, but Deb Fischer holds on to that race. I want to continue with this conversation that John Carl just started, because he's spot on by sort of if Donald Trump is elected president for a second term here, and it's still an if. John paints a picture of a lot of these established Republicans being long gone, having left Washington. This was part of the closing argument on Kamala Harris's team and her campaign, and from the vice president herself. She had help from Liz Cheney. General John Kelly, who's not political, came out and talked about what he witnessed firsthand in that administration as chief of staff. Their campaign was, if you re-elect him, he will not have the guardrails. Martha, clearly that argument did not resonate with the American people here tonight.
It clearly didn't, or at least half the country that did not resonate. Felony convictions, the call that our democracy would be over, the John Kelly statements about the military, and that former President Trump had said that they were suckers and losers, the men and women who had died during wars, all of that. Some of the voters I talked to, in fact, one of them who was very strongly for Trump and stronger than he was in 2020, stronger than he was in 2016. I said, do you have any reservations at all, January 6th? And he said,
why are they crying about
not.
this shit, man?
The more you all talk about that, the more Trump voters you will attract. So this election was not about that. But in the end, here we are. This is democracy.
Martha, thanks. We do have a major call to make at this hour, and it's the power of the Senate moving forward. It's precisely what we've just been talking about with this conversation. Republicans will take control of the Senate with that call in Nebraska. Deb Fischer holding on to her seat tonight. If Donald Trump is named...
I'm done listening to all these people crying, man. We got something better to listen to, man? Let me see. We got something better to listen to, man. Jesus fucking Christ. All nonsense, man. Well, I guess it don't even matter. That might be just it, bro. I don't even feel like doing stupid camos no more. I'm tired of getting headshots with this gay ass gun, man. I'm gonna get off COD, man. Do it tomorrow. I'm just sick of fucking doing these stupid camos, man. I'm gonna get off COD at least. This shit's so boring. Hold on, let me fix this shit.
Old man, you're washed at COD. Just put the curry in the bag, bro.
What the hell, man? Alright. What are you linking me? Hold on. Nah, I think Bob got off, bro. Pretty sure. But let me see.
Settlers anymore. You're not going to get any like statements against it. You're not
What
going to
the
get
hell is this
probably like
gay
meetings behind
ass
the scenes
shit?
where they're like, you need to increase aid to Northern Gaza, or you're going to face a review of American arms to Israel. Like none of that's
This is
going
a
to happen.
nasty group of people.
No, they're not going to
No,
evict him.
I
It's
mean,
going to be
I don't
it's
think-
going to be business as usual. It'll just continue on. Yeah.
Well, I mean, isn't business as usual kind of?
Yeah, but it's business as usual now. But like, for example, in Northern Gaza, for the
What is
first
this,
half of
man?
October, they slowed down.
These are disgusting
aid
people.
and cut it off completely in Northern Gaza, right? So they did a full medieval fucking siege. And then Harris said, you need to stop this, or in 30 days, if you don't get aid into Northern Gaza, we're going to review American aid to Israel. And then the day after, Kogat, the Israeli guys who supervise aid, were like, look, there's 30 trucks going into the north of Gaza. They flipped immediately. So you're not going to get that from Trump. Trump's going to be like, do what you want, right?
No. Well, here's where I'm curious. I don't dispute anything you said about Trump, but does this free up Biden to like really vent his?
Oh yeah, that is Amaranth. Why is she there?
Harris lost. Wait a minute. Harris
No, he has no leverage.
What do you mean he has no leverage?
Biden has no leverage.
Biden can't do anything to hurt Bibi. It's 2 months left in office. What's he going to do?
Are there still like tranches of shipments?
No, Biden
is it not crazy that 62,000 people
There's a review
voted
going
for
on now
these
that
two
ends
idiots?
at the end of this month, and so far
That's so
they're saying
insane.
that Israel is failing. So again, but it's just going to be a review. They're just going to review American aid to Israel. It's not they're going to cut off massive amounts.
The administrative state has a big.
All right, I'm getting a fucking headache listening to these idiots, dude. I mean, listen, you vote for Trump, Harris, whatever, dude, but if you vote for the other two people, you're actually got to be fucking retarded or something, man. Dog, that's the people that really need to be getting attacked. That's so insane to me. I think we done with this shit, bro. Honestly, I mean, if we get an update, we update. I think this shit's over, right? So I don't need no more fucking updates, man. It's over. Is anyone crying on Twitter? Is there? There's no meltdowns yet because it's not official, or what? When did the meltdowns start? When does the what the hell did I just see? Wait, what? Oh yeah, I seen they declared her a man or something. Did she get her medal stripped or what's I don't know what's going on with that shit, but wait, hold on. This is insane. Hold on. Who is this? Hollow? Let me pull this up. Hold on. Hollow. Is this a real person? What is this shit? Is this a real human being or a troll? I think this is a real human. Wait, how do I get the other tweet? Wait, hold on. My whole family ain't vote. We ain't feel it. We starting to regret it now. My mama crying. First of all, y'all are rude. I talked to my mom. She find out we gonna vote next year. Kamala 2025. It's not a real human being, is it? There's no way this is a real person, man. I think this gotta be a troll, bro. There's no way. Look. Oh, apparently it's not every year. It's every 4 years. Anyways, we voting for... Come on. Fuck Trump. Kamala 2028. This can't be real, right? It's gotta be a troll, bro. I don't know, man. Insane. That is such a hilarious. It's gotta be fake, right? I don't know. That's hilarious. PA's done? Wait, is it really? Hold on. That's really done then, right? That's it. That's actually it. Right? Then it's actually over, thank God, so we can end this nonsense, man. But it's too late now. It's already late as fuck. People gonna start crying tomorrow, I think. It's too late to tweet out my tweet, huh? Tomorrow we start. It's too late now. Let me test the waters. It's too late now. I think the crying will be tomorrow when it's official. Wait, what's the where's the what's like the official like president Twitter? What is it? Are they gonna what's the official tweet gonna be from what account? I don't know what like whatever that tweet is. Is it gonna be the POTUS account? Is that gonna be the account that like announces the official shit or what? I don't know. They ain't tweeted. Well, they tweeted make your voice heard. That's it. But whenever it gets like officially tweeted on one of those type of accounts, or maybe Trump. Hold on, let me go to Trump's Twitter. He ain't tweet nothing, right? Let me go see. He don't tweet. He got it back, but just don't really tweet. Oh, he did tweet something. Oh, he's tweeting.
Hi, Republicans. We're doing really well. If you're in line, stay in line. Don't let them take you off that line. Vote. Stay in the line. They can't do anything about it. And vote. We're going to win it big. Thank you.
Oh, he is tweeting. So whenever he tweet, what did fucking Elon Dick Rider tweet? Let me see. I had to fucking. Let me see what he tweeted, man. He said, "You are the media now. Record usage of this platform." Oh, he's with Trump. Are they gonna like do something from here? Is that Dana? Is this right now? It's Dana, Elon, and Trump. Wait, what the hell? Look at this. Hold on. Hold on. That's insane. Why is Dana there now? That's wild. That is a crazy big three. What the fuck, man? Oh my god. That is wild. They do have CNN on. That's funny, actually. Oh man. Let me see what else this fool's been tweeting, man. Hold on. Let's look at Elon. Oh, he stole this pic from someone else. What is this? This is not his family, is it? Who are these people? What the hell is this? What is this? Who are these people? Those are them, just the employees or what? What the fuck is this? Why is he dressed like that? What the fuck is this guy wearing, man? I think it's yeah. I think it's official. It's official now. Yeah, it's official. Hold on. Let me see.
Supposedly XQC bet $700,000 for Kamala
Yeah,
to
he
win
did.
the election.
I've seen that, but he's sponsored by Stake, so like that's like fake money. Wait, I should add Trump in this tweet, huh, to make it more. Hold on, what's his actual Twitter? I should add racist too to make it better. Hold on. Oh, I don't like how the spacing looks on that. Let me see, make sure it looks good. We have. I don't want to make it too long. I'll change it to 30. All right, I got it. This guy looks so terrible. Hold on, man. He said, let's check on a song. Let me see. Hey!
And all the awfulness
relax.
that is going to be associated with that is not good. Project 2025. Yo, Scott Pressler, why is he around? I thought he was going to jail. What happened to this motherfucker? I'm pleased to share that we have delivered Pennsylvania for you. Congratulations, sir. Scott, you're amazing. Don't go on the defensive. You were right about Kamala and the Dems. If shit libs want to blame the lose in the left, then embrace it and proudly say, yes, you lost because of us. You didn't do what we told you to do. P.S. Please watch Kamala say we're not going back, Lamar. No, I'm not going to fucking take ownership over that because I don't think it's appropriate and I don't think it's apt. I think the reality of the matter is that the campaign fucking was bad. It was just bad. It ran a bad campaign. They ran a bad campaign. That's it. There's a shit ton of people who didn't fucking vote still. And there's a shit ton of people that probably would have voted for Kamala Harris, but they didn't. For one reason or another. They have to... they have to win people, you know? They have to make an argument. That's the whole point of Muslims for Trump are going to get the Muslim ban on fleek. This is the Democratic elected official talking this way. The Queensboro president. Really returning to their roots once minorities stop voting for them. The beauty of this election is that Muslims do not ally with a political party. They show that they aren't to be taken for granted and can't vote just like any other swing vote. And we see how the Dixie.
We start firing these off.
It's true. It's true. Just wait. They're gonna fucking get real spicy with the Latino shit too. It's happening. I think deep down inside, many people who voted for Trump that will come in here and be like, lol, you fucking lost, like, suck my dick. Like, they probably also realize that shit's not going to change.
Okay.
Like, shit's not going to get better for them. It's only just going to get worse. But at least their team won, you know? And I say this as someone who openly was already upset. I was already upset from the jump. I was openly upset if Kamala Harris won. And I was openly upset if Donald Trump won. I just know that Donald Trump is far, far, far worse. Like, I have told you time and time again, win or lose, we are headed down a devastating path. And it's not because like Kamala Harris personally sucks or anything like that. I was upset because she was running on a fucking right-wing border bill. She was running on a lot of like right-wing initiatives that I did not agree with, that I think is very consequential and very sad for the future of this country. This country was built by immigrants. This country was built around the principle of permanent migration. There's not a single person here that isn't a Native American or a black person, an African person descendant of slaves, that isn't directly an immigrant. Like, that's crazy. That's it.
I got another one. Hold on.
So these guys trying to be like, man, no more of that. It's just stupid. What about the young male vote? What did they want? I think they're angry. I think young men are angry. They're frustrated. They fear that their future is cooked. And that's an understandable anger that people have. I think young women are also angry and scared about that too. The difference is one party is actively going, I'm literally going to stop you from doing whatever the fuck you want with your body. So for them, it's like, okay, it's a matter of survival. You know what I mean?
Are we firing these off?
It makes sense. For young men, they don't give a fuck about abortion. And maybe they even like it. They like that the other party is like dominating women to a certain degree. After all, women should know their place. Maybe that's how they feel about it. But for one reason or another, they're angry and they're vulnerable and they're fearful. And the Republican Party turns around and says, like, yeah, you're angry because these
I got another good one.
broads, these feminists, they're doing feminism to you. They're doing gender to you. We'll put them in their place. And then they go, yeah, okay, that's right. I think that's right. They're impressionable. They're scared. They're resentful.
I'm firing these
they're
off.
Angry, and yeah, they're entitled, for sure, to a certain degree. And one side is just not even answering any of the material harm that they're experiencing. The other part is, the other party at least is like pointing them in the direction of something to be angry at. That's what Donald Trump did really well in 2016 as well. That's what the Republicans do really well at. That's the whole purpose behind wedge issues. Both parties are going to rob you blind, okay? Both parties are never going to do anything. They're never going to do right by you, but at least one party is going to give you some goodies. If you like guns, one party is going to control those, okay? The other party wants to do lame-ass gun control, but one party will let you have an arsenal, right? You're a gun guy, they got you. One party will tell you that like gay people and trans people are the problem and they're going to dominate those people. Okay? That's it.
I'm just going to keep firing some off, man.
If you're a socialist or a leftist, then why are you so opposed to an objective class analysis of the capitalist system? We already exist in this violent class system, edging on existing fascism. By calling Trump Hitler, you remove the weight of the oppression that already exists in the capitalist system. Shut the fuck up, nerd. God damn. There's 230,000 people in here, you fucking theory loser. God damn, suck my dick. Like, yes, dude, you're right. I would make a much more convincing argument to a bunch of fucking Red Scare propaganda brain.
What is all these words he be using, man?
By saying every capitalist
He's saying
is
some
Hitler,
crazy
actually.
shit.
What are you,
man.
a Disco Elysium side character?
What did he just say? Is this English?
Literally, he just came in and was like, actually, every capital owner
Is this
Adolf
English?
Hitler. Why don't you say that?
What is this?
That will be a really good message. Like, You should go in there
What
and
did he
say,
say?
you want to kill every small business owner because they're Adolf Hitler too. You are actually crying with your tissue? No, I ate a fucking fantastic burger and the tissue still smells like the burger, so I'm just reliving it over and over again. I haven't even washed my goddamn hands yet because that's how good the burger was. Anyway.
Insane.
It's okay, your mansion is safe, brother. What does this mean? Like, is that a threat? Are you gonna come fucking kill me? You're gonna come suck my cock? Is that what you're gonna do? Huh? You're gonna come to my mansion and come suck my dick?
What is going on? This
What
guy's
you
having a breakdown.
Fuck you mean?
Yo, he's having a
What are you
breakdown.
responding to? What have I said that you were responding to?
Why is he mad?
You just
Yo, he's getting
what
upset.
kind of argument is this? You're like, hey man, I know you're rich. Yeah, I am. What are you gonna do? What are we doing here?
Yo, he's
The fuck?
sad. Oh my god.
If you think I'm rich, ooh, wait till you find out about these Democrats that just fucking sold your goddamn liberties by running an objectively dog shit fucking campaign. Wait till you find out how much money they're making. I make my money off of you. You want to give me fucking subscriptions? You can. I don't even run ads anymore. Okay? It's all voluntary, baby. I flex. You give me subscriptions for free sometimes, too.
Wait, this guy's not running ads? Is he retarded?
You can do that.
Dude, he has 200K. He runs one ad, it'd be like $5,000, I think, per ad. Yeah, I'll be running ads non-stop.
You know, trading on information not readily available to the public in the stock market, and also making certain decisions that might be beneficial for their stock portfolio. I feel like one is a little bit more ethical than the other. Maybe
Hold on,
you
let
should
me
stop
let him
fucking chirping at me. The goddamn
Dude, he has
Twitch streamer telling me why shit
200,000
sucks.
viewers. I'm
And
pretty
instead
sure
start
he's
chirping
making
at fucking
thousands off
politicians.
each. He'd have to run like a 3-minute ad or whatever.
don't have
And he would make
motion
thousands
like
off
that.
each ad, I'm pretty sure. I might be underestimating it. It might be more than that.
First time a Republican won a popular vote in a long while. History-making night. I know. It's true. It is kind of crazy when you think about it. It is kind of crazy. Like, a lot of motion there from the Dems. They put a big, oh God, they wasted so much money, dude. How many fucking text messages? I'm begging you on my hands and knees, please give me $5, please. Only to fucking put up LeBron numbers, but in terms of loss, and LeBron would never lose. So that's actually not a good argument. I should have never said that. Except for when LeBron endorsed Kamala Harris, and then Ohio was not secured in that process, which is crazy. Ohio is so ungrateful to Akron's very own most famous son. It is kind of disrespectful that LeBron was like, I love Kamala Harris, like, vote for her. And then Ohio was like, no, you don't deserve LeBron James, Ohio. I'll say it.
What is he crying about, bro?
I'll say it. You don't deserve him. You don't. It's true. He's a Californian now. How about that?
Wait, Strickland
You
said
think Jimmy
MSM's...
Carter's gonna make
Hold
it to
on.
January 20th? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Which is their actual
Hell no.
stream, though?
The majority of them seem to have rejected a progressive
Beyonce is
agenda.
never giving her songs out ever again. That's the biggest loss of the day. Yeah, bro, Beyonce opened for Kamala Harris and she still lost. That shit's crazy. Something relieving about the results tonight is that it's apparent nothing I could have done to help her any more than I did, like phone bank and door knock more, would have even been a drop in the ocean here. I always had an inkling of a feeling of I could have done more if she lost, but after tonight, Jesus fucking Christ, Democrats. Megaphonics. You're in here every day. You listen to me every day. I tell you, you cannot outflank the campaign. If the campaign is dog shit, it doesn't matter. You can knock on every fucking door. It's not going to work. This is what I mean. What is this? Elon Musk said, felt this. You are the media now. Felt this. Oh, God. Bradley Martin.
Felt this is so crazy, dude. Man, what is wrong with people, man? That is so insane, man.
Check the price of Bitcoin. It's surging.
Oh, yeah. What is... Hold on.
Ugh.
Is it going to go to 100?
Ugh.
It's up 5K today.
I'm telling you, dude, it's like we're a villain society. Also, I can't believe I roasted Megaphonics in front of 220,000 people, okay? I will protect Megaphonics. Megaphonics, get behind me. Bro, oh my God, we are literally... We are straight... Oh, dude, yeah, Seamus said, making my cynical pro-Trump pivot as of tonight. No juice left in the proverbial tank, so to speak.
Let me see futures.
What was
Hold
bad
on.
about the campaign? Oh my God, where do I begin? I'm not gonna do this again. I was interviewed by Newsweek. I was interviewed by Newsweek on October 20th.
Is up 1.5%.
You can go read that article. Look up Newsweek Hassan Piker.
Oh, it's up though.
Where I detailed
up
many
by
of the
150 points.
problems. So the most important takeaway is this. Asita Nwanevu does it again. Brilliant guy. Very excited to have him on the broadcast in the upcoming days. Many Americans of all races do not believe our norms and institutions work, and a message about protecting them from a force promising to upend them will not be effective. This is the most important fucking aspect of this election. Donald Trump is a sledgehammer. Americans are like, this shit is fucked up. I tried to describe to people this back in 2016. I tried to remind people that, you know, the economy is rebounding. You don't understand. It's like, dude, it doesn't fucking matter. When the economy was quote unquote good in 2016, people were still like, my shit is fucked up. I want health care. My shit is fucked up. Why is college $7 million to go to? What the fuck? Why? Why do I have to go and join the military, get my fucking dick blown off so I can get a communications degree and then have fucking crippling PTSD for the rest of my goddamn life and also still not be able to retain a fucking job in the same job market with people that are 4 years younger than me that didn't have to get their shit fucking blown up? Why? Why? It sucks. All this shit sucks. Everything sucks. America sucks. We're the richest nation on earth. We got medical bankruptcy. We're the richest nation on earth. There's 600,000 people tonight that are sleeping outside. 600,000. Wealthiest nation on earth. You think that shit's normal? It's not. Wake the fuck up. People were mad in 2016 too. That's why they were like, I want the fucking orange guy. He's gonna fuck shit up. I'm gonna take a shot in the dark.
What did Cuban tweet?
Now
Let me
they're
see.
still mad. 2024, they're still mad. Okay? 2024, they're still fucking mad.
Yeah, you just said GG's.
So now they're like, yeah, I'm gonna go back to the sledgehammer.
You ain't saying nothing crazy.
Fuck this shit. It's not right. It's fucked up. But what do you expect?
Dude. How old is Elon? How old is that motherfucker? I feel like he wanted to try to run for president one day. I feel like he might try to.
Yeah, the nation is rich, but the people are poor.
He's only 53. Oh yeah, he can't, huh? He wasn't born here.
You're complicit in this for your disgusting.
That's why he's
coverage
sucking
this
off
year
Trump.
where you presented Kamala to be just as bad as Trump. I hope it was worth it.
He may as well be there.
Yeah, I played a huge role in the outcome of this.
Dude,
yeah,
I feel like people would vote for him if he could.
You're right.
That guy's got a weird fan base.
Said, I'm gonna be the border person after literally openly communicating that the border was a stupid fucking idea for like 8 years. What the fuck? You think people are that stupid? Even the dumbest guy you know was like, wait a minute, didn't you say the border wall was racist and now you want to do the border wall? Sorry, I'm gonna go with the border wall guy. I said that. That was the first thing I fucking said.
Dude, this guy's having a meltdown for real.
They should have never let you go to the convention. Yeah, that's the reason why the Dems lost. Because I went to the Democratic
dude, Twitter
National
actually
Convention.
did help Trump a lot, I think. Elon, like,
don't worry,
pushing all that shit
all
for
the
him.
fucking shit
I think that
I've
actually
been
did
saying,
help.
Guess what? First, the Democrats are going to say it's people like you that is the reason why Kamala Harris lost. I have no evidence for this, but that's what my feelings are, and fuck you. Then Donald Trump is going to do the same shit that Kamala Harris was doing 10x, or Joe Biden was doing 10x, okay? Specifically Israel, Palestine. And then liberals are going to be swinging from the fucking rooftops. You are going to start seeing, you know, the Chuck Schumer contingency talking about how we got to dismantle the Zionist entity and shit. Because that's what they fucking did with Black Lives Matter. Under Barack Obama's leadership, when Black Lives Matter was seen as a fucking nuisance, even the Podjohns were not exactly too fond of Black Lives Matter. I remember, I was there. I was pro Black Lives Matter, Barack Obama wasn't. He said
right now?
Black Lives Matter was a little bit of a nuisance. Maybe they need to chill the fuck out. No more rioting. Calm down now. Right? Then Colin Kaepernick came in and he was like, I'm pro BLM. I'm taking a knee.
Did they get my money for Cali yet?
They're killing
Can I at
black
least
people
have my 100
disproportionately.
back?
It's unacceptable. Donald Trump was like,
Did they-
fuck
did
you.
they
I
finish all
hate
that
Black
shit?
Lives Matter.
Wait, I think
All
they
of a
did
sudden,
give me the Cali
every
money.
liberal is like Wakanda posting. Every liberal's throwing
Yeah,
up
they
the
did.
fucking black
Hey, I
face.
got my
Every
$1.50.
goddamn liberal. You got people like Zane
Nice.
Chardin. Okay. Writing tweets like, you know, saying stuff like jive turkey and shit. Okay. Every fucking liberal became a goddamn LARPer that supposedly loved BLM all of a sudden because liberals are also reactionary. So you're going to see a lot of that under the Trump leadership when he, you know,
let me go
takes a
check in on
lot of
my
the same fucking
tweets. Hold
things
on.
that, you know, the
Let
liberal
me go check
institution
in
also
on this shit. Let
advanced.
me see what's going on
All the liberals that were perfectly on board with it are going to be fucking really mad all of a sudden at Donald Trump.
Hey, you know which one actually ended up being the best one?
So at least that will happen.
This one. This ended up being the best one, I guess. This one, I think this is going to be the one. I'm going to wake
But
up, this
first,
shit going to be
there will
crazy.
a period of instability.
This is the one that I think. That's funny.
Trump won because the song criticized Kamala. True and real for sure. Podcast bros run the country now. Yeah, no. It's going to be so much worse, dude, this time around. It's going to be so much fucking worse this time around. Trump is coming on now. Holy moly. Oh my God.
Is Don going to tweet something out or what?
Oh my God.
He hasn't tweeted in 3 hours.
Succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States, former President Trump.
Are you scared to be
Is there a
categorized
speech?
as part of the woke propaganda they aim to
Is
put
there-
a ban
there
on
gonna be a
by
speech or something?
2025? Brother, I'm literally unconditionally pro-Palestinian. I'm already on the fucking crosshairs, whether it's a Republican administration or a Democratic one, okay? Trust me. I know what's coming. Fuck it. What are you gonna do?
Just yesterday.
I don't even just get woke propaganda from Project 2025. I got the Esther Project on top of that, which is a specific RICO charge that they want to put on every single
When is his
fucking
speech
person
starting?
that
It's
dares
late.
criticize the state of Israel. Are you kidding me? It's worse than that.
It's already won. I don't, where
They
is
wanna
he
do
right
mass
now?
deportations
Is he in
and also deport people that are anti-Israel.
he with
dude.
Dana
The
and
fuck?
Elo? Where are they?
You know, he often accounts for the fact that he had so much
Are they in Florida?
turnover in his
Yeah.
first term as-
It's late over there then. It's already 2 then.
He didn't really know Washington, and he was new to this realm that he had come to win the presidency, and he promises us that now he knows.
Oh, they got it ready. He about to come talk right here?
The kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they
What
will.
is this? What is
But
this
it's gonna
being
be
streamed
dangerous
on?
to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in this days and
I'm
weeks ahead.
Palestinian. Where will they deport me? Back to Palestine?
Where
Isn't
is
that
he-
just
what's-
my right of return at that point? They're just... Yeah, they're gonna deport the Palestinians
Fox?
back to Palestine, dude. Oh, fuck.
You know, all this campaign has been a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts.
We know when it's gonna
an
start.
unlikely come from behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, You now have black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time, and that's due to former president, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kayleigh's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be...
Who are these people talking right now, man? Can we just get Don out here, man, and wrap this shit up, man?
He is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that. But I think
that is an insane head on that guy. Look how happy this hoe is.
His detractor.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. You know, we saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again.
Yeah.
And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump. Katie.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice, and the second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet appointees, who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
He could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House, but he also has been working very hard on his transition, get the right people around him. He talks about the lessons he's learned about the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him, and I think you should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with him.
What do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We're focused now on what the president, incoming
is there a time? If they set a time, I'm not sitting here for an hour listening to this shit.
And what went wrong?
I think it's going to be agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they've tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Dana?
I am really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats, with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious, and you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her, and I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say, that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race.
Where is Donald? I do not give a fuck about the rest of these people talking.
The party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion.
Hurry it up, man.
A dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from. Because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan
like, who's even talking right now?
And I don't think
I don't care what they're saying. Where's Don? Get the speech and wrap this shit up, man.
Tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone, Kayla. I was reminded of your words. I was reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story, and I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never-Trumpers who are Republican and the Lincoln Project people and Bill Kristol and people like that who seem to abandon everything they ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
We'll get to the never-Trumpers soon enough and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement.
I'm not sitting here listening to this. They just dick sucking him for hours. I'm like, let me know when he come out here and say something. They just sit here dick sucking him, man. If he ain't talking, I really don't care. He's just insane, man. Like, damn, like, can we just, like, who are these people talking, bro? Like, what the hell?
Your Discord name, answer 2 questions, you'll be locked in.
Is this cuck still crying? He's listening to the same thing.
I want to fucking, pummel Gaza.
Everybody
further.
waiting.
Like, I want to punish Gaza even more. Yeah, they exist. They're just Republicans. Like, they're not ever going to vote for fucking the Democrats. They're insane. Right? So, I don't know why the campaign was so desperately trying to be like, no, we also love Israel and hate the Arabs over and over again.
That might be it for me, bro. I just don't care.
The Cheneys have now stolen 2 elections from the Democrats, but you can't really blame them for the second. Yeah, we volunteered that one.
Yeah, I'm not. Is she gonna? I just don't even. If this motherfucker not coming out soon, I had enough.
When I talked to him, I really did. He's known for a while. He's gonna. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's gonna have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while.
How much money do you think this motherfucker made off these hats, bro? How much one of these hats cost? Like 30? How much money do you think he made off these fucking hats?
We can always hope. Once more, I just want to say how much more.
They cost 50? No way. Where do I even buy one? Where do I buy like an official one from him?
If you spend $1,000,
because I know people probably just making knockoffs. Does he have like a real? Does he have like a shop?
It was 16 times that. What has been spent.
Oh, he does. It's $50 for an official one from Trump's store. $50.
And here we are.
What is it? A check you can write to for every American? What did you say?
Jesus. You know how many millions of these he sold? But I feel like a lot of people probably bought like a knockoff. I don't know how many really bought like the official one.
A podcast experience of a campaign.
But still.
And those are free to go on podcasts.
I'm sure he still sold like millions. Dude, whoever was making the knockoffs too, for sure, that's an easy scam.
Something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these.
They could probably have them made in China for $2, sell them here for $20, and just sell thousands of them.
They talked about making America great again, but then ending with the assassination attempt and that fist in the air,
Crazy.
the iconic image, and the fight.
Absolutely. Warrior president.
And it worked.
Yep. Yeah, toughest son of a gun we ever saw. And that was the last note we see in that ad. And I think
Look, every motherfucker here got one.
You gotta admire that.
Yeah.
Look at them. They all got like different ones though. What's the official one? I don't know. Alright, anyways, man, I'm not sitting here waiting all night for this fucking shit, man. I really don't give a fuck. So I'm out. Y'all have a good night. We'll see y'all Friday. What day is today? We're on Wednesday, yeah, Friday. I'm gonna probably do my review tomorrow. I'll probably finish Dark Matter and then do my review tomorrow night, maybe. Or tonight, I guess, technically Wednesday night. But anyways, I'm out. Y'all have a good night.